Hello, my friends. I just want to quickly clarify what this is before you would get into the video. My channel originally was a James Bond video game retrospective channel in which I covered every Bond game in order. So I thought, hey, why not combine all of these into one gigantic video? If you've already watched my series, there's nothing new here. Enjoy it again if you want. If you haven't watched them, then you are obviously a little interested since you did click on this and are watching. So enjoy. Just know that these are my very first videos, so they may not be up to my current style, and they are certainly before I got better recording equipment and, a pop filter. But I did work hard on them over the course of a year or so. Also, I did get a couple copyright strikes for some of the intros of the games as they use the actual theme songs, so I kinda had to adjust them here. Either way, here is every James Bond video game in order.
Now this one I'm particularly keen about.
James Bond, the infamous 007, the British agent that everybody knows of, whether it be in our universe or even in Fleming's universe. He is arguably the most famous fictional spy in history. He was created by author Ian Fleming in the early 1950s and was named after the author of a bird-watching book that he had laying around called Birds of the West Indies. Fleming went on to write 14 James Bond novels between 1953 and 1966, and then a variety of authors have carried on the name in their own vision beyond that. As of 2020, there are, or will be by November, 25 official James Bond films stemming all the way back to 1962 with the release of Dr. No. The character has had a very long history, to say the least. Bond has even entered the television arena with an episode of Climax being an adaptation of Casino Royale in 1954, as well as an animated series called James Bond Jr. But after all of that, it was only natural for James Bond to enter one of the more highly regarded mediums in modern day, the video game. There have been almost 30 different James Bond video games spanning over a very wide array of publishers, genres, consoles, handheld systems, and most certainly computers. Anybody who grew up in the 90s is most likely well aware of at least the existence of the Nintendo 64 game GoldenEye, as it was the third best-selling game on the system with over 8 million copies sold, behind only Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64. But the history of Bond in gaming began many, many years before that, and that is what we will be discussing in this series. This is my James Bond video game retrospective. Computer games in the early to mid 80s had a very strange history. Going all the way back to the early 70s, there was, of course, Pong for the Magnavox Odyssey, the very first home console. The 70s and early 80s were all about experimenting with what these computer chips could do, and supposedly, there are close to 900 different home console systems released in that time. That's a video for another time and for another person, because I know very little about that. It's amazing looking back to the first generation of video gaming compared to the 8th generation, which consists of only the Wii U, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Nintendo Switch. 4 systems having control over the market as opposed to almost 900. Times were very different then. It's almost impossible to truly know just how many James Bond games were made, as there were probably countless unofficial ones created in that time period. Bond has been huge, spanning in 6+ decades, so naturally there were going to be some amateur fan developers trying their hand. But I will certainly do my best to make sense of it. 1982 had the development of one unofficial game called Shaken But Not Stirred, which was a text-based adventure game developed by Richard Shepard Software for the ZX Spectrum, a United Kingdom-based home computer. It wasn't until 1983 when we saw the very first official James Bond video game, entitled James Bond 007. 1983 was a huge year for the franchise. It was known as Battle of the Bonds, in which the official Eon Productions release of Octopussy, starring Roger Moore as Bond, was up against Sean Connery returning to the role in the unofficial Never Say Never Again. At this point in the franchise, Roger Moore was starring in the 13th Bond film, and was the third theatrical actor to play the role after Sean Connery and George Lazenby moved on. It was probably a weird, confusing time to be a Bond fan since there were 2 movies to go see in theaters, and without the internet to explain everything, people had to rely on magazines, advertisements, television, and word of mouth, to know why both Moore and Connery were starring in Bond films. To cash in on the craze, infamous board game developer Parker Brothers wanted in on the video game market. They didn't publish too many games, but they did delve into some very well-known franchises like Frogger, Spider-Man, Star Wars, Q*bert, and of course, James Bond. As the cover states, James Bond 007 was intended to be a release for the Atari 2600 Sears Video Arcade, but also works for other compatible systems. These compatible systems would be the Atari 5200, the Atari 8-bit systems, ColecoVision, the Commodore 64, and Sega's very first system, the SG-1000. Like most Atari video games in the early 80s, these were more about using your imagination to figure out what was even going on. Graphics were naturally in a very primitive state, and just the fact that you were able to control what looked like one of Bond's infamous vehicles was probably a mind-blowing experience at the time. Parker Brothers originally obtained the rights in 1982, and the original developer, Charlie Heath, had created a game heavily based on Moonraker. This did not work out in the end, and the game was scrapped. The final result was developed by Joe Goucher, and what he went on to say, "Parker let us have free reign on what the design was going to be. It just had to have the James Bond 007 opening, correct music, and proper James Bond action. So with that said, it was really our idea." While they did not implement the new release of Octopussy into the mix, James Bond 007 does feature levels spanning over 4 of the films: Diamonds Are Forever, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, and For Your Eyes Only. 3 out of the 4 are Roger Moore films, and Diamonds Are Forever was Sean Connery's last official Bond film, so both actors were portrayed for this game. The Atari 2600 version does not have the For Your Eyes Only level, and has Moonraker being the second level instead of The Spy Who Loved Me. Taken from the Atari 2600 manual, your objective states, "In this game, you are Bond, James Bond 007, the world's most famous secret agent. Renowned for your cool and confidence, not to mention your biting wit. You have been selected by the British Secret Service for 4 clandestine, utterly critical, and nearly impossible missions. These will be accomplished at the controls of a specially designed multi-purpose craft that boasts extraordinary capabilities. It has the properties of a car, a plane, and a submarine, and it's equipped with the latest weaponry. We think you'll find it more than adequate." So I was ready to go. I'm going to be taking on the role of 007 and being given a vehicle that I can drive on land, sky, and sea, and it acts as a weapon. So it's like the Aston Martin DB5, the Lotus Esprit, and Little Nelly all wrapped into one. This is going to be fun. So let's get the briefing for our first mission. "In brief, Mr. Bond, this is what lies ahead. First stop, Las Vegas in Diamonds Are Forever. No casinos here. Rather, you've got to cross the desert in the dead of night. A very romantic place indeed when you're not being shot at. The mission objective, land on Serafino's oil rig and save Tiffany Case." So I got my multi-purpose vehicle ready and I was ready to go. Let's find that oil rig. So, this is the game. Rather than reading the entire manual, I'll try to make sense of what's happening here. So this vehicle is you, James Bond, and there are satellites and helicopters that fly by and try to shoot at him. You can't shoot them, you can only shoot the diamonds that also fly by, which causes a strobe light effect. All you really do is jump and dodge incoming bullets and treacherous craters, as the manual states. It shows you have 3 lives, but it seems to be more like 3 to 9. Sometimes you lose a life immediately, sometimes it takes 3 times to lose even 1. Eventually, you reach the water level portion, and you have to dodge explosions in the water and frogmen that will appear. The kicker here is that since it's at night, you cannot see the oil rig unless you shoot a diamond, allowing the screen to flicker. You must time your jump exactly right to land on the oil rig, and you win. That's the entire Diamonds Are Forever level. On to Mission 2. Our briefing states, "In Moonraker, you'll recognize your old nemesis, Hugo Drax, and his poisoned satellites. From your position on the lake, you must stop the satellites from ever reaching Earth." So, this level is significantly tougher than Diamonds Are Forever. You now have to dodge incoming submarines as well as stopping every single space shuttle. If you miss only one of these, you lose a life. It is not easy at all, and it took me many times to win this. Our final mission for the 2600 version states, "We know you like a change of scenery, Bond, so the next stop is Sardinia in The Spy Who Loved Me. Stromberg's underwater laboratory is your destination in this one. We're confident you'll know just what to do when you reach it." So that last line struck me as pretty funny, since I had no clue what to do. In fact, I apparently beat the game at one point and I didn't even know. I thought I lost a life since it restarted to the beginning of the game. This one is about the same difficulty as Moonraker. The helicopters are a bit more relentless this time around and shoot more often with more accuracy. You now must dodge submarines as well as oil tankers that float by. Eventually, you'll see Stromberg's undersea laboratory in the water and you must shoot it once, which apparently releases a capsule containing Anya Amasova from the film. And, well, that's it. You run into the capsule, and then the game ends and you get a rating. For Novice, 006 is the highest rating you can get, and 007 is the best for the agent setting. So there you have it, the very first James Bond game, and it's over in like 20 minutes if you know what you're doing. It's very difficult to judge it now, having so much experience with modern day video games, but it can be a lot of fun to bring yourself back to that time period. Is it a great game? I would say no. There are a lot better Atari 2600 games out there, but it can be a bit of fun, yet extremely frustrating. Once you know exactly what you're supposed to do, the enjoyment factor does go up quite a bit, but I doubt many who actually own a playable physical copy of this game would also own the manual. Luckily, the manual is available online. As I stated earlier, you really need to use your imagination to tell what anything on the screen even is. The helicopters and oil tankers are pretty obvious, but aside from that, I mean, it was 1983. I can also appreciate the fact that there are two difficulty settings, with the strongest being Agent. By the time we reach GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64, Agent will be the easiest setting. So it's cool to see that it all started right here. Lastly, there are some notable differences with the other versions. They all still contain the same objectives, but have varying graphics and animations. The 2600 version is easily the most basic, but it's also the original.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
James Bond 007 didn't quite make the list of the top-selling Atari 2600 games, and it just so happened to have come out the very same year as the video game crash of 1983 due to an oversaturated market. Supposedly, sales of video games, mainly Atari, dropped about 97% between 1983 and 1985. It was widely known that Atari had so many games printed, and since sales dropped dramatically, they buried about 700,000 cartridges in a New Mexico landfill, most notably E.T. the game. The entire video game industry was eventually saved in 1985 thanks to the release of the Nintendo Entertainment System and Famicom with Super Mario Bros. In regards to the James Bond film franchise, 1983's Octopussy cost $27.5 million to make and brought in over $183 million in the box office. While this is clearly a huge profit, Octopussy to date is the sixth least profitable Bond film adjusted for inflation. Roger Moore was starting to get pretty old to play the character, yet was still brought back for his final appearance in 1985's A View to a Kill at the age of 57 by the time of filming. As of recording this, A View to a Kill is the second least profitable Bond film of them all, behind only the Timothy Dalton era License to Kill in 1989. Yet, A View to a Kill still made a profit of $122 million in 1985. Ian Fleming's short story, From A View to a Kill, was featured in his anthology For Your Eyes Only. The film omitted the word from and adapted an entirely new story. A View to a Kill deals with a wealthy industrialist named Max Zorin and his henchwoman Mayday trying to wipe out Silicon Valley in order to create a monopoly in the microchip industry. It stars Roger Moore, Christopher Walken, Grace Jones, and Tanya Roberts, and had a San Francisco premiere on May 22, 1985. Naturally, a video game adaptation was on the horizon, and this became the first James Bond game to coincide with a film release of the same name, a trend that would continue on for most of the series. Two video game publishers created two very different versions of this adaptation, Mindscape and Domark. I couldn't find any exact release dates, but supposedly the Mindscape version came out first, and there really isn't too much to say about it. Mindscape was bought out in 1987 and went on to become involved in educational games, one notoriously being Mario is Missing, which was the first Mario Bros. Game to star Luigi in what would be a weird amalgamation of geographical and historical facts present in a Mario game. Also, Mavis Beacon teaches typing. Mindscape's version of A View to a Kill was released on DOS, Macintosh, and Apple II computers, and is a text-only adventure game, also called interactive fiction, a medium that was pretty popular back then for computer games. The text was written by future Bond novelist Raymond Benson, who went on to write 9 original Bond novels between 1997 and 2002, as well as the novelizations for Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and Die Another Day. So, at least they did get an actual author to write out the story, which can help emphasize the immersion. These text-based games really are an acquired taste, and while not for me, I can see why they have their fans. You are literally reading the story play out while typing in words for the character to do without seeing anything happen in video form. It's more of an interactive book than a video game, but you're still playing it. You'll type in words like north, or up, or take calculator. The challenge comes in when you could go in the wrong direction, leading to your death and an eventual restart. You have to pay attention to detail because every action counts. If you pick something up or use a key on a door, you must also remember to use or drop said item, as well as open door or close door. James Bond 007, A View to a Kill, does somewhat follow the movie, although in a very truncated way. I really tried to start a game without looking anything up, and I eventually just went to a guide. At that point, there's really no point in playing, since you're just typing in words that it tells you in order to proceed, no skill involved whatsoever. But I still wanted to see the game for how it was. And here's the funny part. I must have missed a command at some point, because at the very end I went to draw my gun and shoot at Max Zorin to beat the game, and I apparently forgot to drop an item early on, and my hands were too full to be armed. I got all the way to the end, and I lost, even with a step-by-step guide. I felt at this point I got the gist of the game in about 20 seconds. And that's really it. Check it out if you happen to be a fan of text-based games and want to pretend to be a British spy. It's personally not for me. And it's the first implied sex scene in these games. The other version of the game is by the publisher Domark, which went on to eventually become Square Enix Europe, the developers of the Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, and Just Cause series. This is more of a straightforward mid-80s computer game and was released for the Commodore 64, the ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, MSX, and Auric 1 and Auric Atmos computers. The age of Bond on Atari had ended after only one entry and was now strictly on computers for the time being. The Domark version was released on June 7, 1985, only about 2 weeks after the film premiered. First, let's check out the Commodore 64 box. Your name is Bond, James Bond, the world's top secret agent, and now embarking on one of the most important missions of your career. Take part in 3 exciting arcade/adventure games taken straight from the film. These games are all entirely different from each other and are the Paris Chase, City Hall, and the Mine. Let's check it out. Firstly, I think it's important to note that the Commodore 64 had fairly long load times. I timed it out, and just choosing the level to play took 1 minute and 10 seconds. So, we're given our objective for the Paris chase. Mayday has jumped from the Eiffel Tower and is now parachuting to her drop point. Follow her and get there first. Watch out for the police and roadblocks. So you're really given no context as to what is going on. There is a scene in the film in which Mayday, the henchwoman of the film, had just assassinated a French detective in the Eiffel Tower next to Bond, and Bond has to chase her. So, here's the first level. You must drive your vehicle around Paris and chase down the parachuted Mayday, represented by 3 black circles that fly around. The arrows on the road signify one-way streets, which can make navigating pretty difficult. You can go the wrong way, but it could alert police vehicles. Your controls are on a joystick, and turning results in immediate 90-degree turns. You're able to shoot bullets from the front of your car, as well as utilize a variety of acceleration speeds, as well as having a damage meter as shown in the top half of the screen. While not necessarily executed in the best fashion, I can appreciate that they tried to implement some creative driving controls as opposed to the simple jump and dive from the first Atari game. It can be very clunky, and if you get caught in a dead-end alley or in front of another vehicle, you're pretty much done for. You have to do your best to take the least amount of damage while tracking down Mayday to arrive where she eventually lands as signified by an 8. It's very easy to lose her, and you can end up lost very fast. Really, it's just an okay level. They tried something new with the split screen, although I never found myself looking at the top screen view. It's imperative to navigate on the bottom half. Mission 2 is City Hall, and it's basically an entirely different game from the first level. I can see why they refer to them as games on the back of the box. Your objective. Memo from M. Bond! I hope you succeeded in capturing Mayday. I haven't heard anything from you for days. If you did, your code will help. If you have no code, you'll just have to try harder. Don't fail me, James. I'm very fond of that girl. Memo from Q. Don't play around with that thing, James. You've got work to do. Remember to use gadgets I gave you carefully. Some of them are very dangerous. So that's enough of the driving levels. This is now the very first time you play as a physical representation of Bond in a video game. This time, the bottom screen shows the entire City Hall, in which some of it has been set fire by Max Zorin. It isn't specified, but you are to find Stacy Sutton, the Bond girl of the film, and escape the burning building with her. You can walk around in 4 directions and can pick up, use, and issue commands. The problem with this is since there's only one button on the joystick, you'll constantly be stopping with one press getting the item select screen up, then another issuing which command you want to use with that item. You'll have to search rooms and find keys and guns, etc. in order to progress through. Like with the first level, it isn't really executed very well. Just using a key on a door can take a bit of time. I eventually came to a point where I was able to navigate 6 rooms, and I couldn't figure out where to go from there. None of the keys or keycards worked on the 2 locked doors. But hey, it's something other than a driving level. Mission 3 is the mine, and like before, plays very differently from the other 2 levels. The objective. Welcome, 007. You are in a disused mine under Silicon Valley. The evil Max Zorin has planted a bomb, which you must defuse by using the code numbers you will find. You will also need the help of Mayday, who is trapped somewhere in the mine. So if you don't know the film, you would be very confused at this point. So far in the game, you've chased down Mayday in Paris, then escaped a burning building, and now you must find Mayday trapped in a mine to escape. Not a lot of this makes any sense. In the film, spoilers by the way, Max Zorin guns down a bunch of workers in the mine, and Mayday discovers that he left her for dead. She decides to enact revenge on him and uses a minecart to move the bomb away from the mine while sacrificing herself to put a stop to his plan. Bond then has a showdown with Zorin on his blimp above the Golden Gate Bridge. The level in the game is an absolute maze with random objects laying around everywhere. There is a chart to show what everything is, however. This level is more of a traditional platformer. You must move and jump over pits while finding the right objects to proceed and locate Mayday. Here's the thing, the controls are abysmal. Like I mentioned before, you're using a joystick with only one button. That button is used for both jumping as well as navigating the menu to use objects. So naturally, you must be moving in order to jump, or else Bond will stall and you'll discover that you're in the menu screen and you must hit the return button just to back out. This was easily my least favorite of the 3 levels, which is surprising because it's the one most resembling a platformer of the time. But Super Mario Bros. It is not. I got so lost and I had no idea what these items did, and the platforming segment is rough to master. I was torn on if I wanted to make sure I beat all of these games for the videos to help justify me being able to discuss every aspect of the game appropriately, but ultimately I decided that it wasn't necessary. I am still able to explain how each of these levels work, and I feel that it's up to you to decide if you want to try it out for yourself. So, there are both versions of A View to a Kill. To me, I had a bit more fun playing James Bond 007 than either of these games, but at the same time, they really did try some new things here at a time where gaming was still in a primitive state, and just at the tail end of the video game crash. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't released quite yet, and these games sort of fell into obscurity. In a way, it's really 4 different styles of games to choose from here. If I had to rank them personally, I would say City Hall with the puzzle solving was the best, then the Paris chase driving level, then the mine platforming, and finally the Mindscape text-based game. I do own a physical copy of the game, but I had never played it before, as it's difficult to locate a working Commodore 64 and a working player for the cassette tape cartridge. It's definitely a cool piece of Bond history, and this game featured a lot of firsts for the video game series. As far as the other versions of the game goes, well, let's just say I think the Commodore 64 version is the definitive version. I didn't play them myself, but they definitely have their own style, as you can see. The Bond franchise was reaching a low point in terms of financial success and fandom, and it was time for them to find a replacement for Roger Moore. Eventually, they went with Timothy Dalton to take over the role for his first installment of The Living Daylights in 1987.
Manners, odd job. I thought you always took your hat off to a lady.
1985 featured two versions of A View to a Kill, one of which being an interactive fiction game produced by Mindscape and developed by Angelsoft Incorporated. Mindscape was in a rut by losing millions of dollars since its startup in 1983. They were eventually bought out in 1987, but not until publishing a sequel, or technically a prequel to A View to a Kill in 1986. The author of the text for A View to a Kill, Raymond Benson, was brought back to write the story for their next game, Goldfinger. At this point in the Bond franchise, they were between actors, with Roger Moore leaving the role and Timothy Dalton taking over. Roger Moore, now 59, was ready to step down after 12 years of playing 007. Interestingly enough, Remington Steele star Pierce Brosnan was supposed to be the next Bond, but NBC renewed his contract on the show instead. Timothy Dalton was officially announced to be the next Bond in late 1986, shortly after the release of Goldfinger, the interactive fiction game. If you've seen my episode on the A View to a Kill interactive fiction, you can guess that this will probably be a very short episode. Also, you can see what the length of the video is already, but I digress. Goldfinger was released sometime in mid-1986 and was made for MS-DOS, Macintosh, and Apple II computers, just like A View to a Kill was. While Raymond Benson was the author of the story and design, it was a relatively loose representation of Fleming's story, more so replicating the screenplay of the film. Benson eventually left the project before it was completed, and Goldfinger remains to be one of the harder, if not the hardest, Bond game to find. Ian Fleming wrote Goldfinger in 1959, and it was his seventh Bond novel. It was eventually adapted to film as the third in the series in 1964, starring Sean Connery. It is still regarded by many as the best film in the entire series. It was a massive hit at the time, and it's the third highest grossing film in the series, with a budget of $3 million and brought in about $125 million. If someone wanted to be introduced to the Bond series and they didn't want to watch them in production order, most fans would agree that Goldfinger is where they should begin. So naturally, if an older film in the series was to be the next interactive fiction game, Goldfinger was a pretty safe choice. Goldfinger deals with a gold smuggling tycoon named Ulrich Goldfinger, played by Gert Frobe, who plots to contaminate all the gold in Fort Knox so the value of his gold skyrockets. 007 is brought in to investigate. The film is known for many iconic images, moments, and characters, such as Goldfinger's infamous henchman Oddjob, who can throw his hat as a deadly weapon, the introduction of the Aston Martin DB5, Jill Masterson's death by being painted gold, an emphasis on Q implementing gadgets into Bond's arsenal of weaponry, and of course, Pussy Galore, played by Honor Blackman. So, unfortunately for this episode, there's honestly not a whole lot to say about the game itself. As I discussed in part 2, interactive fiction games are text-based and are played through the use of typing out words in order to progress through the story. Except this time, the font is in gold! Also, as I stated before, these games really aren't for me. The game starts at a point that's pretty far into the film as you're driving away from Goldfinger's henchman in the Aston Martin. The introductory paragraph states, "Your brand new silver Aston Martin streaks down a dark alpine road. A glance in the rearview mirror reflects several sets of bright headlights closing in fast. You step on the gas, determined to escape and continue your surveillance of suspected gold smuggler, or Goldfinger. The aristocratic blonde beside you grips your arm as you spin through a turn. Moonlight and fear race across her face. Tilly Masterson out to avenge her sister's death. Another naive beauty in over her head. A treacherous hairpin turn lies dead ahead to the west. You brake, wrestling the wheel for control. The lead Mercedes roars its approach. One of the Koreans inside leans out and takes aim. Gunfire rakes the dirt road around you, but your cool nerve cancels fear. You're Bond, James Bond, 007, and License to Kill. This is the game you know best. It's time to even the odds and see what this car can do. Damn, you think to yourself as you reach for the armrest. Next time I take a car from Q Branch, I really should listen to Q. So obviously I'm not going to read the entire game, I'll leave it at that. It plays exactly the same as A View to a Kill or any other interactive fiction game really. Plus, there's another implied sex scene between Bond and Pussy Galore through the use of the phrase, "time passes," after Bond forces a kiss on her, just like with Bond and Mayday in the previous game. It's an extremely short game if you know what you're doing, and it can go by very fast. And well, that's really all I got. Check it out if you want to play an extremely shortened version of Goldfinger through interactive fiction.
We do not tolerate failure, number 3.
The era of interactive fiction games for the Bond franchise had come to an end with Goldfinger, and it was time to get back to some standard video gaming. The production company Domark had originally released a computer game for A View to a Kill back in 1985, and it was now time for them to give it another go. A View to a Kill was a very lackluster game that was way too unfocused, as it was like 3 completely different games rolled into one. They were trying something different, but ultimately it didn't work out all too well critically. Domark eventually went with designer Richard Naylor to create a game to be released at the same time as the new Bond film, The Living Daylights. Originally planned as a June of 1987 release along with the film, the game came out 3 months later in September. Ian Fleming wrote Octopussy and The Living Daylights, meant to be 2 stories in a new anthology, but he passed away before they were finished in 1964. The book was released with the title posthumously in 1966, along with 2 other short stories, The Property of a Lady and 007 in New York. It was Fleming's final book release. The Living Daylights short story is retold in the film, but only a very small portion of it, mostly near the beginning. The Living Daylights was the first Bond film to star the now 4th theatrical Bond actor, Timothy Dalton. After Roger Moore left and things didn't work out with Pierce Brosnan, the franchise had their new 007. Along with Dalton, the film stars Miriam D'Abo, Joe Don Baker, and future Lord of the Rings alum John Rhys Davies. Bond is sent to help KGB officer Koskov escape by stopping his assassin, but after finding out said assassin is beautiful cellist Kara Malovi, Bond intervenes and eventually gets involved in a plot involving foreign spies, not knowing who he can really trust. The tone of the 2 Dalton-era films were a lot darker and more serious than the more lighthearted tongue-in-cheek Roger Moore era. While it did bring a bit more money than A View to a Kill, The Living Daylights is the 4th least profitable film in the series. The late 80s remained the low point of the franchise overall. But a video game was still ready to happen. At this point, the Nintendo Entertainment System was a huge success and revitalized the video game industry, and computers were gradually becoming more powerful each year. The Living Daylights was released for the Amstrad CPC, the newer Amstrad PCW, a return to the Atari 8-bit, a newcomer to the series, the BBC Micro, and the old standbys with the Commodore 64, MSX, and ZX Spectrum. Let's check out the back of the box. The cast: Brad Whitaker, international arms dealer and megalomaniac. Nekros, his ruthless sidekick killer. Koskov, double-dealing KGB general. And the beautiful Kara, the sophisticated Czech cellist who wins the hero's heart. Match them against James Bond, renowned British secret agent, for whom love and death is a way of life, and you have all the ingredients for a super spy story and a great gripping game. This game is closely based on the all-action film and coin-op arcade game from Arcadia, but puts you in the action as you control James Bond through 8 fast and furious levels. Moving from Gibraltar to Afghanistan, you encounter the SAS, friendly, the KGB, not so friendly, enemy helicopters, very unfriendly, and even a milkman with exploding bottles. Now go ahead and join James Bond, living on the edge. So there's the intro for the Commodore 64 version. Firstly, it's a bit disappointing that there's no Bond theme or gun barrel sequence, but alright, it's a new game. On to the first mission. Level 1, Gibraltar. Bond begins his adventure with a test of the defenses on the island of Gibraltar in the Mediterranean. He must match his wits against the skills of the SAS, armed only with a paint pellet gun. After all, it is only a mock battle. Or is it? Could one of the SAS men really be an enemy in disguise? Take care, he is out to kill! It's kind of funny that they answer the question right there. Yes, there is an enemy in disguise. So let's check it out. Gibraltar does somewhat follow the film, with Bond being involved in a paintball training exercise, but there is an assassin present using real bullets, and you play through that scene here. He uses the old joystick controls from A View to a Kill, and use it to control the crosshairs. You can aim all over the screen trying to shoot your fellow soldiers with a paintball gun. It plays out sort of like Duck Hunt or any light gun game, except you're using a joystick instead of a gun controller. If you enjoy those games, you could get something out of this. Also, every weapon in this game has unlimited ammo and never needs to be reloaded. That's something that will obviously change in the future. Bond's health is shown in the bottom right, and it's important to pay attention to it. To jump, you make sure the crosshairs are to the edge of the screen, and then aim diagonal up and fire at the same time. To do a barrel roll, press diagonal and down. It took some getting used to, but then it became easy. But only having one button does make things difficult to pull off effectively. Once I started to figure out the controls, it became a bit of fun, if a little repetitive. You continue on, shooting green soldiers that pop out in the background while jumping over rocks in your path. The problem with the controls occur when you're moving. To move to the right, the crosshairs have to be to the right edge of the screen. Therefore, if someone appears on the left, you have to drag the crosshairs all the way to the other side of the screen and then back to the right to keep moving. Also, you can be trying to aim on the far right and accidentally start running, putting you in danger of tripping. Jumping over rocks is essential because tripping on one takes a lot of health. You continue to shoot green guys until the assassin appears in gray. You have to think fast, immediately aim where it says paintball on your HUD screen, and then switch to your Walther PPK and shoot him with a real bullet before he kills you, and you win the level. It's not a bad start to the game, and it's easily better than anything in A View to a Kill, in my opinion. You are then taken to Q's lab after each level, in which you are to select a secondary weapon or equipment. Your options for Mission 2 are a missile pen, the infamous Ghetto Blaster, a grenade, or infrasight. I didn't know what to expect for the rest of the game, but I see Mission 2 is titled Concert Hall. Can you get the Russian defector Koskov away from his KGB guards without injuring any of the music lovers enjoying the show inside? Koskov will follow you, but it's up to you to defend him from the snipers who appear all over the building. Get him out of the area quickly. It seems to be following the film enough, and I can appreciate that. So, I didn't read any of this before starting the level, I just went right into it. It struck me as funny because I was shooting anybody I saw, and I even said to myself, boy, it's a good thing Bond is sure that these shadowy figures in the background are all enemies, because he is murdering a lot of them. But apparently I did okay because I didn't fail. You're supposed to select the infrasight to determine who the bad guys are and who the citizen concert goers are, and I did not know this. To my surprise, it plays just like level 1 does, except Koskov follows you around. After A View to a Kill having completely different playstyles between each level, I wasn't sure what to expect for level 2. Your object is to shoot the bad guys, jump over the sewer gates, and survive by going all the way to the right. That's about it. At this point, it was clear that the rest of the game was going to play out about the same. You move the crosshairs around the screen to shoot enemies, pick up the right gadget from Q Lab, move to the right, jump over whatever signature object the level throws at you. It does sort of follow the movie enough, at least with what they're given. So rather than describing the entire game, I'll give a very brief rundown. If you want to check out the game for yourself without spoilers, then stop here. But I mean, it's kinda hard to spoil a 33-year-old arcade-style computer game. But anyway, the pipeline adds the difficulty of men at the top throwing discs? Pipes? I don't know, at you, and there are steam valves that you have to dodge. The mansion involves moving to the right while dodging milk bottles being thrown by Necros in disguise. Yes, that's a thing. Shoot him and destroy the helicopters. The fairground is even more wacky. You stand in one spot and you shoot balloons with a crossbow, and then you shoot the clown with your gun. I don't know. Tangier is more back to basics, with moving to the right and shooting enemies while jumping between buildings. Afghanistan is basically the same thing, but with tanks and barbed wire in the background. Finally, Whitaker's house is the epilogue of the film, so to speak. You dodge Whitaker's sticks or whatever he's throwing at you, and then you shoot him until he dies. The congratulations screen commences with some well-deserved thank yous from the Prime Minister. So that's The Living Daylights. In a weird way, you could argue that this is the first real James Bond game. James Bond 007 and A View to a Kill were before this, of course, but this is the game that started the style of moving through a level and shooting a large quantity of enemies until you reach the end. There are so many Bond games that play out this way, and it all started here with The Living Daylights. It's definitely not a bad game, and again, it's so much more fun than A View to a Kill was. You can get through it pretty quickly before it gets too repetitive. I mean, the fairground level alone can be completed in like 40 seconds. But it's a pretty cool game to check out if you have the means to do so. I think it would have worked out better in a large arcade console that takes quarters, but these Bond games are strictly for old school computer games for the time being. It's definitely a step in the right direction for the game series, though.
JW, let me have a word with you.
The era of James Bond computer games published by Domark continues on after the releases of A View to a Kill and The Living Daylights. Domark would go on to publish 6 total Bond games between 1985 and 1993, and their third entry was A Return to the Past. Both of their first 2 entries were released in the same year as the corresponding films, but 1988 was a year off for the franchise, at least in terms of film releases. Live and Let Die, the computer game, was released on October 20th, 1988 for the usual Amstrad CPC, Commodore 64, and ZX Spectrum, but also some newer models, the Amiga, which was a more advanced Commodore computer, and the Atari ST, which was the successor to the Atari 8-bit systems. 1988 was a huge year for video gaming, and it was the year of sequels for Nintendo, as some titles released were Zelda 2, Mega Man 2, Super Mario Bros. 2 in the US, just to name a few, and it was the year that started the John Madden football line that is still continuing annually today. So how was the Bond franchise competing with their computer line? Timothy Dalton was still Bond and would be for one more film, but Domark chose to go back to the Roger Moore era, and it was sort of by accident. Domark was developing a speedboat racing game entitled Aqua Blast, completely as its own thing, but realized the game had a look similar to the speedboat chase that was in the film Live and Let Die. They apparently decided to throw a few Bond-branded items in there instead, and BAM! They had their next Bond game by happenstance. And I've never played it, but apparently this game is very similar to one released by the same team 3 years earlier called Buggy Boy. Live and Let Die was Ian Fleming's second novel and was released in 1954. It tells the story of Bond being sent to America, specifically Harlem and Florida, along with Felix Leiter to investigate a criminal mastermind named Mr. Big. It wasn't made into film until 1973 as the 8th Bond adventure and the first to star Roger Moore, now taking over for Sean Connery officially. Financially, Live and Let Die falls right in the middle for the franchise as the 14th highest grossing in the series adjusted for inflation. But rather than making a game that follows the events of the film, this game only focuses on one action scene involving a speedboat chase through Louisiana. While iconic, the scene of the film itself lasts roughly 12 minutes, less than 10% of the runtime. Calling the game Live and Let Die can be a bit misleading, but at least the cover does show Bond in a speedboat. Let's check out the back of the box. M has given you the top secret mission. Find Mr. Big and don't come back until you do. Q has given you his latest gadget. Be very careful with it, 007. It is the fastest and most dangerous speedboat ever made. Just to make sure you find Mr. Big, we have arranged some practice sessions for you in extreme conditions. You'll go from the desert to the icebergs before we let you loose in Florida, Mr. Big's home country. Good luck, 007. So if this game is supposed to be based on the movie, there's so much wrong here. Bond is only ever in a speedboat because he finds one at random just so he can escape an alligator farm. He was never given one by Q, and he was certainly not able to have practice sessions. Also, the chase took place in Louisiana, not Florida. Bond does go to Florida in the book, but the back of the box shows Sheriff J.W. Pepper, the infamous Louisiana cop in the film. I know I'm probably looking too far into this, it's just a simple boat racing game that happened by accident, but I can't help but feel the game is very misleading, especially if you were to purchase it back when it came out without knowing anything about it, given that the last 2 Domark games at least tried to follow the structure of the films they were based on. Speaking of Sheriff J.W. Pepper, he's this bumbling, most likely racist, stereotypical Southern cop that gets tangled up in the boat chase, and was supposed to be seen as comic relief for the film. Whether you like him or not, they decided to make a cartoon version of him complete with a comic book speech bubble for the back of the box as well, in his unique way of speaking. He's pretty out of place in the film, and he's out of place for this game as well. But okay, let's actually check out the game itself. like with The Living Daylights, there's no Bond theme, just some generic 8-bit music over a title. You are then given your mission select. 3 of them are practice missions, and New Orleans is the only one that's an actual level. Yep, that's correct. This game has 1 level. I guess that weirdly makes sense, as the game is based on one scene from the movie, but okay. The first training course is simple. In your speedboat, you shoot bullets and missiles at red and black targets and not run into them or your boat will explode. You can only go so far based on the width of the river, so the controls are not very effective. You can sort of shoot diagonal, but it's pretty easy to accidentally run into things anyway. There is no ammo limit or fuel here for the first practice session. The other 2 training courses are the Sahara and the North Pole. So is Bond flying to these places just to race around in a boat that MI6 is apparently sending with him? The Sahara and the North Pole? What is even going on with this game? These play out the same, just with more obstacles to avoid, like rocks and icebergs. You have to run into fuel canisters to refuel, but I thought they were something to shoot at first. Fuel is extremely important because getting to empty is an instant game over. After completing these to your liking, it's then time to tackle the actual game itself, New Orleans. It's just the same thing, only harder. It's very difficult to master and ultimately becomes a lesson in memorization since the course seems to be the same every time. You need to get a lot of points and then you'll see Mr. Big's heroin factory and you shoot it to win the game. Except, I never got to that point because, well, I hate this game. I hate just about everything about it. There isn't even that much to say because it's a one-note game. You drive the boat, you shoot things, you avoid other things, and then you win. The purpose of this retrospective is to showcase the history of these games, their ups and downs, and I really only want to briefly state my opinions near the end and not make it the focus. But this game, firstly, I timed it out. From loading the game to actually getting to the level select screen took 3 minutes and 23 seconds on an emulated Commodore 64. It took 30 seconds just to load the title screen. The Living Daylights wasn't even a great game, but I was longing for it while I was working on this one. At least that had some fun to it. I don't know if this game has its own fanbase out there, but I can't imagine why. I had virtually no fun playing this, and I do not recommend it to anybody. Even the interactive fiction games required some thought to be put into it. This is just a badly controlled boat driving game with iffy turning and hit detection with a misleading title and a story that doesn't even make sense in regards to the film. And guys, New Orleans is not in Florida. God, I can't stand this game. Avoid this one at all costs. Since I played the Commodore 64 version, supposedly the Amiga and Atari ST versions are a lot nicer looking, with the Amstrad and ZX Spectrum ones falling behind. These computers were even getting old by 1988.
Inflicting the maximum amount of pain.
Domark's 007 reign continued on after their boat racing game of Live and Let Die, but now it was time to go back to a movie release tie-in, and it would be their 3rd time doing so after A View to a Kill and The Living Daylights. Interestingly enough, their next game was actually released 2 months before the film was. At this point, the video game industry was once again going strong, with the Famicom and NES dominating the industry. The Sega Genesis was released in Japan shortly before in 1988, bringing them into the mix, and actually the Nintendo Game Boy would be released 1 day after Domark would release License to Kill on April 20th, 1989. License to Kill was the second and last Bond film to star Timothy Dalton, who brought a darker edge to the role. Because of this, License to Kill is known for being one of, if not the most violent of the Bond films. There's some brutal stuff for this series, with a man's legs being eaten by a shark, another man's head exploding in a pressure chamber, and another man falling into a giant shredder. Some time had to be cut to meet the rating guidelines, and it's almost as if audiences weren't ready for a Bond film like this, as it was the least profitable film in the franchise to date, adjusted for inflation. Originally titled License Revoked, it was later changed to License to Kill as the term revoked tested poorly in American audiences, as they related it to losing a driver's license. This is also the first in the franchise to not be named after one of Ian Fleming's stories, although certain elements were used from his versions of Live and Let Die and the Hildebrand Rarity. The film License to Kill was released on June 13, 1989 in London, and it stars Timothy Dalton, Carey Lowell, Robert Davi, Talisa Soto, and an early role for rising star Benicio del Toro. In the film, Bond and CIA ally and friend Felix Leiter are busting drug lord Franz Sanchez prior to Felix's wedding. After he escapes, Sanchez murders Felix's wife and maims Felix by dumping him in a shark tank, and it's up to Bond to enact revenge for his friends. So how would Domark handle their next entry in the computer game line? License to Kill was developed by Quixel and was released for the widest variety of computers of any of their Bond games up to this point, with entries on the usual classics like the Commodore 64, the MSX, ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, and BBC Micro, along with the newer 16-bit models that Live and Let Die was released for, the Amiga and the Atari ST. It was also released for DOS, which was strictly used for their 2 interactive fiction games in the past. It was even being planned to be released for the NES, but apparently they scrapped that idea since it was too far beyond the film's release to yield much of a profit. However, they would release it 7 years later one more time for the Sega Master System only in Korea in 1996. That's sort of a strange decision, but there were a lot of options back then to play this game. Let's check out the back of the box of the Spectrum version. He's big, he's back, he's James Bond 007, and now in a thrilling adaptation from the new movie License to Kill, you can take his place. License to Kill is a multi-level, multi-role game. You take controls of helicopters, boats, and tankers, perform some death-defying parachute stunts, and take to the seas for a spot of barefoot water skiing. A steady aim and steady fire is needed. Shoot from the hip and take out the baddies. It's action-packed and closely follows the latest adventures of the world's best-kept secret agent in the brand new and most exciting movie of them all, James Bond in License to Kill, appearing now on a small screen near you. So let's check out 007 License to Kill on the Commodore 64, as I've been doing. It sounds like it's back to being in the style of the Living Daylights. There are 6 missions this time, and they're once again trying to follow the story of the film. It's a nice change of pace from the one-note Live and Let Die game. So Mission 1 starts the game off with Bond in a helicopter chasing down Sanchez in a jeep. You are able to fly in all directions and shoot your gun forward. It's a lot like the arcade game 1942, which came out years prior. The screen will scroll forward until you reach the end, dodging buildings trying to shoot you down. It's a pretty self-explanatory and simple level, and not a bad start to the game, really. Mission 2 takes place in the same area, but now you control tiny Bond on the ground in the same vertical scrolling style. And honestly, this is where the game sorta started to lose me. You would think a run and gun would be a suitable change, and, you know, what a Bond game typically is. But I couldn't grasp the controls. In order to record the proper footage, I did have on unlimited ammo and lives, but I did try the game without these perks too. You see, with like all the other Bond games on the Commodore, there's only a 1-button joystick. Bond runs using the joystick, but aiming your gun is where it got really tricky and kinda hard to explain. You're supposed to press the button once to put Bond into sort of this aiming axis, and then you shoot in the direction. But man, it was easier said than done, and for some reason, if you were to run into an enemy at any point, you're forced to restart the level. I found this one very frustrating, and I only sorta got the point even after finishing it. So my viewpoint for describing these games is I think it's best to give a rundown of the first 2 levels and then only briefly discuss the rest of the games. Typically, the first 2 are where you learn the controls and how a game plays, so it seems like a good stopping point for describing it in detail. If you wish to see and complete the game for yourself, just be warned that I will be spoiling the rest of the game. But since there are only 6 levels, we're actually already 1/3 done with the entire game. What I find very interesting is that the first 3 levels, literally half of the game, all occur before the title sequence in the film. It's as if they had this huge epic game planned and then they just completely rushed it at the end. So Mission 3 deals with Felix flying the plane, attempting to lower Bond onto Sanchez's plane to hook the tail end with a tow rope, just like in the film. It's honestly very difficult to do, and it took me a while as I thought I was doing it wrong the whole time, and then it just kind of worked. Mission 4 is a water stage in which you must acquire a harpoon from a diver and then attach it to the plane flying up ahead. It's extremely short, and it can be completed in less than a minute if you know what you're doing. Mission 5 is immediately after Mission 4 ends, and I easily spent the most time here. Bond is now water skiing and must dodge objects in the water to catch up to the plane. It's very difficult, and I didn't know what to do for quite a while. I just kept skiing. Finally, we are all of a sudden at the climax of the film, and arguably the best scene in the movie, the oil tanker chase. Here, you have to land Bond on an oil tanker to take control of it, and then destroy jeeps and a few other tankers, and then you beat the game, and you get your fun end screen. So, there is License to Kill. I feel like we're now at a point where the Commodore versions are not the definitive versions of these games, as some of the higher power computers make the game look so much better. I did not try these out, however, since I'm utilizing the Commodore versions for as long as I can, as I find it easier to compare these games that way. But at least I can show how different each version looks at this point. As far as this version of the game goes, I didn't really care for it much. It's leagues better than Live and Let Die was, but I still prefer the Living Daylights to this. License to Kill is definitely trying to be more varied, and I can appreciate that. The levels blend together much better than A View to a Kill did, and maybe with some practice or a better control system, this wouldn't be a bad game at all. As far as an adaptation of the film, it's incredibly unbalanced though. As I said, half the game is the pre-title sequence, and then there's a couple water levels and you're all of a sudden at the end of the film. Since the game came out before the movie did, it's difficult to tell if the developers had a proper rundown of the film's plot or not. You never see Sanchez in the game, and you're constantly chasing down some sort of vehicle in 5 out of the 6 levels. Apparently this game does have its fans too, but I'm sure it's for the better systems. Perhaps one day I'll get to play some of these other versions, but for now the Commodore one is skippable in my opinion. What would be amazing is if they released all of these classic Bond games on some sort of anniversary collection with streamlined controls, but I know that will never happen. These games are largely forgotten nowadays, with the older computer games getting harder and harder to play. Emulators are available, and really that's the only way to play them unless you're a collector of vintage computers, and I am not. But now the 80s have ended, and it's time to usher in a new decade that will prove to be pivotal not only for Bond games, but the Bond franchise and gaming as a whole. The film franchise would go on a bit of a long 6-year hiatus at this point, and Timothy Dalton would no longer be returning as 007. But Domark isn't through yet. They would still be known under that name until being sold in 1996, but they still had 2 more entries in the Bond series.
His name's Jaws. He kills people.
So there's been this weird pattern with these computer Bond games. There's a movie tie-in release followed by a return to an older film for the next game. This is now the 3rd time it's happened. Goldfinger followed A View to a Kill, Live and Let Die followed The Living Daylights, and now it's time to return to The Spy Who Loved Me following License to Kill. This pattern does end here, however, as there won't be another Bond film release until 1995, and there isn't a return to an older film until 2005's From Russia with Love. License to Kill was fairly well received at the time, and then it appeared as if Domark was going back to the route of Live and Let Die for their next entry by releasing a vehicle-only game. Interestingly enough, while Timothy Dalton's final Bond film was 1989's License to Kill, he would actually remain being 007 up until 1994, just without a film release. He was supposed to be Bond in GoldenEye, but there were some negotiation issues, and ultimately Pierce Brosnan got a second chance to take over. But for their 1990 release of The Spy Who Loved Me, it was once again time to return to the Roger Moore era in 1977, and it would be the last time Moore's Bond was used in a video game form until 2012's 007 Legends. If you've been with me since part 1, and major props and appreciations to you if you have, you'll remember that James Bond 007 actually had a level based on The Spy Who Loved Me, and that game was also a vehicle-only game. We can see how this compares and how far they've come in gameplay and in graphics in the last 7 years. So, this is a remake, I guess? Alright, maybe not. The interesting thing about The Spy Who Loved Me is that it was not only Ian Fleming's 10th Bond novel, but it was also the 10th Bond film. I think this is just coincidence, but I'm not positive on that. Ian Fleming's novel version of The Spy Who Loved Me was released in 1962, just half a year before Bond's film debut of Dr. No. The Spy Who Loved Me is a very unique story for Fleming, as it is told through the perspective of a new character named Vivian Michael, not James Bond. Bond is only a secondary character and only appears in the latter third of the novel. But The Spy Who Loved Me in film form, unfortunately for box office sales, was released 2 months after Star Wars was. Star Wars absolutely dominated the box office that year, and The Spy Who Loved Me was actually the 8th highest grossing film of the year. There are many who consider this to be Moore's best, though, and I tend to agree with that. It's my personal favorite from his tenure. After Sir Roger Moore passed away in 2017, a local theater decided to show Moore's first 3 films, and you better believe I went to the Spy Who Loved Me showing. It ended up being the 8th highest grossing Bond film of the series as well, adjusted for inflation, and only Moonraker made more money for the Moore era. The Spy Who Loved Me stars Barbara Bach, Kurt Jurgens, and Richard Kiel alongside Moore, and is typically known for 2 aspects that are staples to the Bond franchise. Jaws, the towering baddie with pointed steel teeth with little to say, as portrayed by Richard Kiel, and the Lotus Esprit, the second most infamous Bond car brand, only behind the Aston Martin. The story deals with a very rich megalomaniac named Karl Stromberg plotting to destroy the world and make his own underwater utopia. It's up to Bond and Anya Amasova, the beautiful Russian agent who Bond is forced to work with to stop Stromberg and his henchman Jaws. But the Lotus Esprit is what mattered most for making this new game. This vehicle can seamlessly drive on land and then can convert into a submarine with just the press of a button. It's one of the more infamous Q gadgets, and Domark figured it would be great to be used in a video game. 1990 would continue to be a big year for video games, with some legendary releases like Super Mario Bros. 3 and Final Fantasy in the United States, and the Super Famicom in Japan, which would later become the Super Nintendo in the US. As far as computer gaming, 1990 would mark the end of production for the ZX Spectrum. But then there was The Spy Who Loved Me, which was released for the same usual computer models like the Amstrad CPC, Commodore 64, DOS, and ZX Spectrum, and the usual 2 16-bit models of the Amiga and Atari ST. Nothing new for these Domark Bond games. Let's check out the back of the box, or, well, an advertisement actually. James Bond returns in a classic action-packed race against time to save the world from the crazed and power-mad Karl Stromberg. Use your skills to end the threat of global domination as you seek to outwit Stromberg's mercenaries and prevent a nuclear war between East and West. Exhilarating chase sequences on land and under the sea involve Q's specially modified Lotus, souped up and armed to the teeth. With one-on-one arcade-style shootouts, multi-level action, and top-secret codes to crack, this is the fastest-paced and most exciting Bond thriller to date. Don't miss out on The Spy Who Loved Me, a programming tour de force. So, okay, right off the bat, it sounds like an improvement over Live and Let Die, since Q actually did supply Bond with the Lotus in the film. Also, I mean, every ad has said this is the most exciting adventure yet, so we'll just see about that. And apparently the higher quality computers are really starting to be favored over the classic ones, as there are 6 levels on the Amiga and Atari ST versions as opposed to only 3 levels on the older ones. But keeping in tradition, let's at least check out how the Commodore 64 version plays out. So the game just throws you into the mix with little introduction. As predicted, you are immediately controlling the Lotus Esprit on land and must navigate a winding path to reach the end without falling into the water. In the film, the car can go directly in the water and then transform into a sub, so this doesn't really make sense, but okay. Along the way, there are obstacles to avoid, like traffic cones, oil slicks, some sort of blue patches that slow you down, and people that net you minus 50 points per murder. I didn't even look at my points, so in the grand scheme of things, minus 50 points doesn't really matter, and one innocent life is lost. The Lotus controls fine, but there's still one glaring problem, if you can see here. To go at a normal fast speed, the Lotus is so close to the top of the screen that you're given little time to react to oncoming obstacles. This isn't as much of a problem as it is in the next part, though. You eventually come to a dock, and then you're instantly driving a boat? I was having horrible flashbacks of Live and Let Die at this point, but this is better, I guess? The lane is now much wider since it's on water, but oh, this one is so much more frustrating. I died so many times by running into docks because I can't see what's in front of me. The worst is when you've come so far and then a dock that you can't see juts out into an L shape, and the only way to go is to Explosion Town. But be prepared to die until you memorize the course, because running into docks starts you back at the beginning of the boat level. The next level involves a return to the streets on land in which you must collect 75 Q tokens in order to drive into the Q truck to buy submarine capabilities and then dive into the water. If you don't know this ahead of time, you'd have no clue what to do here and the level would just go on and on. Finally, at least as far as I played into this game, is the underwater level. I tried everything I could, but I could not figure out how to use any of my weapons. As it has been with these games, the joystick only has one button, and pressing the button only seems to pause the game. As far as I'm concerned though, I'm done with this game. I feel like I'm entering a Domark fatigue phase because I'm just not enjoying any of these games lately. It's really not fun. I don't think it's as offensive as Live and Let Die was, but it's still a poor driving game. The controls are average, but with the Lotus being so far at the top of the screen, it honestly kills the whole game entirely. I don't want to spend time memorizing these courses, and ultimately I couldn't get behind this one at all. I say Live and Let Die is still worse, but this one is not far behind. These Bond driving games on old school computers do not translate well. This one is for collectors only. Well, it has been pretty dull for these Bond games lately, I gotta say. So far, nothing has topped the Living Daylights in my opinion, and even that wasn't even a great game.
I understand you wish to see me.
Well, this is it. We have reached the turning point in the Bond video game history. The Commodore 64 era is over as it ended with The Spy Who Loved Me in 1990. The Domark era is not quite over just yet, as there is one final entry, but now is not the time for that. Enter a new publisher into the mix, Interplay Entertainment. Interplay originated in 1983 in Los Angeles, and they're still publishing and developing games today. They've had quite a bit of success over the years with franchises like Earthworm Jim, some Dungeons & Dragons based games like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, and Planescape Torment, but most notably they are the original publishers of the first couple Fallout games, a highly successful franchise that was later shifted over to Bethesda Softworks. But there was one little forgotten British game released in 1990 called Operation Stealth, developed by Delphine Software International. It was a point-and-click style game in which you control secret agent John Glames traveling to South America to retrieve a stolen stealth plane. So, sort of like with the case of Live and Let Die originally being imagined as an entirely different game, they decided just to slap on the James Bond license and reword the game's American release to be a Bond game instead of a John Glames game. So that's exactly what they did and released it with the name James Bond 007 The Stealth Affair in America. I find it interesting that the character is James Bond in America, but John Glames in Britain, you know, the country where James Bond is from. Weird, wild stuff. At this point in the Bond franchise, there was little to nothing going on. There were attempts to make another Timothy Dalton film, but nothing would become of it, and there wouldn't be a film until 1995. They were coming off their least profitable film in the franchise with License to Kill, and interest in the franchise seemed to be at an all-time low. That's a Bond joke, since the theme song for Octopussy is called All Time High, and, well, now I just had to explain the joke, so moving on. Domark published The Spy Who Loved Me in the same year that The Stealth Affair was released, so maybe this game will be a breath of fresh air. The era of the old school computers were now out, and The Stealth Affair was released for only 3 different types of computers, the Amiga, Atari ST, and MS-DOS. It's really starting to feel like the tides are changing for computers and video gaming as a whole at this point. So let's check out the back of the box for the Amiga version. As British super agent James Bond, just back from holiday in Kuwait, you will find yourself plunged headlong into the world of international espionage, sent across the globe in an attempt to find the missing super secret stealth bomber. The list of suspects include a Latin American dictator, the Russian KGB, and, possibly, organized crime. To be successful, you'll need to sift through puzzling clues, track down a host of nefarious villains, and untangle the threads of a worldwide conspiracy that threatens the safety of the globe, all while dodging assassins' bullets, bombs, and babes. James Bond, The Stealth Affair, features an improved version of the cinematique system pioneered in Future Wars Adventures in Time. This user-friendly system is entirely mouse-controlled and offers incredible ease of play, combined with an intriguing plot, superb music, and stunning graphics, which create an exotic blend of interactive suspense and heart-stopping action. Well, alright then. I can't say I have ever played Future Wars Adventures in Time, and I do not know what cinematique system is, but color me intrigued. And hey, this is the first, as this will be the first standalone original story that has nothing to do with an Ian Fleming book or Eon Productions film. So, there really are a ton of point-and-click style games, and they really became popular in the 90s and are still being made today with games like Five Nights at Freddy's. What a point-and-click style game is you operate a mouse or a controller to move a cursor around on the screen and click on things that you see to either examine them or tell your character where to move. So I personally don't have too much experience with them, but I'm fairly familiar with the Clock Tower series, an honestly pretty scary point-and-click style horror series that I found to be a bit of fun. And I remember my brother used to play Deja Vu and Uninvited for the NES when I was a child. But I know the King's Quest series used to be pretty beloved, and there are seriously like 35 Nancy Drew games. So let's see how it works in the style of a James Bond game. It'll at least be something different than what we've been experiencing lately. So let's check out the Interplay Productions' only entry in the James Bond franchise. So, in a way, it already feels like a fan-made hack or something. It starts right in Washington, D.C., with Bond taking orders from the CIA director. Of course, this is because John Glames from the original version worked for the CIA, but they only changed his name here instead of Washington or the CIA. Not that it's a huge deal, but it gives sort of a cheap feel to it, I guess. They say that they requested the assistance of Her Majesty's government, so there is some explanation as to why Bond is there. There's kind of a funny joke with the director accidentally showing a picture of a scantily clad woman instead of blueprints. Bond is then directed to recover a stealth plane and is given a briefcase with a passport falsifier in it indirectly from Q. So, Bond arrives in Santa Paragua, and to my surprise, it sort of feels more like an updated version of the interactive fiction games of A View to a Kill or Goldfinger. You must pick your commands carefully, whether it be examining things, using, speaking, etc. It took me a little bit to get the hang of the controls, even though you only use a mouse. You right-click near Bond to bring up the menu, and then left-click to examine, use, or take whatever it is on the screen. But it took me some time to figure out that to examine or use something already in your inventory, you must right-click the command instead of left-click. It's something little, but it had me stuck for a few minutes, and I had to look it up. Eventually, you sneak into the bathroom and use the passport falsifier to create a passport for Bond for the country that appeared on a newspaper you examined in the lobby. You trick the customs official and can then proceed through the airport. It's a lot of examining objects, using them, trying to figure out what goes where, and unlike the interactive fiction games of years past, you can actually see the things on the screen to get an idea of what you need to be doing next. But as far as the briefcase goes, there is some spy stuff here, like uncovering secret compartments, figuring out that you need to actually make a passport for a specific country, and things like that. It does help to make it feel more like a Bond adventure in that regard. You then need to go to baggage claim in order to find and take Mr. Martinez's baggage to find a secret recording in his electric razor. Yeah, just go with it. You then have the baggage taken away by the customs officer, and then you gotta wait for their taxi outside, and that's the end of scene 1. It's a pretty decent, yet slow start for a game done in this style. At this point, I think it's safe to figure out if the game is for you or not to see if you want to continue. To be honest, I find the concept more intriguing than actually playing it. It would be kind of fun to have a small group of friends sit down and try to figure everything out, but once you get stuck on what to do or where to go next, the fun level can drop quite fast. With that said, the graphics are easily the best for a Bond game up to this point. It really does look like a Super Nintendo game, and it's cool to see how far they've come. The sound is also pretty great with some classic computer-age synth sounds. It doesn't play on every screen, and there's certainly no Bond theme since this wasn't originally a Bond game to begin with. Overall, I think it's neat to check out, even though I had a pretty rough time figuring out how to play this thing. I'm glad I did, and check it out if you have some interest in a spy point-and-click adventure. As far as the 3 different versions go, this is the first time where I honestly didn't notice any difference between the Amiga, Atari ST, or DOS versions. Maybe those in tune with graphics would be able to spot them more than I could, but they're all identical in my eyes. So hey, at least this game was something different. It's more like an updated sequel to the interactive fiction games than anything. It's not my most desired video game genre, but I can appreciate what they were going for. I'd rather play this over Live and Let Die any day. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that go.
Grow up, 007.
While the stealth affair strayed pretty far into its own thing in the Bond franchise, we have another weird one this time around. But as a side note, there was yet another Bond-based parody game series that originated in 1990 called James Pond that went on to spawn 5 total games. It's James Bond as a fish. So the stealth affair was simultaneously an original Bond story and a reworking of another existing game in a point-and-click style adventure. But this time, we're straying away from 007 entirely. A James Bond game that doesn't feature James Bond? Sounds like madness, and it just might be. Enter his nephew of the same name, James Bond Jr. So I knew close to nothing about James Bond Jr., even though I've owned the game for many years. I've never seen the show before, until doing research for this video. I checked out the first 2 episodes to help get an idea of the characters and plot before giving the game a shot, and, well, it's about exactly what I expected from an early 90s cartoon borrowing elements from a successful franchise. The origin of James Bond Jr. goes all the way back to 1967 with the release of a book called The Adventures of James Bond Jr. 003 and a half. Very clever indeed. It was written by R.D. Mascot, which apparently was a pseudonym, and it was uncertain as to who the actual author really was. It was later discovered to be author Arthur Calder Marshall. Fast forward all the way to 1991 when it was developed into a children's cartoon show. James Bond Jr. ran for 1 season for a whopping 65 episodes and was produced by Murakami Wolf Swenson and MGM Television, the former of which also produced the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles show in the late 80s and early 90s, which was a staple show of my childhood. The style of both shows are very similar. James Bond Jr. as a show definitely feels like an early 90s cartoon and features a lot of cliches and character archetypes you'd expect from a show like this. James Bond's nephew is headed to attend prep school at Warfield Academy and just happens to be roommates with IQ, the grandson of the MI6 quartermaster Q. Also among his crew of friends is the son of Bond's CIA friend Felix Leiter, Gordon Gordo Leiter, who is hilariously characterized as the stereotypical 90s surfer guy using slang words like dude and yuckola. Basically the Michelangelo of the show. There's also Tracy Milbanks, Bond Jr.'s sidekick, Phoebe Farragut, who constantly crushes over Bond Jr., and Trevor Noseworthy IV, an overly Britishized student always trying to get Bond Jr. into trouble. This will not be an analysis of the whole show, as I only watched the first 2 episodes, so I'll only briefly mention a couple thoughts I had before moving on to the game itself. Maybe down the road I can talk about this series as a whole if there's any interest in something like that. We'll see. Episode 1 features James Bond Jr. in a car chase with the Aston Martin DB5 before showing up late to start prep school. How he's driving the actual DB5 is beyond me, but after meeting all of his new friends and classmates, he is confronted by Jaws himself, the steel-toothed villain from The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. Jaws speaks now and is a typical dim-witted cartoon henchman taking orders from Scumlord, the leader of Scum, which is basically the Spectre of the show. Scumlord seemed more like Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget, who is ironically a parody of Blofeld, Bond's main nemesis, than Blofeld himself. Scumlord is accompanied by a white dog named Scuzzball, a direct reference to Blofeld's white cat. Bond Jr. eventually stops Scumlord and Jaws, who ends the climax with the absolute most cliche line you could possibly think of for a show like this. You ready? Say it with me now. One day I'll get that Bond kid. Episode 2 is called Earthcracker and has an interesting plot of the actual Goldfinger and Oddjob from Goldfinger trying to uncover El Dorado, the lost city of gold, in order to melt down the gold into gold bricks. It's definitely something ridiculous that Goldfinger would do, but there's only one problem. This is actually Goldfinger and Oddjob, not relatives of them like most of the other characters in the show. Both of them perished at the end of Goldfinger, but nah, whatever. It's a kid's show taking place in an alternate universe. I can't look too much into it. I don't know what they were doing with Oddjob here, but while he still uses his bowler hat as a weapon, he's now sporting shades and a purple jumpsuit with gold bling around his neck. I gotta say, that was unexpected. Overall, I guess it's fine. A show like this is definitely of its time. It was probably a good introduction to the Bond franchise for some preteen kids. If you've ever seen the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, it's very similar to that, just with inserted past Bond characters and references. I wonder if I would have liked it as a child, since I didn't even care about James Bond until I first got into the GoldenEye game. The series ended in March of 1992, and while it spawned a toy line, board game, books, comic books, and a video game, it has since been lost in time without a DVD or streaming release. Perhaps it came out at the wrong time, since James Bond was pretty stale at this point, and it was more suited for older people who grew up with it in the 60s and 70s. However, yes, there was indeed a video game of the show released on June 20th, 1992. As stated in my last couple parts, the film franchise remained on hiatus until 1995, so the interest was probably pretty low at the time. James Bond Jr. was published by THQ, a video game publisher that originated in 1990 until they filed for bankruptcy in 2013. THQ created a ton of games over that span, stemming across a lot of franchises with some few noteworthy ones being Saints Row series, a lot of WWE games, Red Faction, and of course, 50 Cent, Blood on the Sand. But James Bond Jr. would be their only entry in the Bond franchise. At the time of 1992, the NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy were absolutely dominating the industry. Games like Tecmo Super Bowl, Street Fighter II, Super Mario Kart, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, Madden 93, Super Mario Land, these were all topping the sale charts and are all considered classics to this day. It was time for Bond to move on to home consoles instead of the computer age alone. This would be their debut on Nintendo consoles, as James Bond Jr. was released for the Nintendo Entertainment System and the Super Nintendo simultaneously, although apparently the two versions are very different from each other. So let's check out the back of the box for the Super Nintendo version. With a name like Bond, you know that intense action and daring adventure are here. Join James Bond Jr. on several missions to root out and destroy the evil forces of scum. Crisscross the globe as you battle the evil Dr. Derange in Central America and the nefarious Maximilian Cortex in the shadowy canals of Venice. All the while, collect fabulous items that enhance your personal weapons into an unstoppable arsenal. Take on the scores of enemy jets, missile launchers, and robotic devices designed to end your adventures permanently. Do you have what it takes to fight your way to the deadly confrontation with the Scumlord? Sounds pretty faithful to the show. Let's do this. So the game starts with James Bond Jr. getting his assignment from IQ. Dr. Derange has stolen a priceless statue which can open a lost temple. Then the actual game starts with some 2D platforming. This is definitely something different for the series at this point. Bond Jr. moves pretty stiff as you can see, but it controls fine. You collect some shoes, fight off one single enemy, and then it's over in about 15 seconds. Right? Part 2 begins, and here's something familiar, a vehicle stage. Bond Jr. is then inside this handy helicopter that has infinite bullets and bombs. What it does not have infinite of, though, is health, however, as running into anything or being shot once will instantly make the copter crash. The controls on it are actually pretty decent, though. If you're used to a Super Nintendo game and the controller, it will control exactly how you think it will. You can fly in 4 directions while shooting down enemy helicopters and dropping bombs on radar stations and tanks. In a way, it surprised me that since this is an adaptation of a children's show, they still have Bond Jr. straight up murdering a large number of enemies here. You don't just kill them, you blow them right up. Along the way, an ally copter will give you either a shield or a new weapon on occasion. Pretty standard upgrades for a game like this. Eventually, you'll reach a cavern that can be tricky to navigate with missiles in the way. At the end is an enemy helicopter that you gotta shoot down, and then it's on to level 2. Level 2 is a continuation of the platforming from the first part of level 1, and, well, yeah, it kinda sucks. The saving grace for it is that since this is a Super Nintendo with a Super Nintendo controller, it's not all awful. You do some simple platforming while collecting hearts for health and some secondary weapons while dodging some dudes behind masks and snakes. Lots of snakes. I'm not sure if there are episodes that these levels are based on, but there are a couple descriptions that could match it. Maybe if I delve more into this series in the future, I can pair things up more. But hey, I recognized IQ. There he is. The rest of the game seems to alternate between platforming and driving levels, which is to be expected for a Bond-based game. It's fine. If you're a sucker for classic SNES style games like this, you'll get something out of it. But there are much better games of its kind out there. With that said, the controls are better than most of the Bond games that we've seen so far for sure. It only took playing as a relative of James Bond from a children's cartoon to get there. I say give it a whirl. It can be a little challenging at times though. The NES version, however, is a completely different game. I can't believe that these were released simultaneously. It definitely looks and sounds like a standard NES game, but I mean, what is even happening here? It's a standard platformer from the start with jumping and shooting, but this game loves springboards for whatever reason. Some of these jumps are pretty difficult for so early in the game. Apparently this version is more puzzle based, but if you want cleaner platforming, let's say the Super Nintendo one seems to be the superior version here. So that about covers the James Bond Jr. chapter. It's interesting to see, although you could consider it not part of the James Bond series at the same time. I simply wanted to check it out as it's still part of the franchise's history. It has since been pretty forgotten, and I'll never know if I would have enjoyed the show when I was a kid or not. I was 5 and 6 years old when the show aired, but I never even heard of it until I started to learn about the Bond games way back when.
Be careful, 007.
Feels good to be back. There was a brief hiatus there with some questionable Bond games in the last two parts. The Stealth Affair wasn't originally a Bond game, and James Bond Jr. is a different character entirely. But now, we're back to basics, and back with our old friends at Domark. This will be Domark's swan song in the Bond franchise, however, and one of their last games in general before becoming Eidos Interactive in 1995. Domark and Bond had a good run over the years, but the tides are a-changin'. Let's take a look back at some of the good times we've had in this oh god, no, not Live and Let Die. But really though, while they weren't necessarily complete games in terms of adapting their corresponding films that we're used to in modern day, they had some interesting ideas that they implemented with some of these, and well, I think it was robbery to charge retail price for most of these back in the day. These 6 games were still very important for the franchise's history in some capacity. Computers and gaming were primitive, and they did what they could with really only a few people to work on each game. But there is still one to go with their final entry. James Bond The Duel, released on August 14, 1993 for the Sega Genesis, Sega Master System, and the Game Gear. 1993 was right in the heart of the Sega Genesis vs. Super Nintendo rivalry with their infamous marketing slogan of "Genesis does what Nintendo don't," and James Bond The Duel was Sega's answer to the Nintendo mega hit of James Bond Jr. Okay, that's probably a lie, but let's pretend this is the case for this retrospective. James Bond Jr. was a Nintendo-only product, and The Duel is a Sega-only product released only a year apart, so that's good enough for me. If you've been following my retrospective right along, you'll know that this will essentially be me repeating myself here, so bear with me. I think it's important to know what was going on in the Bond series as a whole to coincide with the release of each game, and well, as is the same as the last 3 parts, it's not much. Timothy Dalton's final performance as 007 was 1989's License to Kill, and there would not be another film for 6 more years until Pierce Brosnan's debut with GoldenEye. But until then, Timothy Dalton would remain to be James Bond with the intention of returning to the role until too much time had gone by. 1993 still fits in that window, so James Bond The Duel features Dalton on the cover and his likeness in the game, and a relatively original story. It's weird knowing that this game is much closer to the release of GoldenEye than License to Kill, but it's all part of the history. As far as the video game industry was going, the Super Nintendo was still going strong with releases like Star Fox, Super Mario All-Stars, and Mega Man X. The NES was nearing the end of its life cycle, and the Sega Genesis was trying to compete with its boast of blast processing. The Genesis, while taking advantage of their mascot Sonic the Hedgehog when they could, was showing success in the sports game genre more than any other. 7 out of the 10 best-selling Genesis titles in 1993 were all sports or racing games. Only X-Men, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter II Champion Edition were the other 3. But James Bond was not something consumers cared about in the early 90s, and like with the last few entries, well, actually just about every game so far really, James Bond The Duel sort of fell into obscurity over the years. As mentioned, it was also released for the Game Gear, which was Sega's response to the success of Nintendo's Game Boy, and the Master System, the counterpart of Nintendo's NES. So let's check out the back of the Genesis box. You're no longer just watching James Bond on the big screen. You are Bond, jumping into fast and furious action on your TV screen. A mad professor plots to take over the world on a remote Caribbean island. He knows you, the famous 007, are coming, and he's ready for you. Hostages to serve as human shields, hundreds of merciless guards, and a cloning machine that can bring all of your old arch-enemies back to life. To help you, Q has managed to plant several weapons all around the island. Your mission, James, is to rescue the hostages, survive increasingly tough levels against overwhelming odds, and stop the crazy professor. You've got the license to kill, and to meet beautiful women. Just don't forget to save the world. So, okay, we have an original story here, although it's seemingly borrowing elements from the past films. A professor on a remote Caribbean island. Oh, like Dr. No, maybe? And a cloning machine to bring back old arch-enemies. So, let's play the Genesis version and figure out why it's even called the Duel, see how many hostages we have to rescue, and check out not only Domark's final Bond entry, but Timothy Dalton's last hurrah as James Bond. Pretty decent start with the Bond theme in the intro. Even though there is a lack of the gun barrel, it's nice to be back. Timothy Dalton looks weird, but I can still tell it's supposed to be him at least. They tried. Mission 1 begins with Bond jetpacking onto a boat in a full tux attire. Now we're talking. Bond's lives are indicated in the bottom left with the 007 symbols. Hearts are Bond's health as well as a clip and grenade count. What makes this game unique though is what's in the top left corner, the hostages. Bond must collect the hostages who all look like the same woman, similar to collecting the neighbors in Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Now there's a poll. We're back to a 2D platformer here with Bond moving left and right and awkwardly climbing ladders, falling, etc. You must navigate the boat while shooting down sailors, I guess, and collecting hostages until you must collect a bomb, and then it's... Oh no! It's Jaws! As we know from the box though, it's just a clone. Disappointment. You keep shooting fake Jaws until you defeat him before he throws you off a boat into the shark-infested water, and then escape with a bomb defused before the timer runs out, which is something you must do for all 4 levels. Yes, that's right, there are 4 levels, plus 1 main boss. The controls for the game are just okay. If you're approaching an enemy, sometimes the slight delay can cost you some health. Jumping can take some getting used to because he moves in the air like no human does. Falling from a long height is an instant death as well. You can shoot diagonally up or down, but the latter is more difficult to pull off. Graphically though, I think it looks pretty good and it really has that Sega feel to it. I never had a Sega growing up and I only really played Sonic, but this isn't really too different from a Super Nintendo game of its time. In keeping with the pattern of improving graphics with time, this is the best looking Bond game yet, since James Bond Jr. still had some slight clunkiness to it, I thought. Mission 2 takes place in the jungle, and here's where it gets a little ridiculous. You have Bond jumping on tree branches, climbing vines, jumping over spike pits, and rescuing 7 identical women hostages who do the same woo sound every time. Like running into Jaws from the previous level, you will run into Baron Samedi from Live and Let Die. No, not that one. It appears to be only a replica though. This is a long and difficult level, so find all 7 women, get the bomb, and escape. I've pretty much covered half the game here, so I guess I'll briefly run down the rest of it. Skip ahead like half a minute if you don't want to hear, although it's really not a spoil-worthy game. Mission 3 is inside a volcano, which instantly reminded me of You Only Live Twice. Same ordeal here. Find the hostages, don't fall into the lava, and you'll run into a returning Domark character, Mayday, from A View to a Kill. All of our friends are here. Find the bomb and escape. Mission 4 is the final level, and it's a Moonraker-style space station with scientists. Same ordeal here. Hostages, defeat Oddjob from Goldfinger, who is really easy, find the bomb, escape. And just like that, it's the main boss. Is it going to be the secret professor? Oh, no, it's just Jaws again in some sort of machine. Shoot it multiple times and you rescue a different looking woman finally, and it ends. Kinda disappointing to be honest. Also, Jaws ended up being an ally to Bond at the end of Moonraker, so to make him the ultimate baddie? I don't know. It's just a clone anyway. Also, is this the Duel that they named the game after? I don't know. While I still don't think this is a great game, I do think it's the best one yet. It's actually very challenging, mostly due to enemies appearing so fast that it's hard to react to them. The jumps can be rough too. Domark has come a long way since A View to a Kill though, that's for sure. I think James Bond The Duel is certainly worth checking out, although don't expect it to be among the greatest 2D platformers or anything. If really want to play it to see which of Bond's enemies they bring back, although if you know the films, you can probably gauge a good guess. The 4 who appear aren't any big surprises, but there isn't really a professor either. It would have been cool if Dr. No appeared, but not this time. As far as the other 2 versions go, the Sega Master System is the 8-bit model and it also looks pretty good, while it may move a bit slower than the Genesis version. Likewise, the Game Gear version is almost exactly the same as the Master System. Honestly, I think it's pretty impressive how close this one gets. It's certainly a lot closer than a Game Boy game to a Super Nintendo game is, at least. The Genesis version is the definitive one though, and it's pretty decent for what it is. If you were to play any 2D Bond game up to this point, make it this one. Thus concludes the Domark era and the Timothy Dalton era simultaneously. Things will be very different from now on in both the films and the video games. Pierce Brosnan will soon be given a second chance to play the role of 007, and they began filming the 17th Bond film after a long wait.
Bond. James Bond.
The era of classic Bond games have come to an end. From here on out, almost every game is a first or third-person shooter with a couple exceptions. What would this mean for the Bond game franchise as a whole? Well, we last left off in the year 1993 with James Bond the Duel for the Sega Genesis. Then it happened. Domark was sold and they stopped making Bond games obviously, and nobody else decided to take the wheel. The films were stagnant and nobody really cared about Bond much anymore. And then the series gets revived in 1995. There's a new actor playing Bond with Pierce Brosnan. Judi Dench is cast as a female M. There's a new Moneypenny, aptly named Samantha Bond. Q is really the only thing that's still the same, as Desmond Llewellyn has been around since 1963's From Russia with Love. People have their own opinions of the Timothy Dalton era, but it's hard to argue that things took a fresh turn with the release of GoldenEye. GoldenEye is a standalone film from any of Ian Fleming's works and deals with Bond trying to stop the GoldenEye, a weaponized device capable of transmitting an electromagnetic pulse through the use of a satellite. He discovers that there has been a traitor in MI6 through his adventures. Alongside Pierce Brosnan, GoldenEye stars Sean Bean, Isabella Scorupco, Famke Janssen, and Joe Don Baker, returning as a completely different character from The Living Daylights. I hate when film series do this, but anyway. It was a massive hit for the franchise. It is the 9th most profitable film in the series, adjusted for inflation. Keep in mind, this is coming off of the least profitable in the series with License to Kill, so GoldenEye was breathing new life into James Bond. Pierce Brosnan, known for Remington Steele at the time, was given a second chance to play the role after it didn't work out in the late 80s. GoldenEye is typically beloved by fans, and many regard it as Pierce Brosnan's best of his 4, me included. So what would they do for video games? Surely they would capitalize on this new hit. And oh, they did. With a Tiger Electronics handheld LCD game that seems to have a very vague release date of somewhere between 1995 and 1998. Tiger Electronics released a bunch of licensed LCD games that were not much more than black still images that form a shape on a tiny screen that you can play by pressing buttons to perform actions. Tiger Electronics were mostly known for the once popular Furby line as well as the once popular Gigapets, but there were a lot of licensed games released in this format. In GoldenEye, Bond is tasked with shooting enemies in order to retrieve the GoldenEye device. There's really not much to it. So thank you all once again for sticking with me through this retrospective. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, or do whatever you can to help out my channel. It's always much appreciated. James Bond will return right now because there was another little game released to basically cash in on the massive hit of the Tiger Electronics game. I mean, maybe, since I don't really know when this LCD game came out. Anyway, the 5th generation of video game consoles were underway. Since the release of James Bond the Duel, systems like the 3DO, Atari Jaguar, Sega Saturn, the PlayStation, and the Nintendo 64 were all released with many franchises moving to 3D. The PlayStation absolutely dominated the competition here with over 3 times as many sold as the Nintendo 64, and the other 3 falling way behind that even. But we'll be getting to the PlayStation later. For now, enter beloved British video game developer Rare. Rare was founded in 1985 and saw some success with the NES releases like Battletoads, Wizards and Warriors, and RC Pro-Am, along with some Game Boy releases. Then the major hits started rolling in on the Super Nintendo with the Donkey Kong Country games and Killer Instinct. The success kept going with the release of the Nintendo 64, Nintendo's successor to the Super Nintendo in 1996. Games like Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong Racing, Perfect Dark, Conker's Bad Fur Day, these are all classics to this day. But none of them saw more success on the system than GoldenEye 007, released on August 25, 1997. GoldenEye went on to be Rare's second best-selling game, only behind Donkey Kong Country 1, and is the third best-selling Nintendo 64 game period, with over 8 million copies sold. There were first-person shooters before this, actually plenty of them, most notably Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, but there was something special about GoldenEye that propelled the genre to new heights: the multiplayer element. The Nintendo 64 boasted 4 controller ports as opposed to the measly 2 ports on the Super Nintendo. Now you and 3 other friends can don the Bond character of your choice and have an all-out shooting match to the death. If someone were to say, "Quick, name a 90s multiplayer game," I have a suspicion that GoldenEye and Mario Kart 64 would top that list. But weirdly enough, GoldenEye was released less than 4 months before Pierce Brosnan's second outing as 007 with Tomorrow Never Dies in December of 1997. GoldenEye the film was released almost 2 whole years before the game was, but that didn't seem to deter anyone. It should also be of note that the Bond franchise was sort of back in the spotlight for a completely different reason as well, with the release of Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, in May of 1997, which was ripe with Bond and spy parody. But in early 1997, I will never forget being in my bedroom one day, and my neighbor friend James was so excited to bring over his new issue of Nintendo Power, which was showcasing Pierce Brosnan on the cover and this new James Bond first-person shooter video game being released later that year. I was 11 years old, and James was so excited to show me this issue, and I couldn't have cared one bit about this new game. I was enthralled by Super Mario 64 and the upcoming release of the brand new Mario Kart game. Why would I have any interest in James Bond? I didn't even want to give the game a chance when it came out because I couldn't care less about guns. I wanted cartoony color, I wanted more Mario and Zelda and Metroid. I would like to apologize to my dear friend James here for scoffing at his excitement. Here I am now, 23 years later, doing a retrospective on all Bond video games, next to my average to above average collection of 007 media and memorabilia. James even supplied me with my new microphone as a gift, so thanks again, James. Without further ado, for any of you who have not played GoldenEye or don't know anything about it, let's check out the back of the box for the Nintendo 64 release, because it was only ever on that system until its re-release many years later. Also, there was apparently a Virtual Boy release planned, but that was cancelled since the Virtual Boy was a complete failure. You are Bond, James Bond. You are assigned to covert operations connected with the GoldenEye weapons satellite. M will brief you on your mission and objectives from London. Q Branch will support your efforts with a plentiful supply of weapons and gadgets. Moneypenny offers you light-hearted best wishes, and you're off. Your mission begins in the heavily guarded chemical warfare facility at the Bylomore Dam in the USSR. Did I pronounce that right? Look and shoot in any direction as you navigate 12 interactive 3D environments. Use stealth and force as you see fit in matters of international security. Consider the military personnel expendable. You are licensed to kill. Let's do this. Now that is how you open a Bond game. It's got everything, the gun barrel sequence, the Bond theme with an added rock mix to it, much improved graphics over what we've seen thus far. This is the best opening they could have made back then, and I love it. Also, apologies if it looks like the gameplay is a little sped up. I would much rather play my actual Nintendo 64 version, but I went the emulator route for recording footage. I do not recommend emulation for GoldenEye at all though, but let's get to it. So for those of you who have never played GoldenEye, here's the rundown. There are 18 levels that loosely follow the film, each with 3 difficulty settings: Agent, Secret Agent, and 00 Agent. Agent typically has many less objectives to accomplish, with 00 Agent having the most. Enemies are a lot easier to kill on Agent, and they tend to miss more. 00 Agent can be absolutely brutal at times, especially in the 2 bonus stages, but we'll get to that. Secret Agent typically falls somewhere in the middle. Bond is controlled in a first-person layout, and you go through each level murdering waves of men with a variety of weaponry that you come across. This was kind of point of contention back in the day, and understandably so, because a typical playthrough could have Bond killing hundreds of people. But, however, this is a shooter video game. It's just what it is. Bond starts with his PP-7, the video game's version of the Walther PPK, and is his standard handgun, which is sometimes equipped with a silencer. Along the way, you'll find other guns like the KF-7 Soviet assault rifle, the sniper rifle, the Cougar Magnum, etc., and some secondary weapons like timed proximity and remote mines, grenades, and throwing knives, just to name a few. Bond's health is shown by this circular meter that appears if you get shot. There are 8 blocks ranging from yellow to red, and the closer it drops down, the closer Bond is to getting the death screen, which is appropriately blood dripping down the screen to match the gun barrel sequence. Along the way, you can find body armor, which adds a whole new set of blue blocks on the right screen to virtually double Bond's health bar. In keeping with the Retrospective's layout, I'll give a description of the first 2 levels and then only briefly mention the others in order to reduce redundancy and so you can check the game out for yourself if you have not done so. In your file, before each mission, M will tell you what you will be doing and why, Q will give you a description of any gadgets or equipment you may need, and Moneypenny gives you some advice or encouragement. The first 3 missions of the game, the Bylomore Dam, the Chemical Weapons Facility, and the Runway are all based on the pre-title sequence in the film. Selecting Agent on the dam has only one objective: bungee jump off the dam, replicating the amazing stunt from the film. There's no bungee cord needed or anything, you just literally run to the end of the level and then you fall off and you complete it. If you know exactly where to go, it can take under a minute. You'll encounter maybe 10 enemies in total. It's a simple start to the game where you can learn the controls and what the small selections of guns do. Secret Agent is only slightly more difficult as you are tasked with neutralizing all alarms before bungee jumping off the dam. 00 Agent kicks it up a notch with the tougher enemies as well as knowing where to install a covert modem. You just throw it on the correct object, intercept data backup by finding the right computers, and then neutralizing the alarms before the bungee jump. It's essentially like this for the whole game, although sometimes the objectives will be the same for each setting, just with some tougher enemies. Overall, the dam serves as a great introductory level with lots of open space. You're free to go below the lookout towers too, that features enemies in a long hallway area. Side note, I'm playing this with an Xbox One controller, and I personally find it more difficult to use than the Nintendo 64 one. I can fly through the game with that thing, but that's just a personal preference and what I'm used to. Mission 2 takes you from the wide open space in the outdoor dam to literally right in a ventilation shaft above a bathroom and a chemical warfare facility. You no longer have space to run around in, as this level gives you practice with hallways, tight corners, and doors with the occasional lock. Also, there are now scientists that you must prevent from killing, as they're just civilians, which is actually your 4th objective on Agent Mode: minimize scientist casualties. You are given 3 other objectives: gain entry to the laboratory area, rendezvous with 006, who was Alec Trevelyan in the film, played by Sean Bean, and destroy all the tanks in Bottling Room. These 3 are all completed in the final room of the level. Navigating your way there doesn't take too long, but there are a lot more enemies this time around as opposed to the dam. Certain enemies have keys to unlock doors which house computers that can unlock other doors. Secret Agent and 00 Agent have the same 4 objectives with one extra: contact Double Agent. You must look at each scientist in order to find Dr. Doak and speak with him, and he gives you a door decoder. 00 Agent is a lot tougher this time around simply due to the much higher volume of enemies. And then you essentially repeat this process 16 more times, going through different areas from the film. It is a loose adaptation though, but that's to be expected for basically any film to game adaptation. There are a lot of memorable levels like the Severnaya Bunker, the Statue Park, the Jungle, the St. Petersburg streets with the tank scene from the movie, and after having not played this game for many years, I can still navigate these levels fairly easily. And everyone remembers the pain of having to escort Natalia around. That's all I have to say about that. One thing that makes GoldenEye really special is its replayability. Firstly, you have 3 different difficulty settings for each main level, so that's up to 54 levels to accomplish, plus 2 unlockable bonus stages, upping it to 60. And each level has a specific time to beat in order to unlock cheats, which can be pretty fun to mess around with, like infinite ammo, invincibility, invisibility, paintball mode, and the ever goofy DK mode, which makes everybody have big heads and arms, similar to Donkey Kong. And to top all that, you have the multiplayer element, which was the only reason some people bought this game. Multiplayer on GoldenEye was absolutely huge in the late 90s. You can customize between 2 to 4 players, what weapons can be used, if there's a life count or time limit, and what level to play on, and then it's an all-out brawl. The character select screen features 8 characters from the movie: James Bond, Natalia Simonova, Alec Trevelyan, Xenia Onatop, General Oromov, Boris Grishenko, Valentin Zhukovsky, and Defense Minister Mishkin. I am not Russian, so that might have been tough to pronounce, but let me know if I did poorly on that. You can also unlock a bunch of the character sprites in the game, as well as 4 familiar characters from past Bond films: Jaws from The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, Oddjob from Goldfinger, Mayday from A View to a Kill, and Baron Samedi from Live and Let Die. No, stop. These are the exact same 4 bosses featured in James Bond: The Duel, so that's interesting to note. There are also the Moonraker elites from Moonraker. For some reason, they made Oddjob very short in this game, so a lot of households would have a no Oddjob rule, simply because his shortness made him harder to hit. On the flip side, Jaws was much easier to hit since he's the tallest in the game. Multiplayer in this isn't complicated at all, but it was a ton of fun to play back then, as long as you could see your tiny screen if you had 4 players going. Lastly, there's the aforementioned bonus stages. Unlocking the Aztec stage requires a completion of every level on Secret Agent. The Aztec is a level straight out of Moonraker and features Jaws. These video games sure do love Jaws, I swear. It's a pretty cool level and is extremely difficult on 00 Agent. I don't know if we ever completed it back in the day, to be honest. Lastly is the Egyptian stage after completing every level on 00 Agent, which is very difficult to do. This one is weird, as it combines elements from The Spy Who Loved Me, with the stage layout being the scene in Egypt with, you guessed it, Jaws. You must then locate the golden gun from the man with the golden gun, which has the ability to kill in 1 hit, and then locate Baron Samedi from Live and Let Die and kill him. All elements in these bonus stages are interestingly from Roger Moore films, even though you play as Pierce Brosnan in doing so. I think it would have been cool if they had Moore's likeness just for the bonus stages, but that's just a nitpick. So the main question is, this revolutionary game that helped to popularize first-person shooter and multiplayer games is now 23 years old at the time of me writing this. Does it still hold up today? I recently did play through most of it on my Nintendo 64 recently before starting this retrospective, and I had a lot of fun with it. The nostalgia factor is certainly there though, and I'm sure a lot of younger people who grew up with the more current generation consoles may have a tough time with the N64 graphics or the controller. I cannot speak for them though, as I only have my experiences and memories to go by. I feel like the consensus seems to be that it doesn't quite hold up today, but you can't deny the impact that it had. Games like Halo and Call of Duty owe a lot of their popularity to GoldenEye, and I would say even the Bond franchise as a whole does as well. After I finally broke down and played it for the first time in the late 90s, I loved it. Having never seen a Bond film before, I think I sat down and watched part of the film GoldenEye and thought it was fun to point out all the things that I recognized from the game. It wasn't until years later when I gave this series a chance, and my love for the series kicked off from that point on. But I owe all of that to this game, as my friends and I spent many hours trying to unlock cheats, get difficulty settings completed, and playing a lot of multiplayer. So does it hold up today? For me, it absolutely does, and that could be because I'm in my mid-30s. The Nintendo 64 remains one of my favorite systems of all time, and GoldenEye is the main reason for that. A quick fun fact, I never even owned my own copy of the game until earlier this year, if you can believe that. I always had someone else's copy laying around my house. I felt it was time to own it myself, though.
Dissolves all metals.
After coming off the massive success that was GoldenEye, James Bond was back in the mainstream culture with a new life. Nintendo wanted to ride the success of GoldenEye and chose to publish their second and final Bond game only 1 year later, this time for their handheld system, the Game Boy. The Game Boy was Nintendo's extremely successful attempt at a handheld system, originally released in 1989. It went on to have a very long lifespan until finally being discontinued in 2003, but the handheld concept continued to grow with the eventual releases of the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, the DS, the 3DS, and currently the Nintendo Switch for their main releases. But the Game Boy was immensely popular in the 90s with its greenish gold and black screen that was, let's be honest, very hard to see without a backlight, and its tendency to drain AA batteries. But we got by. I mean, you could now enjoy these Nintendo franchises like Mario, Zelda, Metroid, all wherever you wanted as long as you were equipped with light and some batteries. It was such an enticing concept. Even the single most successful media franchise of all time originated on the Game Boy, with the release of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green, and even those games didn't outsell the king of the system, Tetris. Needless to say, the Game Boy is extremely important to the history of video games and truly one of the most legendary systems of all time. But in 1998, gaming was mostly about the newer 3D systems. The Nintendo 64, the PlayStation, and the PC were the primary gaming sources. 1998 saw releases like The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil 2, Tekken 3, and the updated Game Boy, the Game Boy Color, was set to be released late in the year for the holiday season. So, Nintendo chose to try and remotely match the success of GoldenEye by reaching the handheld market, and, well, it definitely didn't quite live up to it. James Bond 007 was released on January 29, 1998 in Europe and less than 2 weeks later in North America, and is not to be confused with the very first James Bond video game of the same name released in 1983, which I covered in part 1. This is certainly not a remake of that game. It didn't quite make the top 50 of the best-selling Game Boy games of all time list, but it did get the Player's Choice Million Seller stamp of approval on the box for the re-release, so it sort of fell into an above-average territory for sales. By early 1998, Pierce Brosnan was coming off his second outing as James Bond, with Tomorrow Never Dies premiering less than 2 months before the release of this game. But rather than discussing the film in detail, I will choose to save that for the next episode, as Tomorrow Never Dies was made into a video game, just not until 1999. The Bond film-to-game adaptation release dates tend to be a bit confusing. GoldenEye the game came out the same year as Tomorrow Never Dies the film in 1997. Tomorrow Never Dies the game came out the same year as The World Is Not Enough the film in 1999, and The World Is Not Enough the game came out, well, only a year later after the film did in 2000, so they were a little more caught up by that point. But 1998 was simply between Brosnan's second and third Bond film. Really not much else going on in the franchise. So what type of story or gameplay would they even try to incorporate into a simple Game Boy game? The system has its limitations as a pioneer of handheld systems, so it's highly unrealistic to expect anything along the lines of GoldenEye. But let's check out the back of the box. Arms smuggling ring threatens to create a new world order. The peace and security of the entire planet is at stake. MI6 sent Agent 008 into Turkey to dismantle the operation. Soon thereafter, all contact was lost with 008. M makes a decision to send their best agent, James Bond, to investigate the whereabouts of 008. As Bond carries out his latest order, he becomes entangled in his deadliest mission yet. As James Bond, you must use all of your expertise to unravel the sinister plot. It is up to you to determine friend from foe as you uncover clues. Along the way, weapons and items will be found that assist you in overcoming the many obstacles placed in your path. Be sure to keep an eye open for Q and his unique brand of help. Be careful, Bond. You may not be able to charm everyone. So, okay, it looks to be like another unique story here. And I always love when they either show or mention other 00 agents. 006 was a main character in GoldenEye, and now they're using 008 in the story. As far as my history with the game goes, I played and beat it only once, probably about a decade ago at this point, and I don't remember much about it. This will be a relatively fresh experience. Let's do this. Pretty decent title screen for the Game Boy. We have a still image of Bond's silhouette with the Bond theme playing, so it's still better than some of these intros we've had on the past computer games for sure. They did a decent job with using the Game Boy's sound chip to replicate the Bond theme, but there are still some off-note choices. That's clearly just a nitpick. On to the game itself. So we're given a look at the game right off the bat. We quickly discover that Bond is controlled in a 2D layout and moves in any direction, similar to the look of a Final Fantasy, Zelda, or Pokemon game of its time. Bond's health is shown in the bottom right corner, and in the bottom left are the commands for what the A and B buttons do, and you can assign weapons or items to these slots. You're also encouraged to speak with anybody you come across. So basically, this game is extremely similar to another top-selling Game Boy game, and if you've played it, you should know what I'm about to say. That's right, Nintendo's follow-up to the groundbreaking first-person shooter on the Nintendo 64 is an RPG similar to The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. I mean, very similar. Bond moves the same as Link, there are towns to visit with locals to speak with, and the whole assigning weapons and items to A and B is pulled straight from Link's Awakening. All Bond is missing is a boomerang. In fact, Nintendo would even re-release Link's Awakening, originally a game from 1993, for the Game Boy Color late in 1998. One thing is for sure with this game, it's incredibly unique to anything else in the Bond video game series at least. If you're a fan of both Bond and old school Zelda games like I am, this should intrigue you for sure, and I like that they tried something different here. There are 10 missions in total, so in true traditional fashion, I'll give a rundown of the first 2 levels. Mission 1 takes you to China, where you are to find details about a plan of an arms ring. MI6 was given a tip that China is where Bond should be looking. So you walk around the village checking out the pagodas and speaking with the villagers. You're told to find a medkit and a hammer that the bridge construction worker lost. After checking a couple pillows and some pagodas to find these items, it's a little strange, but I can go with it, the man instantly fixes the bridge and you can go across, bringing you to your first enemy in combat. By default, A throws a punch and B blocks. It's very simple when you realize all you have to do is get right in his face and hold the block button until he throws a punch. It'll stun him and then you hit him. Repeat until he dies. With some practice, it's very easy to never be hit by common enemies. You then hear rumblings of someone named Zong Mei, whose temple is to the north. Another villager starts speaking of a man with a deadly hat. Yeah, I get it. Oddjob is awesome and all, but this makes 4 games in a row with him making an appearance. Dude was in one film in the early 60s, but I do agree that having a character who uses a hat as a weapon makes an easy target for slapping into a video game. At least they don't bring back both Oddjob and Jaws, right? Oh, they do. So you find a secret door in the temple, then a key to open the safe, and then it's a boss fight against Zong Mei. Fighting her takes a little more challenge than your casual enemies, as you can't simply hold block and attack. Zong Mei will spin faster on the room, do cartwheels, etc., and you have to continue to punch the woman until she falls. So yeah, Bond has an uncomfortable reputation of hitting a few women in the films, and they are indeed uncomfortable to watch. So the inclusion of repeatedly punching this woman in the game, I don't know, it probably doesn't help the series' cause. But ultimately, she's just a video game boss that requires a strategy to defeat, and you don't actually kill her, so there's that. And this isn't the first time there was a female boss in a Bond game or anything. James Bond the Duel had Mayday, and GoldenEye had Xenia, so take it how you will. It's still a little uncomfortable though. After he knocks her down for good, he tells her, "Good night, darling, I'll see myself out." Classy. This then alerts a swarm of enemies that are now in your way of escaping back to London. It's sort of funny seeing 2 or 3 enemies on one screen and you do the hold block strategy while the others just stand back and wait their turn. Yeah, they're really putting their all into stopping the secret agent. You eventually reach the boat and thus concludes mission 1. You then find yourself in the MI6 office where you can speak with Moneypenny, deliver the plans to M, and get equipped with a gun and gadget from Q. It's definitely cool to see, as being able to walk freely around MI6 isn't present in too many games. I specifically love the guys who just say, "I'm not Q." I like to imagine that scene being in one of the films. So this whole London chapter of speaking with Moneypenny, M, and Q is technically chapter 2, so the game is already a fifth of the way over. Mission 3 takes you to Kurdistan, where you are to rescue 008 and defeat Iqbal, the enemy briefly mentioned in China. I won't go into much detail for the rest of the game, as this gives a good summary of how it plays out, except you will have to figure out which gadgets to use and when, similar to Link finding treasures in any Zelda game. It's pretty cool to see an entirely new style for a Bond game, although 1998 may seem a bit late for a game like this to come out. But the Game Boy was still a thing, and making an RPG style is really interesting to check out. The Game Boy Color would be released months later in December of 1998, and handheld gaming would continue to evolve over the next 22 years to the time of me writing this, to the point where you can play an enormous game like The Witcher 3 on the go with a Nintendo Switch. That's pretty amazing if you ask me. While James Bond 007 may look a bit dated for 1998 even, I say definitely check it out to see where the story goes from here. If you like Link's Awakening, you'll get something out of it at least. And it's an original story, even though they still chose to recycle Oddjob and Jaws yet again.
If only that were true of you and I, Moneypenny.
While a Game Boy RPG-style Bond game is very unique to the series, it's now time to get back to basics to what most people associate with James Bond video games, a 3D first or third-person shooter. GoldenEye was strictly a first-person shooter, but they chose to try something new here with it being in third person with a new publisher and on a new system for the franchise. To ride the success of GoldenEye, it was almost a certainty that another movie-to-game adaptation was on the horizon. By 1999, the fifth generation of home consoles were still going strong, with their successors planned for release in the next year or two. Without question though, Sony's PlayStation absolutely dominated in sales for this generation. It was no longer Nintendo versus Sega, as the Sega Saturn didn't even come close to matching the Nintendo 64 in sales, and even the N64 sold less than a third of what the PlayStation accomplished. It was clear that Sony and Nintendo now owned the console gaming industry. The Sony PlayStation was originally released in Japan in late 1994, and the rest of the world saw it in late 1995. Interestingly enough, the developers were actually working on a CD-ROM drive for Nintendo, but it was ultimately cancelled, and Sony went on to release the PlayStation using discs instead of cartridges, familiar to the Nintendo 64. Was canceling it a mistake for Nintendo? I mean, yeah, probably. Just look at those sales numbers. PlayStation consoles still remain to be incredibly successful, as the releases of the PlayStation 2, 3, and 4 were all massive hits. As of mid-2020, the hype is real for the upcoming PlayStation 5. But by 1999, the PlayStation was well established, and the PlayStation 2 was due out the very next year. People were still showing excitement for the console, as it was revealed that the PlayStation 2 was going to be backwards compatible and would also play PS1 games. Of the top 5 best-selling PlayStation games of all time, their main cash cows were among the Gran Turismo and Final Fantasy franchises, the latter being a franchise that originated on the Nintendo. It really made financial sense to develop a Bond game for the PlayStation alone, and that is what Electronic Arts did. Electronic Arts is certainly one of the most well-known and successful video game publishers out there, with franchises like Mass Effect, Need for Speed, Command & Conquer, The Sims, Battlefield, and not to mention the absolute titan that is EA Sports, owning the entire Madden, FIFA, and NBA Live series, just to name a few. Electronic Arts is a monster gaming company and is the second largest in North America and Europe. EA will go on to produce a variety of Bond games over the years. So we have a recipe of developing a James Bond video game coming off of GoldenEye's success, the #1 selling console of the generation, and Electronic Arts at the helm. It was almost a surefire hit. But as I mentioned in the last part, these Bond games were being released at some weird times compared to the releases of the films. Tomorrow Never Dies the film premiered in December of 1997. It wasn't officially developed for release into a video game until November 16, 1999. Weirdly enough, the next Bond film, The World Is Not Enough, came out in the United States on November 19, 1999, a mere 3 days later. Now, I'm no marketing guru by any means, but it seems strange to try and build excitement for a game of a movie that is now 2 years old and being released only 3 days before the premiere of the next movie in the series. But that's just how it played out. I was 13 when the Tomorrow Never Dies game was released, and I didn't own a PlayStation until I was in my mid-20s. I have no nostalgia for this game, and I never played it until shortly after getting a PlayStation. But I did complete it once back then. It's been a long while since I played this though. Tomorrow Never Dies the film stars Jonathan Pryce, Michelle Yeoh, Terry Hatcher, and has the return of Judi Dench, Desmond Llewellyn, and Samantha Bond as M, Q, and Moneypenny respectively. Financially, Tomorrow Never Dies falls right in the middle of the series as the 13th best in the box office adjusted for inflation. This is a drop from Brosnan's previous film, with GoldenEye being 9th, and will end up being ranked 3rd of 4 for him. Since the game's release coincided with the release of The World Is Not Enough the film, it's important to note that that film ranks at 18, even more of a drop from Tomorrow Never Dies. But I will be discussing that film next time. For now, let's check out EA's first venture into the Bond series and see how it is as a follow-up to Nintendo's GoldenEye. let's check out the back of the box, or CD case. As suave secret agent 007, employ your cunning wit and high-tech gadgets to survive multiple levels of espionage based on exciting situations from the blockbuster film, including challenging shooting, driving, and skiing game modes. Your mission will be dangerous, but you can handle it. After all, you're Bond, James Bond. It's probably one of the shorter game descriptions we've seen, but I mean, aren't they all kind of the same anyway? Let's do this. Right away, you can see there are a total of 10 missions, and you're given the option of Agent or 007. You'll then notice a neat new addition, actual voice acting. After a loading screen, since this is on a disc, we're given a briefing by M, who is clearly not Judi Dench, but it's a pretty decent imitation of her by Karen Pascoe.
007, satellite reconnaissance has located a military outpost on the Russian border.
The game then starts out just like the pre-title sequence in the movie. Then we get to see Bond. I think Bond actually looks pretty good. It's a decent likeness to Brosnan for PlayStation 1 graphics, and he's voiced by Adam Blackwood, who will go on to provide the voice of Brosnan-era Bond 3 more times. But okay, we start off at a military outpost on the Russian border. Our objectives: laser designate dish, obtain security card, and escape on skis. It's funny to imagine those being the exact objectives Bond is given by M. Bond, you have to escape, but you must be on skis. No substitutions. So we start out, and right away there is one significant difference from GoldenEye. Bond is now in the third person. When aiming, it does go into first person, but moving around is all in the third. Now, if you're familiar with the original PS1 controller, there was actually no analog stick. There eventually was a controller released with analog controls, but trying to move Bond around with the D-pad is an absolute nightmare. You have to come to a complete stop, and he awkwardly rotates around with up moving him forward. These are known as tank controls, and they certainly take some getting used to. But they are even worse in this game for whatever reason. Your health is now shown on screen in the top left corner instead of it flashing on the screen when you get hit. Underneath is your number of lives. Yeah, if you happen to die during a mission, you immediately respawn instead of starting over from the top. Along the way, you're given medkits that you can use with the press of a button. In fact, they might be a little too easy to use, as you could use one by accident trying to figure out the controls. I may or may not have done this multiple times. That's one secret I'll never tell. XOXO. Gossip Girl. The weaponry starts out very similar. Bond begins with his Walter PPK, or PK-7, and you get the usual assault rifles and sniper rifles like you'd expect. The triangle button pauses the game to open up a small weapon toggle screen where you can change your primary weapons or secondary items like medkits or gadgets needed to complete your mission. Medkits are found here in exploding barrels because, of course they are. You go through either choosing the stealth route by sneaking up or using your sniper rifle, or just going through guns blazing. Eventually you'll reach a giant satellite dish. Use your laser designator on it and it'll instantly get blown up by a jet, alerting a helicopter dropping enemy soldiers at you. After obtaining a key card from one of them, it turns into a skiing segment, resulting in a replication of the intro to The Spy Who Loved Me rather than Tomorrow Never Dies, with Bond skiing off a cliff with a Union Jack parachute, to conclude the first mission. Not a bad start to the game, as you learn the regular controls as well as introducing a skiing segment for some variety. Those controls really take some getting used to though. Mission 2 is the Arms Bazaar, taking place seconds after Bond parachutes down. Here you must photograph the 3 weapons around and then escape in the jet before the nuclear missile strikes. This is mirroring the pre-title sequence from the film. Overall, I think Tomorrow Never Dies does some things well, as they tried to show some new concept and ideas for a Bond game, but ultimately the controls are what drag this one down. Not to keep comparing it to GoldenEye, but you kinda have to. Every Bond game after that wants to compete with that success. GoldenEye's controls are just so much better than this one. I personally think the third person was a poor choice, but we will be seeing it again, and hopefully done better. The shooting mechanics are just too awkward here, and it's kinda hard to describe. The enemies are also much worse and move in a pretty choppy manner. And this game is ugly, it really is. GoldenEye, while also looking extremely dated nowadays, still looks better, and that was 2 years earlier. What I do like about this game is the addition of the voice acting, as it's pretty decent.
Destroy the bazaar. Evacuate immediately.
I just need a little more time.
So did Tomorrow Never Dies live up to the success of GoldenEye? Well, no. It actually sold almost 6.5 million copies less, even though it was exclusive to the more successful console. Fans were not too kind to this game, and critically it received poor to middle-of-the-road reviews across the board. It didn't quite break the top 50 in best-selling PlayStation 1 games, but it did end up in 51st place, just 20,000 copies behind Twisted Metal 2. I can't see why it didn't do well. I mean, the controls are pretty abysmal, and graphically it just looks uglier than GoldenEye, but I think it ultimately came down to one aspect that really dragged it down: the lack of multiplayer. Tomorrow Never Dies is one player, while people out there were having GoldenEye parties with 4 controller ports. The PlayStation may have been the more successful console, but GoldenEye fans were diehards. Not everybody could afford both a Nintendo 64 and a PlayStation at the time, and those who did would just pick the multiplayer one to play anyway. Tomorrow Never Dies is not remembered too fondly these days, although it does have a few merits going for it.
I discovered he had a crush on me.
Tomorrow Never Dies ended up being both a bit of a commercial and critical failure of a game, as it never came close to matching the sales numbers or praise as GoldenEye did. But Electronic Arts chose to push on. As I stated before, the Tomorrow Never Dies game came out days before The World Is Not Enough the film, so it seemed logical for them to try and get out a game for The World Is Not Enough as soon as possible, before the movie started to feel, too old for a game adaptation. Well, they stayed at least within 1 year of the film release. Sort of. The World Is Not Enough the film came out in November of 1999 and stars Pierce Brosnan in his third go-around as 007, Sophie Marceau as Electra King, Robert Carlyle as Renard, and Denise Richards as Christmas Jones. Dr. Christmas Jones, with the once again returned roles of Judi Dench as M, Desmond Llewellyn as Q, and Samantha Bond as Moneypenny. Tragically, Desmond Llewellyn passed away in December of 1999 from a car accident, thus ending his impressive and beloved tenure in the Bond series, since 1963's From Russia with Love. John Cleese rounds out the cast as R, Q's apprentice in the film. The film deals with MI6 being attacked and billionaire Sir Robert King dying in the explosion. M sends Bond to protect King's daughter, Electra, from former KGB terrorist Victor Renard Zokas. The World Is Not Enough ranks 18th in the highest grossing of the series adjusted for inflation, and is Brosnan's lowest in that regard. It tends to conjure up a lot of notoriety for the role of a nuclear physicist being played by Denise Richards, and unfortunately that's mostly what the film is known for nowadays. But at this point, the turn of the century was on the horizon, and Brosnan was solidified in the role. The year 2000 in video games saw the transition of the 5th generation to the 6th generation, with the PlayStation phasing over to the PlayStation 2, the Nintendo GameCube set to take over for the Nintendo 64 in 2001, and even Sega returning to the mix with the Dreamcast. The Game Boy Color was the frontrunner in the handheld market. But Electronic Arts had 3 different developers working on 3 different versions of The World Is Not Enough, and for 3 different systems at 3 different release dates. It seemed like a complicated mess, but the first release was developed by Eurocom for the Nintendo 64 and was released on October 17, 2000 in North America. Eurocom previously worked on James Bond Jr. and will work on a few more Bond games in the future. In 2000, Nintendo's main console was still the Nintendo 64, and it would remain so until 2001. After Rare developed GoldenEye, they continued to develop more games for Nintendo, including a game called Perfect Dark, which used the same control scheme and engine as GoldenEye, released in May of 2000. It was really the spiritual sequel to GoldenEye, although with a completely original non-James Bond story, and while not being quite as big of a success, it still ranks in the top 20 in the best-selling Nintendo 64 games. What Rare did not develop was an adaptation of The World Is Not Enough. That job went to developer Eurocom, and it ultimately ranked at 44th, selling about 1.5 million less copies than Perfect Dark did. I remember getting Perfect Dark back then and absolutely loving it. Everything felt improved in it from GoldenEye, and I played it so much over the next year or so. Because of this, I was incredibly excited for the release of The World Is Not Enough, and I was absolutely ready to get it for Christmas, and that's exactly what I got. Being 14 years old at the time with no internet access, I didn't know much about game developers or anything of the sort, so I had no idea that Rare was not the team behind the release. I expected an even better Perfect Dark this time around, and well, yeah, we'll get into that. Also, this was the first Bond game I ever owned. But, okay, let's check out the back of the box. Experience the intensity of being the world's top secret agent. Equipped with a full arsenal of QLab gadgets and weaponry, you must be suave, resourceful, and lethal as you carry out action-packed missions based on the blockbuster movie. Are you cool under pressure? Deadly when necessary? Of course you are. You're Bond. James Bond. Here we go. No gun barrel sequence. Huh. I didn't remember this, and that's a bit surprising. It just kinda cuts to a still title screen. Well, that's pretty lame. Anyway, we're shown a level screen containing 14 levels this time. I remember it being pretty faithful to the film, and like with GoldenEye, I had played this game before seeing the movie, so I didn't really have a frame of reference as to what to do or what was going on. Our first level is the Courier, matching the pre-title sequence in the film. I believe it's the longest Bond pre-title sequence to date as well. Anyway, Bond arrives at a Swiss bank in Spain in order to retrieve money for a Sir Robert King. Our objectives for the game on Agent: collect equipment from safety deposit box, and a Bond game classic, avoid civilian casualties. Also returning are directives from MI6, complete with a very poor black and white image of M, Chief of Staff Robinson, and R, Q's assistant in the film. M tends to give you story directives, Robinson gives you some background on where you are, and R helps to explain your secondary gadgets that you'll have. So, it begins with a little cutscene, and right away, I think the graphics look pretty good for the Nintendo 64. It still looks primitive nowadays, but also looks less rigid or pixelated than GoldenEye, and especially Tomorrow Never Dies. Also returning is, more importantly, a first-person perspective. I stand by that Bond works best in the first person, although there will be some third-person games in the future with decent controls. Also making a return from Tomorrow Never Dies is voice acting. This time we have Tim Bentinck as the voice of Bond. Among your screen, you can see an aiming reticle starting in the center and Bond's health in the top left corner. After bringing up a weapon, your ammo count appears in the bottom right corner. They keep it basic, and that's how it should be. Complicated HUD screens can get bothersome. For this mission, you're given only a stun watch from the get-go. Simply walk into one of the first rooms you find and open the safety deposit box and... what's this? You're all of a sudden given a third objective. Collect Sir Robert's money from LaChase's vault. This is a new concept and sorta adds a sense of quick thinking, something Bond is forced to do all the time in the films. I like this addition. After getting through security, we're treated to a cutscene replicating the movie, complete with expressionless speaking faces that the N64 excelled at. Bond is trying to get a name of an MI6 agent that was killed, and all of a sudden, a girl next to you shoots the banker. There's an explosion, and the man next to you just falls over on his face. The first time I played this, I was like, what even just happened? You're then given a new objective: crack safe and obtain swipe card. Then you can engage in combat, and well, maybe it's the sound of the gun combined with the awkward movements of enemies, but something just feels off and less satisfying in combat. It's a different kind of awkward than in Tomorrow Never Dies, but eventually you do get adjusted to it. It took me a while to really get into the game when I first got it, but I eventually got pretty good at it and beat it multiple times. It's hard to pinpoint what it is, but the shooting just feels so inauthentic in this. Obviously, it is a video game, and I don't need blood and realism in my Bond game or anything, but it feels cheaper in this game than in GoldenEye. But you do have to figure out where to use what gadgets in order to get the briefcase of money that's comically open and right out on the table before escaping. Quite honestly, it's a good introduction level. You encounter a combination of enemies to shoot, innocent bankers to not shoot, and police trying to shoot you, but you can only avoid or use your stun gun to stop them. A pretty good start to show you what sort of game you're getting into. The second level, King's Ransom, takes place in your own headquarters, MI6, which is really cool to see. Like in the movie, a bomb goes off in MI6, killing Sir Robert, or almost killing him. You are to protect all primary MI6 personnel, avoid civilian and security guard casualties, and find Sir Robert. As a fanboy, it's pretty awesome to begin this mission in M's office, and you walk out to see Moneypenny standing there. Enemies begin entering MI6 through the windows, and you can use your authority to get security windows closed in order to stop more incoming enemies. After making your way through, you're told to activate the sprinkler system to stop the fires. After doing so, you make your way to the vaults where you find a dying Sir Robert who tells you that a pen was the detonator. Q then radios you, telling you to get to the Q labs fast because the suspect is escaping on a boat. Before getting to the vaults, you remember that you passed a map of MI6 showing where the Q labs are. Get to Q Division, which ends the level with Bond getting in a speedboat and somebody tells him that the boat isn't finished. It doesn't look like Q or R, so I'm not sure who it's supposed to be. Anyway, I think this is a really awesome level. The Thames Chase is next, which is the conclusion to the pre-title sequence in the movie, but I will end it there now per tradition. The first level causes you to figure out what gadgets to use and where. This one ups the chaos level by having your own workplace being attacked. I love being able to walk around MI6 and see M, Moneypenny, Robinson, and everybody. Something that hasn't been done since James Bond 007 on the Game Boy. The stakes feel high, and being only the second level, it's not incredibly difficult. It's really an awesome start to the game, and is still feeling faithful to the movie. It's the awkward combat that does bring it down a tad, but you do get used to it, and for me personally, I still say the game isn't as good as GoldenEye, but definitely an improvement over Tomorrow Never Dies. This will be the last Bond game on the Nintendo 64, which means, yeah, they obviously brought back multiplayer for this one, something sorely missing from Tomorrow Never Dies with only the 2 controller ports. Multiplayer in this features 10 levels with 4 unlockable ones. And in a pretty cool feature, you can play by yourself with AI bots to add a little variety when you don't have any friends and you're just making Bond videos on YouTube. You can have it where up to 4 players can be in. Weapons and game settings can be unlocked for more customizable playstyles down the road, as well as certain returning characters like, you guessed it, Jaws and Oddjob. Also, a couple returning Bond classics like Scaramanga and Max Zorin, which is cool to see. The multiplayer here can be a lot of fun, and while not as legendary as GoldenEye or even Perfect Dark, which in my opinion is the best multiplayer experience out there, yeah, I said it, The World Is Not Enough on the Nintendo 64 can feature a good time to be had by all. I would place it as the second best Bond game up to this point. But there are still 2 more versions to cover. Next up, EA Games sought out Black Ops Entertainment returning from Tomorrow Never Dies to make a legit PlayStation sequel. Weirdly enough, their version of The World Is Not Enough was released on November 8th, 2000 in North America, less than 2 weeks after the PlayStation 2 was released. The PlayStation 2 was backward compatible with PlayStation games, but I can't imagine there was much hype at all for this game to come out when it did. Firstly, it's a game for a movie that came out 1 year prior. Secondly, it was for a now older system while everybody was out getting PlayStation 2s for the holiday season. Thirdly, it was by the same developer that received lackluster reviews for Tomorrow Never Dies. And fourthly, it's almost a month after the Nintendo 64 version had already been out. It wasn't looking good for the PlayStation version, but we'll see how it compares and give it a fair shot. I have never played this version before, so it will be based on my first impressions of this game. Also, it did not crack the top 100 of the best-selling PlayStation games. But let's check out the back of the CD case. Experience the intensity of being the world's top secret agent. Oh, it's just the same as the Nintendo 64 one. Oh wait, they switched out the word deadly for cunning. Huh. What a weird choice. Anyway, let's do this. good lord, it's not even closer that this intro beats out the Nintendo 64 one. This one has the gun barrel sequence, the music, exciting scenes of the movie and the game, just like the intro to Tomorrow Never Dies. It gets you pumped up to play it. The N64 one had a title screen. Point goes to the PlayStation right off the bat. So we get to our level select screen, and there are 11 as opposed to 14 in the other one. This could be good or bad, as it's less to play, but also could be less filler, depending on how you see it. Everything in the briefing is better too. Adam Blackwood is reprising his voice talents as Pierce Brosnan's Bond. M is still clearly not Judi Dench, but R is actually voiced by John Cleese, who plays R in the film, so that's pretty cool.
Frequency disruptor. When activated, all metals within a 5-foot radius become undetectable.
The pictures look better and much more clear as well. And Moneypenny puts in her 2 cents instead of Robinson, so that's also a plus. Even the loading screen is better. But the main thing here is, how do the controls and gameplay compare? Well, we start with Die's entry, and it's nice to help immerse yourself into the game more than the 64 one. We're starting in the courier like before, except it looks darker and grittier. Also, we're actually in first person now like in the N64 version, and unlike Black Ops' Tomorrow Never Dies. I guess they either wanted to try something different or assume the fans wanted it back to first person. There is now a little action rectangle that appears for you to trigger different things to happen. So you speak to the receptionist, then use your pen disruptor to stop the alarm from going off by simply just walking right by everybody. You then get rejected entry from further into the bank. What cunning does Bond have to use to outsmart this? Oh, you just wait for him to walk away and then you go through the door. Man, security here sucks. So far, this is a very different start from the N64 one. It's now easy to see that this is an entirely different game, and this is not something I realized until doing this project. I learned something today. Anyway, make your way through the bank trying not to get detected by cameras. I got noticed by the first one, so I was forced to plow through a bunch of enemies that may or may not have deserved it. I'm Bond, I can murder 30 people in a bank and still complete the mission. You then use your fingerprint scanner on a coffee cup, I guess, which then opens locked doors. You are able to locate LaChase like in the movie, resulting in just as awkward of a cutscene as the N64 version until you grab the briefcase and smash the window to complete it. Yeah, that was extremely different from the 64 version. I think that one may have been a little more faithful to the movie, but whatever, they had to come up with something for the video game. I think this level was more difficult to figure out, but I'm also more used to the 64 version and the controls. It's definitely neat to see this though. Mission 2 is also called King's Ransom, but I now see why there are less levels in this version. The bombing that occurs in MI6 is now reduced to only being in the briefing by M. You then see the actual scene in the movie of the boat chase between Bond and the assassin, but actually playing the level is chasing her through the streets of London, mowing down enemies until you get to her hot air balloon that she tries to escape in the movie. This is actually the third mission in the 64 version, so they seem to be kind of streamlining it here for the PS1. I think you're timed, but I could be wrong. It's a fast-paced level either way, and is a good practice for shooting, even with the auto-aim. Once you reach the hot air balloon, use your grappling hook watch to grab onto the bottom, and it's completed. So there we are, the first 2 levels of both versions. I think the PlayStation 1 is pretty decent actually, and did some things way better than Nintendo 64 one. While I do prefer the N64's controls a little more, that could just be a personal preference. With that said, their first person entry works so much better than the third person in Tomorrow Never Dies. This version is easily a step up in terms of quality, although the timing of when it came out for a then outdated system was a bit unfortunate for its release. But once again, I think the main aspect holding this one back is the lack of multiplayer. I'm sort of surprised they didn't just implement at least a 2-player multiplayer to make use of the 2 controllers, but that did not happen. It's hard to say which is the better version, but we have yet one more to cover. In the order of James Bond game releases, there was actually yet another EA Games release for the PlayStation in November of 2000. My god, they were just churning these out like Krispy Kreme donuts back then, weren't they? That game is 007 Racing, but instead of talking about it now, I'll be talking about it in part 15. For now, fast forward to September of 2001, now almost 2 full years after the release of The World Is Not Enough the movie. We're now closer to the release of Brosnan's 4th film, Die Another Day, than we are to The World Is Not Enough. But Electronic Arts wasn't done yet. They wanted in on the handheld market as well. They hired a very small developer based out of California by the name of 2N Productions to make their take on The World Is Not Enough for the Game Boy Color. I couldn't find much about them, but all I could see is that they only developed this game and WCW Mayhem. As with many other attempts of bringing a franchise to the Game Boy or Game Boy Color, there have to be some adjustments made due to the lack of graphic ability and controls. Resident Evil Gaiden is one that comes to mind. It is not among the best-selling Game Boy or Game Boy Color games, unfortunately. Like with the PlayStation version, I have never played this before, so it will also be based on my first impressions. So were they a bit late to the party with this one? Let's check out the back of the box. Enter the sophisticated world of high-tech espionage as Her Majesty's greatest spy, James Bond. Experience all the intense actions, spycraft, and the state-of-art gadgetry synonymous with Bond. Work with helpful allies such as Dr. Christmas Jones and M to stop the treacherous villain Renard. Your mission? Save the world. Are you up for it? Of course you are. You're Bond. James Bond. Okay, at least this one's a little different, although every single one of these ends with Bond, James Bond. I guess it's too easy not to. Let's do this. Okay, well we have the gun barrel sequence here too, which makes the lack of it on the Nintendo 64 stand out even more. They did a decent job for recording it on the Game Boy, and oh my god, what is that? Denise Richards looks horrifying! When I mentioned Resident Evil Gaiden, I didn't think I would be thinking of it again. That is the undead right there. At least Pierce Brosnan looks pretty good. What happened here? I gotta get off this screen. This game ultimately has 8 missions, down from the PlayStation's 11, which is down from the 64's 14, but this is the Game Boy Color, so I expected it to be around 8. Also, something interesting to know is that this game is functional with the Nintendo 64's Transfer Pack. The Transfer Pack was a little device that connects a Game Boy game to the back of a Nintendo 64 controller to unlock certain features. Probably the most notable use for this is transferring Pokemon from the original games into Pokemon Stadium on the N64. But for this game, apparently it gives more features to multiplayer on Worlds Not Enough for the Nintendo 64. It's not groundbreaking, but it's something. It's sort of like the Amiibo giving minor perks with the more modern Nintendo systems. We're briefed by M per normal, and it starts in Spain per usual, no surprises there. We then see Bond in a top-down view with the now much improved color graphics over the original Game Boy. I think it looks pretty good, and definitely showcases the point between the Game Boy and the Game Boy Advance, which was already released for months at this point. Man, their timing for releasing games on new systems has been a bit off. Our objectives are roughly the same. Speak with LeChase, get his money, escape the bank. I like how widely different the bank looks in all 3 versions, and none of them look like it does in the film. Anyway, Bond moves in a grid-like pattern, being able to move in 4 directions. Bond's health is the red bar in the bottom left corner, and the bottom middle is what you have equipped. The bottom right corner indicates how many objectives have been completed. Combat in this is pretty funny. Punching actually seems faster and more effective than your gun, so just wail on dudes 4 times to do away with them. These guys can forget you even exist within seconds too. Unlike the other versions, this bank is a bit of a maze and you can enter all of these empty offices for no reason. Make your way to the 4th floor and speak with LeChase. After Bond threatens LeChase's life, LeChase is now lying on the ground and the 2 guys in green go after you. If you weren't familiar with the other games or the movie, you'd assume Bond killed him, right? It's not clear at all what happened. You take his briefcase, and instead of yeeting yourself out the window like in the PlayStation one, this one has you leisurely strolling down every single maze floor and taking the stairs until you make it to the 1st floor. This is more akin to the 64 version, but man, you really take your time getting out of here. Find a key in the courtyard area, I guess, to unlock the door on the 1st floor and just simply walk out the front door. Yeah, this definitely feels more Game Boy-y, but they had to come up with something. I can't imagine it would have worked too well being in first person on the Game Boy Color with, you know, the D-pad and all. I mean, it's not the original PlayStation 1 controller. Mission 2, also like in the 64 version, takes place in MI6 after the explosion goes off. You are to wander around MI6, although there's nothing to set it apart to make it even look like it would be MI6. As far as I know, you must come to blows with every enemy in the building to secure it, while finding a brown and silver switch on each floor that must be pressed in that order. Just go with it. And then there are some new obstacles to be in your way, like lasers to avoid, like you're in a Mega Man game. Some of these take forever to go away too. I mean, look at this. One floor has an electric floor with a moving current, which can be frustrating, and then the bottom floor is actually pretty easy. You obtain a key to enter the Q lab and escape on a boat just like in the 64 version. Wow, well, I'll give it to them. They came up with something pretty unique compared to the other two versions. So is this game necessary? Honestly, probably not. I like that they gave a small developer a chance, but it's just so weird to pick The World Is Not Enough way near the last quarter of 2001. They could have picked any Bond story to go here, or even made up their own, and it would have probably made more sense. Die Another Day was out the following year, but they chose to cram this in here. But, is it fun? Not really, no. It's not terrible or unplayable by any means, but I spent my time in these first two levels walking around slowly punching guys 4 times in a row trying to find switches and keys in a building maze. Unless it gets way different in the later levels, that's the game. I will get this for my collection down the road and try to complete it then, however. So which is the best version? Well, it's hard to say, really. I think it's pretty obvious that the Game Boy Color one comes in third. It's simply a step back in every way, but it's so it can be played on the go. I think the pros for the PlayStation version are that it has the best quality all around with the better looking screens, implemented scenes from the movie, and a far superior intro. Pros for the Nintendo 64 one are slightly better controls, more variety in levels, and the fact there's actual multiplayer. For that reason, I think the N64 one ever so slightly takes the cake, as it gives the best value of all three. Although if you're hosting a 64 multiplayer party, I doubt that The World Is Not Enough will be a top contender, unless there's a lot of nostalgia involved, I don't know. The PlayStation 1 surprised me though, and certainly has its merits. I think it's kinda cool that the game went to 3 different developers to see what they could come up with. And I thought Christmas only comes once a year. I gotta remember to cut that out, that was bad.
Ejector seat, you're joking.
Alright, wait, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. I don't think we're quite ready for 2001 just yet, even though I led you to believe so in the last part. 2001 saw the Game Boy Color release of the third The World Is Not Enough adaptation, but as I mentioned toward the end of that part, yeah, I skipped over a game there. I had my reasons. But let's dial it back a little here and take you back. The new millennium. Times are a-changin'. There's a new decade and EA Games had plans for a non-The World Is Not Enough game. In regards to what was going on in the Bond film franchise at the time, well, they were still at the point between Pierce Brosnan's third and fourth entry with The World Is Not Enough in 1999 and Die Another Day in 2002. Not too much else was going on at the time. I mean, Austin Powers sort of helped to repopularize the series with the second film, The Spy Who Shagged Me in 1999, although maybe not with the most positive repopularizing. Daniel Craig has recently stated that the Bond series is still haunted by Austin Powers. But that's a topic for another time. EA Games sought out a developer by the name of Eutechnyx to develop a vehicle-based game to sort of be a release counterpart to The World Is Not Enough. In North America, The World Is Not Enough for the PlayStation was released on November 8th, 2000, and 007 Racing was released only 12 days later as a PlayStation exclusive. The World Is Not Enough was released in Europe on November 17th, 2000, and 007 Racing came out a month later in December. And as I stated in the last part, the PlayStation 2 was very recently out at this point. So just like with The World Is Not Enough, 007 Racing was unfortunately developed for an outdated system. I can only figure that since the PlayStation 2 was backwards compatible with PlayStation 1 games, they probably didn't have much hope for it being one of their cash cow games, rather than pooling in more money to make it for the PS2. So, enter British developer Eutechnyx, a video game company that specializes in vehicle and racing games. They were originally known as Zeppelin Games and then Merit Studios, but after 007 Racing, they went on to release a lot of licensed games, such as a handful of NASCAR games, The Fast and the Furious, Pimp My Ride, and one of the most infamously worst games of all time, Ride to Hell Retribution. I'm basing that on what I've read, I've never actually played it before. But basically, they also slapped together a licensed game in 2000 called 007 Racing. Based on the name alone, it sounds more like an arcade game that you'd see in like a Dave & Buster's than a console release. As I have also stated in prior episodes, I did not grow up with a PlayStation, and I only first bought one used around 2011. It's also around the time that I first tried this game out, and yeah, I played it once for about 10-15 minutes at the most, and then put it back in my collection to never play again. I'll explain that more as I go through it, but I at least get to give it a fair shot with a fair critique of the first couple levels this time. So what did they come up with exactly? Let's check out the back of the disc case. Pay attention, 007, this is for your eyes only. Q Branch has re-engineered some of your favorite automobiles with additional gadgets and firepower. You'll need everything they've got, plus your own uncanny ability to beat the odds. The free world is depending on you. Oh, one other thing before you go, 007. Try to bring them back in one piece. Yeah, okay, it's clearly Q speaking to you here, and that makes sense if it's a game revolving around just vehicles that Bond acquires, through Q. Also, note the license plate on the box art. A nice little nod to point out that they want you to know this is a PlayStation exclusive with the shape buttons. Okay, let's do this.
Now pay attention, 007. I want you to take great care of this equipment.
And you might be...
Bond. James Bond.
Please fasten seatbelts.
You need collision coverage?
Yes.
Fire?
Probably.
Property destruction?
Definitely. No more foreplay.
Blow up 007.
Pretty stellar opening, to be honest, as it's right along the lines of the other PlayStation openings of Tomorrow Never Dies and The World Is Not Enough, with the action-packed music paired with a collage of scenes from the movies. This time it's very Q-centric, as he was the one giving Bond all of these vehicles. Pretty awesome opening, though. So let's get into the gameplay. 007 Racing features 12 levels that are actual missions like in a standard Bond game. Judging the game by the title alone, you would think it would just be like Mario Kart, but with Bond vehicles. Not the case at all. Mission 1 is called Escape to the Border and takes place in Eastern Europe. Your objectives: rescue Charisse Light, obtain Stinger missile from Courtyard, eliminate helicopter with Stinger, and jump border crossing to safety. So essentially this is a standard Bond game just without the first or third person walking around. This game takes the vehicle levels from these games and makes it only that. We're treated to the gun barrel sequence actually from the films, probably The World Is Not Enough, and then the game begins. And yeah, it's still PlayStation 1, so it has those ugly, pixelated, choppy graphics, but in my opinion is looking even worse in this opening.
Collect the Stinger missile and get out quickly.
Not Judi Dench's M briefs you on the mission, and you begin while driving, what else, the Aston Martin DB5. The vehicles in this game control in the third person, which is good, as I feel like first person driving on the PS1 would be rough. Correct me if there are PS1 driving games like that, but I'd rather steer clear of those. The vehicle's health and which weapon is equipped appears in the bottom left, and there's a radar in the bottom right. Your score appears in the top right to make it feel more like a Dave & Buster's racing game. Your next objective appears on the screen, and you're off. Controls are pretty simple, really. X accelerates, square brakes and is reverse, and the L and R buttons switch and use weapons. And hey, John Cleese returns as the voice of R, so that's kinda cool.
Patience, 007, you need to ensure the target is locked before firing.
He's just like, oh, more voice acting in another Bond game? Yeah, why not? Blow up the ugly wall with your gun and find Charisse wandering around with a red circle underneath her as well as the Stinger missile. Along the way, you'll find some health and weapons laying around with Charisse throwing in a few words of caution once in a while. You'll eventually encounter a helicopter that you explode with your newfound Stinger missile, and just like that, the level's almost over. Eventually, after dodging some enemies, you'll reach the end of the level where it looks like you blow up into a helicopter, but that's not the case. You're then treated to a cutscene with better graphics and a very cliche Bondian scene of him using the Aston Martin to stop pursuing enemies, which is reminiscent of Goldfinger more than anything. So, there's the first level. Pros, the Bond theme plays. You get to experience a few things that the Aston Martin can do, I guess. Cons, just about everything else though. I know it's just the intro level, but wow, it's simply not very fun. The graphics look pretty atrocious, even though I know this was only PlayStation 1, but I mean, yikes, look at this. There are still 11 more missions to go, so we'll check out the next one to see if it has more enjoyment to it. You'll get close to a 3-minute cutscene next of Bond getting mission briefing at MI6, and I'm sorry, it's just hard to care about anything that's being said. I feel like they really tried to create a Bond-esque plot as best as they could, but knowing it results in just driving around and shooting at things makes it a bit less meaningful. It involves a threat to global stability involving NATO, and there's some hijacked freighter, and oh hey, it's Tim Bentinck returning doing his best Pierce Brosnan impression.
Someone was obviously tipped off to the freighter's location.
Actually, I think he sounds better this time around. If they can't get Pierce, at least this is a decent off-brand option. After the briefing finally ends, we see Mission 2 is called Gimme a Break, and we are now in New York City. You are to simply collect all transmitters and jettison the car into the Hudson River. You're treated to some threats by a menacing European man who tells you that your license to kill does not include Manhattan residents.
And your license to kill does not include Manhattan residents.
There's bound to be people absolutely everywhere and cars in your way, and it's going to be extremely difficult to navigate for sure. And oh, there's like 3 people walking around per block and barely any traffic. This must be like New York City, Utah or something. The level begins, and essentially it's just driving around by following the arrows that lead you to these floating green transmitters that you barrel into before a timer runs out. Repeat 12 times, yes 12, and then drive the car into the Hudson River. That's the entire level. All that briefing and build-up to just follow an arrow for a few minutes. Oh, and Jack Wade talks to you, Bond's CIA ally originally from GoldenEye.
Hey, Jimmy. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle. Now get the car to Hudson Bay Harbor and jettison it in the river before she blows.
Very cool. And the same lady shouts constantly, since that's all the New Yorkers say, of course. As for me, I'm quickly remembering why I played this game for only about 10 minutes back when I got it. Am I being too harsh on it? I mean, look at it. This really should be only an arcade game. They could have made a cool little Aston Martin thing to sit in and pretend to drive, and then I would have thought this would be a fun time killer for 50 cents. But there's just not much to this, really. The controls aren't even great, so you're left with just kind of a lame driving game. But apparently the Lotus Esprit appears in the last 2 levels, so I'll consider those levels a direct remake of The Spy Who Loved Me from 1990. Overall, no, I can't get into this one, and I'm not the only one, since reviews were pretty abysmal for the most part. The graphics are rough, and the driving isn't terribly fun. This would have been a disappointing rental back in 2000 if I had a PlayStation then. But, I will say this, they actually did improve on something Over the World Is Not Enough and Tomorrow Never Dies. They included some actual multiplayer. Yeah, there's actually a 2-player mode where you drive around trying to eliminate the other players, sort of like in Mario Kart. Just replace the red shell with missiles and we're good to go. It's basically what you'd expect a Bond vehicle multiplayer game to be. There is the aforementioned challenge mode where 2 people pick a vehicle from the game and find weapons to lower the health of the other player. Then there's Pass the Bomb, which is sort of a neat addition. One person starts with a bomb ticking down in their vehicle and they must run into the other player, which will hand off the bomb, basically like a game of hot potato. There's nothing exceptional here, but at least they did implement some 2-player mode this time around. It certainly doesn't save the game from being lackluster, but I could see there's some fun to be had here.
Oh, he had to fly.
Let's be honest here, 007 Racing was a bit of a blunder. Okay, it sucked. It wasn't received well, and it was time for Electronic Arts to focus on the next generation consoles. Yet, after the Game Boy Color release of The World's Not Enough in 2001. Supposedly, EA was planning to develop yet another version of The World Is Not Enough for the PlayStation 2 and the PC. It's a good thing they didn't, because my god, let's calm down with the adaptations of that film. I've already covered the 3 existing widely different variants out there. Eventually, and thankfully, the idea was scrapped and the PC version was scrapped entirely. Instead, EA sought out to develop an original story to be released for the PlayStation 2, which was out for around a year at this point. The 6th generation of video game consoles. It was a pretty awesome time for gaming. I personally grew up and loved the Nintendo 64, but I was incredibly excited to move up and get a Nintendo GameCube during the Christmas of 2001. But as far as the releases go, the 6th generation simply consisted of only 4 main options: the Sega Dreamcast, Sony PlayStation 2, Nintendo GameCube, and the big newcomer, Microsoft Xbox. The Dreamcast was the first to be released in 1998 and 1999 and ended up easily selling the least of the 4, which ended Sega's tenure in the console industry. The PlayStation 2 is next in 2000, and well, yeah, it's safe to say this console freaking crushed its competitors. Not only did it beat out the others, the PlayStation 2 is the single best-selling console of all time. I finally got mine about 10 years ago and I still use it on occasion. The GameCube and Xbox came out next in 2001 and 2002 and ended up selling about the same, with the Xbox slightly edging it out. Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft will go on to be the next big three in console gaming even to present day. It was a time where graphics were taking the next big leap and cartridges were a thing of the past, as they all used discs from this point forward. Except for the Switch, but that's a hybrid system. As an aside, the Game Boy Advance was now the frontrunner in handheld gaming, but we'll get to that guy down the road. In the Bond series proper, we're still in the era between Pierce Brosnan's third and fourth films of The World Is Not Enough in 1999 and Die Another Day in 2002. Not enough time has passed for anything new to really happen in this retrospective, as Agent Under Fire was released on the PlayStation 2 only about 2 months after The World Is Not Enough on the Game Boy Color. So yeah, nothing new to report here from me. Bond was basically about gaming at this point. So after the fourth version of The World Is Not Enough idea was scrapped, EA Games got to work on a release for just the PlayStation 2 at this point. They used developer EA Redwood Shores to utilize the engine used in the Quake 3 Arena game to develop a standalone new first-person shooter Bond game. EA Redwood Shores was known for developing a bunch of Tiger Woods golf games, a few Sims games, and then eventually becoming Visceral Games, and being known for the successful Dead Space series. They also went on to develop 2 future Bond games as well, which we will get to in time. Weirdly enough, the original plan was to use Roger Moore's voice and likeness as Bond, making his return to the series 16 years after his last film as Bond in 1985's A View to a Kill. It did not work out in the end, but I think that would have been really cool to see. Instead, they used Andrew Bicknell to be sort of like Brosnan's Bond, and Adam Blackwood returning for his voice, which made sense at the time. If they couldn't actually use Pierce Brosnan, it's best to continue the trend of getting kinda close to him. The cover is an indication of that, since Bond is almost completely in shadow, something that is not the case in the next game, Nightfire. Reminds me of the atrocity that is Madden 64, where they couldn't even use NFL logos and names, but that's an extreme comparison. This isn't nearly that bad. But Agent Under Fire, or 007 Agent Under Fire, or James Bond 007 Agent Under Fire, I'm not sure what the official name is, was released in North America on November 13th, 2001 for the PlayStation 2, and then in Europe on November 30th. But that November 13th time in North America must have been pretty hectic, as the Xbox was released only 2 days later, with the GameCube very quickly following its release only 5 days later. Interestingly, Agent Under Fire would not be released for those systems until March of 2002, as they were actually ports of the PlayStation 2 version. The 3 versions are all identical to each other, with only a few very minor differences. Graphically, they're all very close, with the GameCube version loading and running a little faster, with the other 2 having a slight boost in graphic quality. Also, the GameCube and Xbox versions added bots to their multiplayer, and can have up to 4 players instead of 2 on the PS2, but those are basically it. No more of this having 3 different developers working on the same story like The World's Not Enough. EA is now saying, here's the game we made, now you guys battle it out for sales on your consoles. Not my problem. Sales-wise, the PlayStation 2 version would go on to sell over 2 million copies and would be the 67th best-selling PS2 game. It sold a lot less on the GameCube and Xbox and is still a far cry from GoldenEye sales, but if you add all 3 consoles in, sales were definitely a step up from how it's been going. I honestly can't remember when I first played this. I think it was a Blockbuster rental way back when for the GameCube, but I did eventually beat it around a decade ago. But this is certainly a brand new era in Bond games. In my opinion, this is the beginning of the modern era. Okay, let's check out the back of the case. When the world needs a hero, James Bond answers the call. Oh, no more blurbs or long paragraphs explaining how this is the most exciting adventure yet. Just one line with some side features. I do like the encounter stunning Bond girls one though. There's something oddly creepy about that one since they're still cartoon images. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, it's sort of all coming together here. We don't have the actual scenes from the movies in a montage, but what we do have are different moments in the game you're about to play with a great sounding version of the Bond theme. It's a bit more of an accurate representation of the game itself than showing scenes from a movie to make the game look much worse, although I do love those PS1 openings anyway. The only thing missing here is the gun barrel sequence. Oh well. Also, wow, look at how good this looks in comparison to what we've seen in the retrospective. Gotta look at it through the lens to appreciate it, since these graphics are 19 years old at the time of this video. A major step up from the PlayStation and Nintendo 64 though. We're then treated to a pretty cool menu screen with a silhouetted female rolling onto the screen and pointing her gun. Very reminiscent of the infamous Bond title sequences of the past. Mission 1 is called Trouble in Paradise, and you're given a mission rundown by M, once again voiced by Karen Pascoe, returning from Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and 007 Racing.
One of their agents, a Miss Zoe Nightshade, recently sent out a distress signal.
She tells you that they received a distress signal in Hong Kong from a CIA ally by the name of Zoe Nightshade, a very PG attempt at a Bond name, and MI6 wants Bond to rescue her and investigate a potential biological weapons smuggling ring. Your objectives for this one are to infiltrate research facility, find courier case containing vials, and rescue Zoe Nightshade. But as we all know, this is basically the introductory level to get used to the controls. The intro scene plays out with a helicopter dropping off a man with a briefcase, and Bond sneaks his way into the platform. And wow, look how good this looks already, especially coming right off 007 Racing. Q then tells you that you are given two different paths to enter the compound. Use the Q claw to enter through a vent, or the Q decryptor to go right through the front door. The first thing you ever do in this game is make a pathway decision. I think that's pretty awesome. However, John Cleese did not return as the voice of R for this one, and we have Miles Anderson doing his best Q impression.
Or, your Q decryptor could open that digital lock.
Who weirdly enough voiced the Swiss banker LaChase in The World Is Not Enough.
It's a terrible tragedy, but...
We're back to the standard first person, and it does control pretty similarly to GoldenEye or the PS1 The World's Not Enough, except no matter which of the three versions you're playing, the controllers now have a dual analog stick. A common way of playing is to use the left one to move Bond forward, back, left, and right, and use the right stick to aim the cursor around. A utilizes action commands, R shoots, and the D-pad changes weapons and gadgets. You kinda have to spend a little bit of time learning them, but then it's pretty easy to adjust to. I'm personally playing the GameCube version here. But there is one thing I must point out, and it tends to be the point of criticism here. What were they thinking with these Pac-Man pellet bullets? Look at how slow they go. It's like using a Nerf gun to take enemies down. Was this to try and make the game less violent looking? I'm honestly not really sure, but man, it really makes shooting super awkward. I don't know what they were thinking here, but it's a pretty big criticism. The level itself, though, is pretty straightforward, as it should be for the first level. The camera even stops gameplay to show you things like body armor to pick up. Q and M interject with telling you exactly what to do, which emphasizes the tutorial feel. It's kind of funny that this tutorial style level involves you rescuing a main character in the story from death, but at least they're trying to get you invested in the story from the get-go. This is a cool little area though. Eventually you will come across the vial case and then a giant room with a submarine that has Zoe being tied up to a pole. Across from you is a man with a sniper pointed at her. A brief little cutscene plays with a look at who the villain is. Shoot the sniper guy and make your way down to Zoe by using the Q laser on her lock. End mission. Not a bad start, and it does have a James Bond story feel to it. You're introduced to characters from a distance, and it's sort of like the third act of one of the films with the rescuing of Zoe. But you know it can't be that easy, and whether you're invested in the story or not, you don't entirely know what's going on or where it's going, so props to them there. Mission 2 is called Precious Cargo, and hey, the gameplay is about to be mixed up here. Bond and Zoe are on the run, and it now becomes an on-rails shooter. Zoe is the driver, so you have no say as to where you're going, and it's up to you to shoot the tires of pursuing cars, stop helicopters, pedestrian enemies, and the like through the streets of Hong Kong. There really isn't much else to it. If you like on-rails shooters, you'll probably enjoy this. If you don't, it's only one level, and the first-person shooters resume. The one thing that always makes me laugh is when you come to this square with enemies on all three sides and they all choose to stand next to multiple exploding barrels. Why are there barrels there anyway? Just video game logic, I guess. Well, nobody is claiming that these games have the smartest of opponents. There really isn't much to figure out when it comes to objectives. Eventually you shoot this red switch which makes a thing hover over another thing and you shoot that thing and then you accomplished it. The level ends with Q showing off your new car and What's this? Guess you weren't safe after all, and now Zoe is dead. Well, that was fun. And that is where I will end it for now. Where does the story go from here? How will Bond deal with the failing of his mission? It really has a tune in next time feel to it. And you know what? Props to them for trying something new here. The developers are trying their hand at an original story and trying to add in some variety of gameplay with the newest systems at the time. From a reception standpoint, the game is sort of all over the board. Edge and EGM gave it pretty awful reviews, but then like Game Informer gave it a 9.25 out of 10. For me, I think it's certainly a step in the right direction to kick off the modern era. It gave them a chance for an original story and to really find out what works and what doesn't work to adapt to the new generation. I think it's the best they've done since GoldenEye, aside from shooting yellow pellets at your enemies, and definitely worth checking out. As far as the multiplayer goes, it's your standard Bond multiplayer with more variety in the Xbox and GameCube versions, like bots. If you like Bond multiplayer, it's essentially what you'd expect. There's really not much more to say about that.
So, this is where they keep the old relics in, eh?
With Agent Under Fire ushering in the new generation of consoles, well, it was time for EA Games to try and improve on sales with a new game and make an even better Agent Under Fire. So what sort of direction do they go from here? Agent Under Fire was an original story taking place in the latter half of the Pierce Brosnan era, and 2002 meant the release of his fourth and final film as 007. There has been a movie tie-in game release for every film since A View to a Kill in 1985, so surely they would be working on cashing in on the 2002 release of Die Another Day. And, nope, that didn't happen at all. Supposedly, EA wanted to continue on with the original story's idea and try and implement elements from Die Another Day into their next release, but that didn't quite happen either. Which is weird, since the game they did come up with was released at the very same time as Die Another Day, mid to late November of 2002. So to have it have little to nothing to do with Die Another Day was an interesting choice, and I'm sure there was some hype for a game tie-in. So yeah, I'll only briefly mention the existence of Die Another Day for this retrospective since it has little to do with the video game series. But it is important to note that it was Brosnan's final outing, and it would be 4 years until the release of the next Bond film afterwards. Die Another Day was a pretty anticipated release at the time since it marked two major milestones, the 40th anniversary of Bond films as well as the 20th official release. It deals with Bond out to stop Gustav Graves, who wants to harness the power of the sun for an extremely powerful solar weapon called Icarus. Along with Brosnan, it stars Halle Berry, Toby Stephens, and Rosamund Pike. It tends to not be a fan favorite film, largely due to the unfortunate time it was released, the early 2000s, where films were pretty obsessed with computer graphics and green screen, which gave a lot of these movies a very cheap and lazy feel to them. It would be a while before graphics improved a bit, but practical effects were sort of a lost art at this time. The result is, stuff like this. Financially, Die Another Day was actually Brosnan's second most successful of the four behind GoldenEye, and falls right in the middle for the series at 12th, adjusted for inflation. While certainly a huge financial success, the reviews were pretty lackluster, resulting in the eventual reboot of the series in 2006. This was the swan song of not only Brosnan, but John Cleese as R and Samantha Bond as Moneypenny. Judi Dench as M would be the sole returning main cast member. But until then, we're going to hang out in 2002 for a bit. The sixth generation of video gaming was going strong, and EA was hoping for big results with this next one. Apparently, development started in late 2000 with Eurocom back at the helm, returning from the Nintendo 64 release of The World Is Not Enough. The PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox were all well established at this point, so a release for all three was planned at the exact same time, as well as an additional release for the PC about a week and a half later. That's right, we are back into the computer age, because those games were so great. But I joke, getting back in on the computer market in the early 2000s was a very smart move. The internet was everywhere at this point, so computers were in millions and millions of homes, whereas only people into video games owned consoles. Then they even released versions for the Game Boy Advance and Mac computers in 2003 and 2004. They basically had all their bases covered at this point. The result was a direct continuation from their original story in Agent Under Fire, and even has the return of CIA agent Zoe Nightshade. If you're only watching this episode directly after my Agent Under Fire one and have not played it and are confused as to why Zoe Nightshade is returning after she died in the second level in the last game, then, So, Nightfire was released on November 18th, 2002 in North America for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, then for the PC 10 days later, then on March 18th, 2003 in North America for the Game Boy Advance, and then yet again on June 21st, 2004 for the Mac, but only in Europe. Eurocom developed the original 3, but EA Games hired 3 different developers for the PC, Game Boy Advance, and Mac versions. Gearbox Software, JV Games, and Aspyr respectively. Man, all over the place. But unlike the multitude of differences with the World's Not Enough games, these all kept the same storyline and characters, but just tweaked levels and gameplay. We're mostly going to be checking out the GameCube version, but I will touch on the computer and GBA versions too. Development-wise, Nightfire has a huge pro over Agent Under Fire. They actually used Pierce Brosnan's physical likeness. Something always felt cheap about them trying to come close to Brosnan in that game with the cover shrouding Bond in shadow to hide that fact. But here, they have nothing to hide. Weirdly enough, Brosnan did not provide his voice, as that was done by actor Maxwell Caulfield, who has been in a lot of stuff, including Grease 2 and a couple episodes of Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman starring Bond Girl alum Jane Seymour.
Wow, they feel really nice.
Also, look at this guy. He's like the hybrid of Pierce Brosnan and Roger Moore. Another notable voice actor is Ian Abercrombie as Alexander Mayhew, who played Mr. Pitt on Seinfeld, my favorite show of all time. It's like my worlds are colliding here. Anyway, my personal experience with this game is very similar to Agent Under Fire. I honestly don't even know if I rented it back when it came out or not, but I certainly didn't own it until going through the series back in 2010. I beat it only once back then, so I have little nostalgia with this one. But let's check out the back of the box. Do you have what it takes to be Bond? Short and sweet again, just like last time. And they're very proud that they got Pierce Brosnan to be in this, as they should be. I also love the back of the PC disc case. It's just an advertisement for the movies on DVD. The hell with the game, just go get the movies. Cool. Very cool. Okay, let's do this. Well, that's too bad. No title sequence and it just cuts to a still screen. Hey, kinda like the Nintendo 64 The World's Not Enough. Made by the same developer, of course. I guess Eurocom isn't interested in the gun barrel sequence or the Bond theme or... Wait, what? Wait, what?
Use the helipad and take care of the body.
Okay, weird. It just cuts to the sequence after like a solid minute of staring at the title screen. And it's nicely made too. It's basically the same exact sequence used in Agent Under Fire with the obvious change in game footage, but why not play this from the get-go? Who knows? So, Nightfire begins with no actual level select. You're just automatically starting the tutorial level. It even says it's a tutorial level as it tells you which button to press and when. You find out later, but it's called Paris Prelude, and all you know is that you're in Paris on New Year's Eve in X year at 11:55 p.m. Bond is in some helicopter with a sniper trying to ward off enemies pursuing a woman in a red car. Putting you immediately in the action with no context can be a little jarring at first, but it's really just here to get you excited and the plot doesn't matter at this point. Control-wise, there's really nothing to it. You press R when the game tells you to shoot a tire, blow up a car, etc. Graphically, the game looks great. There seems to be a definite improvement over Agent Under Fire, although it's nothing drastic. Things look a little more polished this time around, and the incline in graphical improvement continues on the upward trend. After a few tire blowouts, you stop a truck with an EMP device, and then Bond and Dominique ring in the new year with fireworks in Paris. So, what was that about? I don't know, but it was exciting, I guess. You are then treated to... what's this? Another title sequence replicating those in the films? That's pretty awesome, actually. It's an original song called Nearly Civilized, performed by Esthero. And hey, props to the game designers for doing this. I think it helps to enhance the quality of the game to make it feel even more Bond-like. 2 title sequences make up for the 0 in their version of The World Is Not Enough. So, there you go. Then you can finally operate the menu for Mission Select, Multiplayer, and the usuals. This is a nice little touch too, where the control setups are all named after Bond films. Does it make sense to have a control layout called Octopussy? No, but whatever, it's cool. The second level is called The Exchange, and you are now in Austria to recover a missile guidance chip taking place in an exchange between Alexander Mayhew and Raphael Drake. This is the first real level to the game in the traditional first person. Bond sneaks into a castle, and this is where you hear some names like Drake and Mayhew and Nightfire, and see your old friend Zoe Nightshade. I feel like the controls for this game are a huge step up from Agent Under Fire, and they did away with those Pac-Man bullets. The game itself feels much smoother and higher quality too, but this makes sense given that the controls have been around longer. Eventually, you are given the task of getting the briefcase with the chip in it from a safe that you use a watch laser to open, and then have to escape with Zoe on the gondola. A helicopter attacks and you use a guided rocket to blow it up. It's a pretty fun and straightforward level. So that kicks off the story to Nightfire. It again goes in a direction by the developers, but it's clear that it borrows elements from other Bond stories. I think Nightfire is absolutely a recommendation. As far as the multiplayer goes, it's pretty customizable with bots, which helps the case for the PlayStation 2 version with its 2 controller ports. They actually bring quite a few older characters into the mix, like Renard from The World Is Not Enough, Scaramanga from The Man with the Golden Gun, and Goldfinger himself, among others, like, of course, Oddjob and Jaws. These are some cool levels too, like there's Fort Knox from Goldfinger. Really, it's a very decent multiplayer experience. It doesn't have the lasting legacy that GoldenEye has, but it's honestly an improvement over it in many ways. However, in 2020, it's doubtful that a lot of friends are meeting up for some Nightfire multiplayer. Back then, probably. But let's check out the other versions. Firstly, the PlayStation 2 and Xbox ones are essentially identical to the GameCube one. The Xbox one loads a little faster, and that's mostly it, aside from the different controllers. Second up, the Windows version. I don't really know how a game can be so similar and be by a different developer, but I'm just here to relay the information. I'm sure there's more to it. The Windows version was developed by Gearbox Software, a developer known for some real heavy hitters like the Half-Life series, Borderlands, and everybody's favorite, Duke Nukem Forever. Their version of Nightfire is very similar to the console ones though, except there are some omitted levels, like absolutely no vehicle stages. The game actually starts with the Esthero song and then goes into the exchange level. No Paris Prelude one, which in my opinion isn't a huge loss. They weirdly altered some weapons that appear in the game and stuck to the basics with the first-person only levels. This version is not typically favored by fans of the game, as it's more of a watered-down one compared to the consoles. If it was your only way of playing it back in the day, then it's passable. Multiplayer originally was online though, but being that the game is now 18 years old, yeah, there's really no reason to favor the PC version. Next up is the Game Boy Advance version. I was definitely the most curious about this one since I've never even seen images of gameplay. How are they going to implement this 6th generation first-person shooter to the Game Boy Advance? The GBA was easily a graphical improvement over the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, but it was nowhere near what a GameCube game looked like or anything. It was the middle ground handheld console between the Game Boy Color and the DS. This one was developed by JV Games, a very small company out of Nevada that made a handful of games including a beer pong one for the PS3. Alright then, so this version of Nightfire actually keeps the first-person perspective. I was wondering if it would be like the Game Boy Color version of The World Is Not Enough, but no. They tried to follow the game as best as they could with the obvious graphical limitations. There's no voice acting, which is also to be expected. Like with the PC version, this game starts out omitting the Paris Prelude level and you start at the Austrian castle as it states. And well, they gave it the good college try of getting it as close as possible. It looks as pixelated as ever and even worse than Tomorrow Never Dies, but come on, it's Nightfire on the Game Boy Advance. A handheld Bond first-person shooter in 2003 was something that had not been done before. It's kind of like getting a frozen meal from the Dollar Tree. You know it's going to be nowhere near something delicious like Frontera, but hey, it's $1 and it's food. It's obviously the inferior version, but it's impressive for what they did come up with. The controls are pretty rough though, and there's no multiplayer. At this point, I say the Game Boy Advance version is recommended for curiosity's sake only. Lastly, we have the Mac version, released all the way into 2004. The next Bond game, Everything or Nothing, was already out in 2003, so we're slightly skipping ahead here. Enter the now 4th different developer for Nightfire with a company called Asper, who is known for some games like Civilization 6, Layers of Fear, and a couple Star Wars Jedi Knight games. To be completely honest, this Mac version is extremely similar to the PC one, and there really isn't too much to say. The vehicle stages are also omitted, but they improved on multiplayer by adding up to 32 people, which seems nuts. At this point in time though, that factor is pretty irrelevant. So overall, Nightfire is a pretty cool game. They improved on just about everything over Agent Under Fire and seem to be branching out on their own alternate universe Bond path. Critically, the game received mostly above average reviews. Some people swear by this one, even though I don't really have a personal connection to it like I do with GoldenEye. Surprisingly, Nightfire actually sold less than Agent Under Fire did on the PlayStation 2 specifically, and is not one of the best-selling GameCube or Xbox games or anything. It sort of falls under the, yeah, it's a pretty good game category, without a great or legendary game status.
Mr. Bond will have a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred.
So we had Agent Under Fire in 2001 and then Nightfire in 2002, both of which were sort of counterpart stories to each other put out by EA Games. Pierce Brosnan's final film as 007 concluded in 2002 with Die Another Day, but by 2003 he was certainly still James Bond and would technically hold on to that title until 2005. But it was time yet again for EA Games to release another Bond game, their 8th of 10, if you count all 3 versions of The World Is Not Enough. Wikipedia does, so of course I will too. Nightfire did okay for them, but it was not a runaway hit or anything. To try and remedy this and make a real hit, EA really wanted to throw some money into this next one. As I stated in the intro, the Bond franchise would now go on sort of a hiatus. Die Another Day did make a ton of money, but the consensus by many fans was that it wasn't great. It relied heavily on CGI, a lot of the plot points were pretty out there, and Bond's invisible car tends to take a lot of flack. It was clear that it was time for the franchise to take a step back and come up with a new plan with more of a return to some realism. But there would not be a new Bond movie for 4 more years, and, well, we have 3 more games to cover before we get back to the film series proper. For the time being, Pierce Brosnan was still James Bond, and he would remain so for this next game. As far as video gaming goes at the time, the big 3 were still the dominating factors for console gaming: the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. There wouldn't be a next-gen release until 2005 with the Xbox 360, so for now, these were still the titans. Also, remember my last part with Nightfire? I mentioned how EA sort of had all their bases covered by implementing computer gaming back into the mix alongside console and handheld gaming? Well, never mind that, because computer gaming is once again out. By 2003, nobody had computers anymore and the internet died off entirely. Or who knows what really happened. But EA once again stuck to releasing their next game on systems only. It was time for them to shell out some serious cash. They were going to improve graphics even more. They were going to hire some actors to provide voiceovers and motion capture for their Bond characters. They were going to hire a known musical artist to make a Bond theme. EA went all out here to try and make a new and as close to authentic Bond experience as they can make it. No more Karen Pascoe, no more Adam Blackwood, no more Miles Anderson. Oh no. It's time to bring in the big guns. Pierce Brosnan as Bond, Judi Dench as M, John Cleese as Q, Richard Kiel as Jaws, and some newcomers to the franchise like Heidi Klum, Willem Dafoe, Shannon Elizabeth, and an original song by Maya. Famous television composer Sean Callery was hired to write the score. Bruce Fierstein was hired to co-write the story, who worked on the screenplay for GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, and The World Is Not Enough films. This was going to be big. EA wanted people to get excited for this game. But here's the weird thing with their development. This new game, entitled Everything or Nothing, which by the way was coined by people thinking that the Bond film production company Eon Productions stood for Everything or Nothing, was originally only released for the Game Boy Advance. Last time we talked about how interesting it was to have a first-person Bond game on the GBA, but it looked real sloppy. Therefore, I find it curious that this was the original and lone release for Everything or Nothing, for the first 3 months at least. So EA Games hired developer Kryptonite Games to make Everything or Nothing for the Game Boy Advance. Kryptonite Games made a handful of Marvel, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings games for the Game Boy Advance and DS in the mid to late 2000s. This would also be the second and final Bond release for the Game Boy Advance, as the Nintendo DS was due out late 2004. The GBA Everything or Nothing was released on November 17, 2003 in North America and a few weeks later in Europe. Eventually, this game would be compatible with its GameCube release in 2004 via a Game Boy Advance link cable in order to unlock certain content, very similar to the Game Boy Color version of The World Is Not Enough to the Nintendo 64 version. But let's check out the back of the box. The world's fate is in your hands. Okay, I guess I gotta stop hyping up these box blurbs. They're essentially just words of wisdom at this point. But this is cool. With the proper link cables, you can link up to 4 Game Boy Advances to play some multiplayer. You just gotta have, 4 Game Boy Advances, a link cable, and 4 copies of the game. But it can be done. Okay, let's do this. You know, it sounds pretty good. We have our expected low-quality gun barrel sequence, but it's not bad. The Bond theme sounds great, and although there's no title sequence in this one, I think it works to keep it simple for the handheld games. After starting, we see we're in the Sahara Desert, and Bond has apparently set some charges to blow up a building. M tells you to get out of there, Q tells you to use the rappel, and then BAM! Explosions start happening all around you. Kinda like with the intro level of Nightfire, you are thrown right into the action with absolutely no context. But you know what? The more I think about it, a lot of the pre-title sequences in the films are like this, so it fits. Some of them have little to nothing to do with the movie itself. Your goal here is to simply make it to the bottom of the building by rappelling off before it explodes and dodging enemies. That's really it, very quick level. This is something new. We're in an isometric viewpoint with Bond in the third person. They tried their best to make Nightfire as close as possible with the first person, but ultimately it looked pretty awful. This was a smart decision here in my opinion. The Game Boy James Bond 007 had the grid-like Zelda pattern, and The World's Not Enough tried something similar, but now we are angled. While I do like it, I also can't help but think it's a strange choice, because shooting can be a tad difficult with how it is angled. It just takes some practice though, and it gets easier as you go. After completing the level, you're taken to the Q Lab for a cool little feature here. Depending on how you did, you are given some points to spend to help out whichever items you feel will help your preferred style of gameplay. Want more defense? Want to do more damage? Want to run faster? There are a lot of modern games that implement this, and yeah, I like it a lot here. More strategy for a custom experience. We then actually hear some voice acting from Judi Dench herself.
Bond, M here.
Sure, it's only a line here or there, but I think it helps. Mission 2 is at the Cairo Casino. Objectives here are to retrieve an invitation from Antonov and disable 5 guards using stealth. Cool, a stealth mission. This should be fun. Oh god, the horror. But really, it's simply going up behind a guard without being seen and pressing B. You gotta do this at least 5 times throughout the level. You can let your bullets and fists do the talking to the others. What you're doing here is trying to recover a nanotech device from an ex-KGB by the name of Arkady Yayakov, who is hosting a high-stakes Baccarat game. Mr. Yayakov's High-Stakes Baccarat, the annual High-Stakes Baccarat game. Actually, this is kinda cool, as it's a direct reference to Fleming's first novel, Casino Royale, with the high-stakes Baccarat game, and this predates the Casino Royale film being released 3 years later, although they changed it to a high-stakes Texas Hold'em game in the film. Take that as you will. Bond threatens the man holding an invitation, gives him the business, and then he's in. He orders a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred of course, and it's time to begin the high-stakes Baccarat game. Are we actually going to get to play Baccarat here? That would be pretty neat, and something different. Oh, Yayakov has to leave. Bond then declines his drink and heads back out through the casino, still stealthily chokeholding guards for some reason, even though he was seen by everybody at the game already with his invitation. And then we get a driving level? Alrighty. You drive in that same isometric view through the streets of Cairo in the Aston Martin, except every single vehicle here is an enemy trying to kill you. A fires your machine gun, B fires rockets, and R uses your oil slick. Continue destroying everybody on the streets, and then finally the last blue car to complete the level. So that's the intro to Everything or Nothing on the Game Boy Advance. Some of it is kinda silly, like Bond's big tough standing pose in the casino, but I think they pulled off a pretty decent handheld Bond game here. It's the best looking one thus far, and they have a bit of variety just in the first 2 levels alone. There are 8 total missions, with the rest taking place in Peru, New Orleans, and Moscow. There can be some fun here, to be honest. So what's the deal with this? Will it be the exact same story on the console versions? It was time to move on to the big 3, where the majority of the sales came in. EA decided to bring back the developer from Agent Under Fire for Everything or Nothing, EA Redwood Shores, and they were in charge of the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox variants. These were eventually released on February 17, 2004 in North America, and 10 days later in Europe. At this time in my life, I was close to graduating high school, and my Bond fandom had yet to really develop into anything. I loved GoldenEye, but I was very unfamiliar with really any of the films. I think I had seen GoldenEye and Dr. No, and that was pretty much it, and I did not care for Dr. No much after my first viewing. I don't even remember if I rented Nightfire at all, but somehow I heard about this game coming out and was actually pretty excited for it, as I wasn't even a real Bond fan. I did indeed rent this for the GameCube when it came out, and although I didn't rush out to own it at the time, this game was actually a bit responsible for propelling me into my heightened Bond fandom. I started to really get into renting free movies from the library in 2004 and 2005, and I thought, well, the GoldenEye game is awesome, and I had some fun with Everything or Nothing. Maybe I'll give these Bond films a shot in order. And well, here I am now. Let's check out the back of this box. With everything at stake, the world calls on Bond. And hey look, it's Heidi Klum. Okay, let's revisit this game and check it out once again on the GameCube. The game starts with our traditional gun barrel sequence and then a cinematic opening to showcase the slight upgrade in graphics. As expected, the game looks great and even more of a step up from Nightfire. For the most part, each game has had an upward trajectory in graphical quality, with a couple debated exceptions. Right away, the game starts completely different from the GBA version, as Bond is in Tajikistan instead of the Sahara Desert to stop the transfer of a nuclear weapon in a briefcase in a level called Ground Zero. And oh, it's real nice to hear Judi Dench here. Nothing against Karen Pascoe of the past, as I think she did a great job, but this feels authentic. Especially when she says
007.
Then we hear Pierce say his first line, and it's like the whole gang is back.
Well, what have we here?
After Bond disrupts the transaction with an explosion, the gameplay begins. As you can see, they're giving the third-person perspective another shot, returning from Tomorrow Never Dies. I personally did not think it worked well there, but these are newer controllers. A big addition to this game is the ability to wall hug by pressing Z. Bond is safe from being hit in this mode, and you can aim your shots easier when peeking out by pressing L to lock onto a target. Also, it looks cool. An all-out brawl begins to go down with gunfire and a fighter jet blowing things up. You have 4 objectives here: retrieve nuclear device, obtain a rocket launcher, destroy the hover jet, and escape through the wall. Like with any Bond intro level, it's not difficult. Body armor is everywhere and it tells you what you need to do. Nothing real new with the interface here either, which is fine. Bond's health is in the bottom left, ammo count in the bottom right. That's all you need. One neat addition they came up with is Bond Sense. When you pause the game to change weapons, it sort of goes into this hyper slow motion with everything turning blue and certain things get highlighted like enemies or things to shoot or recover. Bond is basically Spider-Man here. You go through mowing down terrorists, get the briefcase, blow up the jet, and escape, transitioning into the theme song by Maya. On feel to it, and it's time for them to flex who the actors are that appear in this game. Weirdly, it seems that Shannon Elizabeth is the only one who showed up in person for the title sequence though. But really, the quality is there and it's nicely done.
Our latest in stealth munitions. Grenades.
John Cleese is Q, or I thought he was R, but the game says he's Q, then tells you about some gadgets you'll have, like a frag grenade coin, and hey, the rappel gun, like in the first level of the GBA version. Maybe it'll be like that one after all. Before starting Mission 2, you're given the option of really mastering the game's controls by doing an MI6 training mission. This is exactly how it sounds. It's a training simulator, but you get to experience the Q Spider, which is pretty neat. You get to remotely control it, which can detonate with a button press. Mission 2 is called A Long Way Down, taking place in Egypt, and you learn that Oxford scientist Katya Nadanova, played by Heidi Klum, was kidnapped. Your objectives here are to find her, drop explosive into vent, rappel off building ledge, and shut off flame vents. And hey, it actually is the same as the first level from the GBA version. You progressively make your way down the exploding building, drop the explosive in the vent, turn off the flame vents, and then... oh no! Katya was taken away on the train. Guess we can't complete that objective. But Bond has a train to catch.
I have a train to catch.
So I guess we'll find out what happens in the next mission. Thus concludes the intro to Everything or Nothing. Clearly there's a lot more to it. We still haven't seen Willem Dafoe, Shannon Elizabeth, Maya, or even Richard Kiel making his triumphant appearance as Jaws. You'd have to check out the game for yourself, as I really do recommend this game. It was the kindle to the fire of my fandom and can be a lot of fun. Just the fact that they got Jaws to return is pretty cool. I've joked in the past about how they love shoehorning in Oddjob and Jaws into virtually all of these games, and well, that's exactly what they're doing here. It makes next to no sense why Richard Kiel's version of Jaws would be in this game, but it really is just for the fans. He hasn't played the character since 1979's Moonraker, but it's really cool to go up against the actual Jaws, motion captured and all. It's not a real long game, even though there are a whopping 27 levels to play through. They tend to go very fast, some taking just a few minutes to complete. Like in the other version, you'll be traveling to Egypt, Peru, New Orleans, and Moscow. Jaws being in Egypt is a nice nod to The Spy Who Loved Me. They added some variety with vehicle stages and the like, and yeah, it's just a fun Bond game. As far as version differences go, they're pretty minimal, just like with Agent Under Fire and Nightfire. Xbox tends to be slightly better in visuals and lighting. PlayStation 2 had online co-op, which is pretty irrelevant nowadays, and GameCube loads a little faster with the added feature of connecting to the Game Boy Advance version for honestly not much to gain from it. You get some hints and stat tracking, so it's not worth it for that alone. The only obvious differences are the controllers, so it really depends on which controller or system you prefer. You'd only notice differences if seen right next to each other. Multiplayer is pretty standard with the added bonus of co-op missions, which can be fun with the right people. In regards to the arena style, there are less characters to unlock than in Nightfire, but you kind of know what you're getting with Bond multiplayer at this point. Sales-wise though, I don't think it did quite as well as they hoped. It sold even less than Agent Under Fire or Nightfire and did not make a single list of best-selling PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, or Game Boy Advance games. It's really too bad because EA tried to go all out here. Reception-wise, the console versions generally get a solid B grade, with the GBA version not favoring as well, hovering around a C or D grade. If things went a little better here, publishers would be more apt to keep making and improving Bond games for the future. But alas, it's not like it was a disaster or killed the franchise or anything. It still made PlayStation 2's greatest hits, Xbox Platinum hits, etc. I just think they were banking on more at the time. Bond was once again an extreme transition point here, and being in the time period between the complete series reboot, I don't think fans were flocking to Bond at this time. Many were tired of the direction that the films were going, and perhaps the games were being churned out a bit too fast here. That's just speculation, though.
Oh, thank you, 007.
The Electronic Arts era of James Bond video games was quickly coming to a close. They were shelling out paychecks left and right with Everything or Nothing, and ultimately the game did well. Just not very well or extraordinarily well. But for now, we're staying in 2004 for the time being, just 9 months after the console releases of Everything or Nothing. Sort of like how the film series was entering stages of a reboot, so were the game series. Sort of. They certainly took some liberties with this next strange entry. By October of 2004, it was almost 2 years since the release of Die Another Day, and Pierce Brosnan had stated that he considered his role as 007 over with at this point. There wasn't a new actor announced in the role though, and it was uncertain as to whether or not Brosnan would be returning or not, at least officially. Ultimately, as we all know, he did not end up returning, so Everything or Nothing would officially be his last portrayal as James Bond. So like with the last couple entries in this retrospective, we will once again remain within the 6th generation of video game consoles with this next entry. I mean, it's only 9 months later, so that's to be expected. EA would go on to publish and develop this next new entry, GoldenEye Rogue Agent, for the standard PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox systems, with one newcomer in mid-2005, which we will get to. It was released on November 22nd, 2004 in North America, and 4 days later in Europe. Apparently it was originally called GoldenEye 2 in its early stages, but thankfully they did not stick with that because that would have been all sorts of confusing. So just judging the game by its name alone, what is even going on here? If you're familiar with GoldenEye the film or even the game, then you know that the GoldenEye is a weapon, not a person. And if we want to go even beyond that, GoldenEye was simply the name of Ian Fleming's estate in Jamaica and was the name of an operation while he was in the British Navy. So where does this Rogue Agent name come into play? Well, I think the first rule with this game is to throw all of your Bondian logic out the window because anything will be fair game in this one. There are plenty of homages to past Bond characters and locales in this one, but it's certainly important to note that this game is set in a complete alternate universe from anything you know about Bond history. You will find yourself either going along with the ideas that the developers came up with and enjoy the fan service references, or view it as an absolute betrayal and that it should not belong amongst the Bond lore, because, well, you don't play as James Bond in this game. Agent 007 is a very minor, almost throwaway character here and barely plays into the story at all. James Bond Jr. was the only other time in this retrospective Bond was not the central character, and we all know how weird that got. But first, as I said, the game was developed by EA Los Angeles, a company that was formerly DreamWorks Interactive and would eventually become Danger Close Games. That's right, this Bond game is being developed by a company in the DreamWorks family, the same ones who brought us Shrek, Madagascar, and of course, the Boss Baby. I can go from Boss Baby to Joe Don Baker in only a couple jumps. But EA Los Angeles was primarily known for the Medal of Honor series and a few Command & Conquer games throughout the 2000s. I guess that makes a little more sense for a Bond game. They did manage to get Judi Dench to portray M here, and they got Christopher Lee of all people to return as the man with the golden gun himself, Francisco Scaramanga. So like with Richard Kiel returning as Jaws and Everything or Nothing, they're bringing back another 70s Moore era character here. Kinda cool. They also brought in Ken Adam to work on level design, which is actually a huge get as he was the main set designer for Dr. No, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, Diamonds Are Forever, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, and Addams Family Values. Danny Bilson and Paul DeMeo returned as writers from the past EA Bond games, and they got award winner Paul Oakenfold to compose it. So I mean, they certainly did try here, just not as bombastic as with Everything or Nothing. Just to brush over my personal experience with this game, I had just started college in late 2004 and really have little to no knowledge of this game even being released. I had no excitement for it whatsoever, and I did not rent it. It was at the time of me probably just getting into the Bond films from my library rentals, and if I ever saw this game at a Blockbuster or Electronics Boutique or wherever, I probably scoffed at it and viewed it as a cheap cash grab for utilizing the name GoldenEye. Like, hey guys, remember GoldenEye? You all loved GoldenEye. You had a lot of fun playing GoldenEye with your friends. You didn't buy Everything or Nothing, but buy this game because it's a new GoldenEye game. I did eventually play this around 2011, but I did not beat it. We'll see how it comes across in 2020, now 16 years after its release. Let's check out the back of the case, and something a little different here. Let's actually go through the back of the case and pretend we have no prior knowledge of the game and are considering it for an evening rental. Why save the world when you can rule it? Well, that doesn't sound like something James Bond would say. Show no mercy in these intense split-screen multiplayer battles. No mercy? That doesn't sound like something James Bond would say. Enemies controlled by the all-new evil AI mean no two games are the same. Evil, eh? Upgrade your synthetic eye to see through walls, manipulate electronics, deflect bullets, or send enemies flying. Okay, what? Like Cyborg? Fight alongside and against legendary villains such as Goldfinger, Oddjob, Pussy Galore, and Dr. No. And there they all are, actually looking pretty good too. But I mean, 3 characters from Goldfinger and Dr. No himself? All Connery-era characters in a game with GoldenEye in the title. I would be completely confused at this point, and looking at the front cover, we see a man with a, you guessed it, a GoldenEye. Holding a gun with the Spectre logo. Nice looking logo. Alright, it's time to delve into GoldenEye Rogue Agent. So, no opener, but if you let it sit on the title screen for a minute or so, it cuts to somewhat of a title sequence with clips of the game playing. Tons of games do this, so nothing abnormal here, but no gun barrel. Getting into the game proper, the story is certainly unique. You learn through M's dialogue that the character you're playing as lost his right eye while being shot at by Dr. No, of all people. M concludes that you are no longer fit for MI6 as you resort to brutality and vengeance. You then see, 3 days later, you are on an assignment with 007 himself to stop Goldfinger in, well, the plot of Goldfinger. Except this time... oh no. Oh my god! James, no! Well, he's dead. The namesake for this entire franchise, the most famous secret agent of all time, yeah, a helicopter falls on him in a few seconds. So, moving on, the gameplay begins. The game itself goes back to the first-person perspective, and as you can see, a big emphasis on this game is the dual-wield aspect. There are tons of weapon combinations you can use depending on what you have equipped in each hand. He even flips the guns around like he's Ash Williams or something. You can even hilariously take hostages to act as a shield to you to consume gunfire, but they just kind of flail around and make about a 5% effort to get loose. Your arms must be like steel bars. You make your way through waves of enemies just like any other Bond game through Fort Knox. Now, as I said, this game has a ton of fan service stuff. It's how you perceive it as a Bond fan, whether you'll get enjoyment out of it or not. I'm sort of in the middle on this. Just throwing in a bunch of Bond characters who have nothing to do with each other in some cases seems a little too in your face. In this game, Dr. No and Goldfinger are sworn enemies to each other, and then Scaramanga shows up, and Xenia Onatop, and there's different movie locations, and I don't know. With that said, being able to walk around Fort Knox directly out of the Goldfinger film is actually pretty cool. You can even see the same bomb unit used in the film. Once you reach the vault, you see a bowler hat fly across the screen and either kill or knock out one of the guys, and then another dude gets thrown into the electric bars. I'll give the game that too, kind of a cool moment. But, oh no, the bomb then explodes, destroying Fort Knox. Well, now what? Oh, it's just a simulation. M then tells you that you were responsible for the death of 007 as you lose your job, looking minorly annoyed. Then you look at a business card from Goldfinger saying the offer still stands. Ooh, it's time to go work for Auric Goldfinger. It then cuts to the title sequence for the game, not unlike the last couple of games.
It could easily have been more than your eye.
We have a common enemy. Dr. No has broken ranks with our organization. He must be eliminated.
I declare war on Goldfinger. War.
Something about it comes across as a bit lame, with the characters' names showing up like the actors would. It's spliced in with a bunch of dialogue about your eye being shot out, and how Dr. No and Goldfinger hate each other, and then there's shots of doctors operating on your eye.
You will have your vengeance against Dr. No.
And reclaim what he took from you. The rewards will be great.
An eye for an eye for an eye.
Scaramanga appears out of nowhere and begins to tell you that your retinal surgery is done and you are now equipped with the GoldenEye, and learn that one of your powers is MRI imaging, in which your GoldenEye can see through objects when activated. There is some creativity there, but that's maybe a little bit too literal. If you can't tell, I kind of struggle with how I feel about this game. Anyway, Dr. No begins his attack on Auric Enterprises, and you are sent to protect it and the Omen device. You just kind of start killing anybody you see, and it's clear that you are now the bad guy, the titular rogue agent. Aside from Xenia appearing in this game and the use of the name GoldenEye, the only other real comparison to the film GoldenEye that I can see is the story of an MI6 agent becoming the bad guy, a la Alec Trevelyan. You get to do some pretty brutal stuff here, like trapping guys in a sub-zero chamber or burning them with rocket fire. It's still a Bond game and all, so it's not graphic or anything. It's just showing that M was right, you are consumed with brutality. Eventually, you get to see the infamous laser table that almost neutered Bond, which is another nice fan-servicey touch. Then you just kinda reach the end of the level. If you haven't played this and it looks interesting at all, then go check out and see how ridiculous this story plays out. I will leave it at that. So like I said, I'm so torn on this game. The gameplay itself can be fun, with testing out which different weapon combinations works best for you, utilizing your GoldenEye powers, etc. But the in-your-face anti-subtlety with this game is both kinda cool and kind of embarrassing. I would say all of the references and characters that are meshed together here are meant for Bond fans, but is that really what they want? It's like they took Dr. No and Goldfinger, two Bond villains who epitomize the trope of what people think of as stock movie villains with the elaborate plots and layers and whatnot, and they made them even more of a cliche. Now they hate each other and just sort of seem like even less of characters and more of, well, a cliche. I did get pretty far into the game the last time I played it, but eventually got to a pretty difficult part and just kinda lost interest. So yeah, I actually don't know how the game ends, and I'd rather not look it up. I may give it another chance down the road and really try to beat it. For now, the intro is good enough for me for this video. Multiplayer is basically the same per usual for these Bond games. It's kind of like the characters in the story for this game would be who you see on any other Bond game's multiplayer. There are some cool maps like the Golden Gate Bridge from A View to a Kill, and it's awesome to play on. The Xbox and PS2 had online connectivity for up to 8, but that was dismissed long ago in 2006. As far as differences go, yeah, same as the last few games. Xbox tends to have the best visuals, GameCube has the best load times, and PS2 is kind of in the middle. This largely depends on your preferred system or controller here. And as I stated before, there was actually another release for this game. While the console releases for this game came out on November 22nd, 2004, Nintendo was all about their brand new handheld system that came out one day before, the Nintendo DS, which was their successor to the Game Boy Advance. The DS was a monster release for Nintendo, and to this day is the only system to rival the best-selling system of all time, the PlayStation 2, selling virtually the same amount. This is including the DS, DS Lite, and DSi, but they're all mostly the same system with a few tweaks. The DS was such a huge success for Nintendo, so it was only natural that they do what they do best and implement a 6th-gen console game to a handheld device, and GoldenEye Rogue Agent was no stranger to this. I've never played this or even seen images of it until writing this out, so I'm curious how it will compare. Let's check out the back of the box. It has the same evil slogan, and the features are a little different. They point out the exclusive split screen, but from the images it looks like it's just for health and ammo count. Alright, let's check this one out. No title screen again, and in true DS fashion, the stylus controls everything on the bottom screen. You get to see the abridged version of the intro to the game. No voice acting or anything, just a screen of dialogue and then the helicopter crashes with you starting in Fort Knox. They don't even mention Bond in the intro, so if you were to go right into playing this version without knowing anything about it, you would assume you'd be playing as Bond right now. As you can see, they did quite a decent job replicating the look of the console versions. It obviously has much more of a pixelated picture, but that's definitely to be expected. The DS was a bit more powerful than the Game Boy Advance, so they were able to get it looking closer than the GBA ever would. And, unfortunately, that about sums up my pros for this one. There are 4 different control styles, and I find them all to be pretty abysmal. Like how Wii games will eventually become obsessed with implementing motion controls into their games, the DS games try and utilize the stylus screen technology as much as they could. Full disclosure though, I'm playing this on an emulator in order to capture it, so trying to use a controller with a mouse is not a good time. But I did try my DS version, and I still think it sucks, so yeah. I can chalk it up to me simply not being used to this control style, and perhaps it gets easier as you go, but the consensus for this version doesn't seem to be too forgiving. With one hand controlling the stylus, you can't really seamlessly use that same hand for button pressing, but it can be done with practice. The game itself tries to follow the console one as close as it could, but there isn't much new to mention here. The frame rate can get pretty bad for that reason, and it can be hard to tell if you're hitting enemies or not. It's clearly the inferior version and would really only appeal to those who must play GoldenEye Rogue Agent on the go, and or you really love touchscreen controls for a first-person shooter. Plus, it was the first first-person shooter on the DS, so that's kinda cool. These handheld Bond games have had a weird history, and we get a pretty funny version of the title sequence with some real funky beats.
It could easily have been more than your eye. Have been more than your eye.
And yeah, the DS version actually had multiplayer too. There was wireless online play when it came out, but the DS has been long retired now in the modern era. They had some unique modes like a tug-of-war mode. I've never played multiplayer on this, so I can't speak for it personally, but it's pretty cool that this was possible on a handheld system back then. This was Nintendo finally putting their hat in the ring for Wi-Fi. So to no surprise, GoldenEye Rogue Agent is on no best-selling games list for any of its consoles. It came nowhere near GoldenEye's success, even with the implementation of the name. Reviews were very lackluster, mostly getting low D grades or even worse. I think the way it was marketed played into this. Those who bought it on its name alone were probably hugely disappointed with what they got, as it has virtually nothing to do with the GoldenEye story, and those who bought it as Bond fans were probably confused as to what was even going on with this release like I was. In the end, EA really tried to do something new here, and it was simply not a success. It's certainly not the worst Bond game ever, not even close when we have garbage like Live and Let Die or even 007 Racing to compare it to. But I find it more to be an interesting entry rather than bad. It's a curiosity recommendation from me, but not much more than that.
Somebody's gonna wish the day had never happened.
Electronic Arts tried something way different with GoldenEye Rogue Agent by having the player take the role of the bad guy and having James Bond killed immediately, and I mean, well, they tried, and it didn't really work out. The sales weren't great, the reception wasn't great, and the Bond franchise was still in that turning point phase. By the end of 2004, Pierce Brosnan felt like he was on the outs for his role as James Bond, and as it turned out, he was right. By February of 2005, Brosnan was officially retired from the role. There were plans at this point to reboot the franchise, as the rights were recently reobtained for Fleming's first novel, Casino Royale. The screenplay for it had begun in 2004, and it wouldn't be until October 2005, just 1 month before the next game was released, when it was officially announced that blonde actor Daniel Craig would be taking over the role of 007. There was initially some backlash for this announcement, as he didn't necessarily match the exact look of the tall, dark-haired Bond, but once Casino Royale was released, reservations seemed to die down a bit. From a personal perspective, Casino Royale stands as my favorite Bond film, with Daniel Craig as my favorite Bond as well. So I considered the backlash to be a bit ridiculous, and I remember this announcement all too well. By 2005, I was still in the middle of attending college, and having now rented and seen every Bond film, I was instantly hooked. I rather liked Brosnan in the role and was sad to hear that he was leaving, but I was certainly not one of those hating on Craig from the start. I was excited to see what he could do, as I really only remembered him from Road to Perdition from a few years prior. But 2005 was a huge year for me to truly jumpstart my Bond fandom. I started to buy all of Fleming's novels and read them in order, and I loved Casino Royale. Once I learned that this was going to be the next film, I was hugely excited. I felt like I was prepared to go see it, and it would be my first theatrical Bond experience. But that would not be until 2006. With the announcement of Daniel Craig in late 2005, there was yet another big 007 announcement in that same year. The original theatrical Bond, Sir Sean Connery, was announced to be bringing his voice and likeness to James Bond for their next video game release. This was actually pretty huge. He had not performed in the role since 1983's Never Say Never Again, which was typically met with disappointment and wasn't an official Eon Productions release. And if we go all the way back to my very first episode in this retrospective, the very first James Bond video game was James Bond 007 in 1983. So that's quite a bit of time between Connery playing in the role. This was also continuing the trend of bringing back old actors for these video game roles. Everything or Nothing brought back Richard Kiel as Jaws from 1979, and even GoldenEye Rogue Agent brought back Christopher Lee as Scaramanga from 1974. So it was time to go big and bring back the most ultimate get for Bond fans, Sean Connery himself. I remember this being met with great surprise, and I also couldn't believe it was actually happening. I also remember thinking it was a bit strange with which game they would choose to adapt into video game form. At this point, I would have claimed that From Russia with Love was my favorite of the Connery era, and I knew many would agree, so it certainly wasn't met with complaints by any means. But it was a bit of a shock that Goldfinger wasn't the film of choice, or even Dr. No, Connery's first. Perhaps they wanted to stray away from those two, as GoldenEye Rogue Agent drove Dr. No and Goldfinger characters into the ground, but I still would have certainly guessed that Goldfinger would have been the game, as it's pretty consistently regarded as the best Bond film by many fans or casual fans. I have never agreed with this, but that's a whole other video. But From Russia with Love was the final decision. It'll be nice getting back to a film adaptation for a game, as we haven't seen this done since The World Is Not Enough in 2000 and 2001. And if we want to get technical, we haven't seen an older film adaptation since 1990 with The Spy Who Loved Me. If we remember back then in the late 80s, they had this trend going of releasing a game for an older film following the current ones. So yeah, this was a pretty awesome idea and a good way to bring some life back into the video game series. From Russia with Love was written by Ian Fleming in 1957 and was his fifth Bond novel. It was commonly known back then that President John F. Kennedy declared this as his favorite novel of all time. Because of this, the producers chose to make From Russia with Love the second Bond film in 1963 as the successor to Dr. No. It was a huge success at the time and is currently the 6th most successful Bond film adjusted for inflation. Only Thunderball and Goldfinger had bigger success for the Connery era. But From Russia with Love is largely considered to be probably the most down-to-earth and real of the Bond films. There aren't a lot of fantastical gadgetry used, and Bond has to actually do some, spy work here. The film itself had many main characters returning from Dr. No, like Sean Connery as 007, director Terrence Young, Bernard Lee as M, and Lois Maxwell as Moneypenny. It also stars Daniela Bianchi as Tatiana Romanova, Latte Lenya as Rosa Klebb, Pedro Armendariz as Ali Karim Bey, and an infamous pre-Jaws role of Robert Shaw as Red Grant. The shark movie, not Jaws. And it was the introduction of Desmond Llewellyn as Q, a role he would play in every film up through 1999's The World Is Not Enough, although he is only referred to as Major Boothroyd in this. It was also the first time we get to see Spectre in action and Blofeld himself, although he remains faceless and shrouded in mystery until You Only Live Twice in 1967. It follows evil organization Spectre trying to get revenge on Bond for the death of Dr. No by luring him into a trap, all while stealing a cryptography device, the Lector, in the process. A win-win for them. So how would they modernize this and turn it into a mid-2000s video game? Would they modernize it at all? In doing so, Electronic Arts once again brought in EA Redwood Shores to develop it, returning from Agent Under Fire and Everything or Nothing. Bruce Fierstein was brought back to write it, the screenplay writer for GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, and The World Is Not Enough, as well as Everything or Nothing. But since this game was being adapted 42 years after the film's release, they obviously couldn't bring back many returning actors for the voice work. Only Sean Connery, Lois Maxwell, and Daniela Bianchi were still alive from the main cast at this point. But they actually hired on 2 celebrities for brand new roles, Maria Menounos and Natasha Bedingfield. A strange choice, but I guess they wanted to modernize it a little bit. Like with Pierce Brosnan, Sean Connery's final performance as Bond would be in the video game medium. This is pretty cool that they were able to pull this off, as he was 75 years old when he recorded his voice work. Since then, Sir Sean Connery has recently passed away, and his lasting impression on this franchise can never be understated. The majority of fans consider him to be the definitive James Bond, and his legacy in the role will forever be ingrained. So, like with the last 4 games in this retrospective, we are yet again still within the 6th generation of video gaming. But the Xbox 360 would eventually be released 3 weeks after the release of this game in North America, so things will be changing up here soon. For now, From Russia with Love was released for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox on November 1st, 2005 in North America, and weirdly enough 2 weeks later for the GameCube, and then November 18th in Europe. They did not choose to adapt this to the Nintendo DS like with GoldenEye Rogue Agent, but yet another newcomer handheld device in 2006, the PSP, Sony's response to the Nintendo DS. I did go out and buy this game fairly quickly after its release, as I was very excited for it, and I did beat it back in 2005. I had some mixed feelings about it, as we'll get to, but for now, let's check out the back of the case for my original release day GameCube version. Enter the world of classic James Bond. A real emphasis on the focus on classic here, which makes sense with Sean Connery as the main draw. I do kinda have a problem with the original actors being listed here. Sure, their likenesses are used, but literally only Daniela Bianchi was still alive of the actors listed, and I don't even know if she was asked to provide her voice or not. So of the 6 returning actors listed, only 2 of them could even be aware of it. It's a bit misleading, since if you know Sean Connery worked on this, you may assume everybody else did as well if you weren't aware they had since passed. Anyway, let's check out the game proper. Heck yeah, I love that they use the old school gun barrel sequence. It may clash with the 6th gen video game graphics immediately after, but I don't care. I love that they did this. And some may not know this, but it's actually not Sean Connery, but his stunt double, Bob Simmons. Just a fun factoid. So man, even Bob Simmons is in this game. It then cuts to a completely new scene for the game, which differs from the movie right away. In the film, it follows Red Grant pursuing Bond in a hedge maze in what you later learn is a training simulation. Here, we're trying to rescue the Prime Minister's daughter. And Bond is driving his Aston Martin here, although it wasn't introduced until Goldfinger. A mini nitpick that ultimately isn't really a criticism. I mean, it's the Aston Martin. And then we finally get to hear Sean Connery's voice, complete in his Goldfinger white tux.
May I help you?
A dry martini. Shaken, not stout.
I remember it being a bit jarring when I first played it because you're hearing 75-year-old Connery while looking at 33-year-old Connery. But playing it now, it doesn't really bother me. Just the fact that he's there playing Bond again is a treat in itself. Control-wise, yep, we're back to the third-person perspective, making it feel even more like a continuation from Everything or Nothing. And I gotta say, although I prefer first-person overall, I think they made it work pretty well here and in that game. You can actually see Bond this way, so it gives more of a feel like you're actually playing as 007. It's leaps and bounds better than Tomorrow Never Dies. It controls quite easily. With the GameCube controls, you hold L to lock onto targets, R fires, and A reloads. The other buttons do things as well, like dive, cover, etc., but those are the three essentials in order to play. It makes getting into the game easier for beginners. They also added something called Bond Focus, where when targeting, you can press B to go into sub-aiming screen for better accuracy or specific things to shoot. It's a nice addition and something to practice during your playthrough. Another thing I like is when you shoot an enemy, a colored ring appears around them to show how much health they have left. Green is pretty full, then yellow, and then red. And you can resort to fisticuffs if need be. Make your way through the Parliament, and then... oh my, the kidnapper took off in a jetpack. That would be pretty crazy if you have to... yep, there we go. Bond uses a jetpack to escape enemies, like in the intro to Thunderball. So we have more elements from Goldfinger and Thunderball so far than anything having to do with From Russia with Love. But now it's time to fly around the clock tower, shooting down dudes suspended on ropes, folks in jetpacks, and even a helicopter. Is it completely ridiculous? Absolutely. But is it fun? It sure is. He even does the impossible stunt of flying through the falling helicopter to grab the Prime Minister's daughter before it explodes. One of the more down-to-earth Bond films, and you're doing this in the game. Not that I expected Bond to be walking around like he does most of the movie, but I really had no idea what to expect for turning that into a video game. The film they chose was such an odd choice for me back then. But, like with the last few games, we now get the title sequence. As it should be, we get a nice version of the song from the film, complete with a few mini clips of some scenes with the actors listed. It's a bit strange seeing the name Pedro Armendariz, who sadly passed away the year the film was released in 1963, paired with Natasha Bedingfield. Then, finally, we get our first taste of From Russia with Love. It's as if the pre-title sequence was like a best of Connery medley before getting into the actual story. And you know what? I can get behind that, even if it seemed like I was criticizing it. As long as you get your From Russia with Love story in a game with that title, the pre-title sequence is there to get you hyped to play. This next level, with the hedge maze mirroring the beginning of the film, possibly wouldn't be the best start to the game. This is a video game after all, so you really want to have fun most importantly. So if we're following the film now, it's a twist that Bond isn't really Bond and is actually a decoy wearing a Sean Connery mask. So is that what they'll do here? Game-wise, it's a stealth mission, and yeah, that's perfect. You sneak around knocking bros to the earth and finding keys to progress through the maze. Periodically, you'll see Red Grant watching you in the distance with a chuckle. A neat little touch. Eventually, you reach the building and... uh-oh, looks like you were the decoy after all, and now you're dead. But yeah, I am glad that it went this way. We then meet Rosa Klebb giving orders to Red Grant, playing a little differently from the film. She doesn't punch a shirtless Robert Shaw in the stomach with brass knuckles here. But this leads to a really awesome transition of Bond classically throwing his hat onto the MI6 hat rack like he did for most of the early films. God, I miss that old routine. Bond briefly flirts with Moneypenny and then gets called into M's office, and this is pretty great, I gotta say. It does well to match the feel here. You get briefed on the plot by M, and then you're told to go find Q. For some reason, this line always makes me laugh.
Oh, good morning, Q. How have you been? Busy inventing things?
You can then walk around the Q lab, watching the hijinks play out with the gadgetry being used. It matches more of the Moore or Brosnan era Q lab, but it's still a nice touch. And you go through a little training sequence by using the Q watch and finding a bomb to defuse, thus concluding the intro to this game. After Bond says,
"I'll bring it back. From Russia with love."
Of course. I really do enjoy From Russia with Love, and it can be a lot of fun to play, and I actually have some nostalgia for this one, especially with following its original release. It's a bit comforting to have Connery back behind the wheel here, and I think they did a great job with the look of it. Going from Agent Under Fire to this, you can tell they've improved the graphics a bit, even though both games are on the exact same systems. Agent Under Fire felt more like a launch title, and now we're approaching 7th gen systems. The one main criticism I have that always stands out to me when I think of this game is, spoiler alert here, the end fight against Red Grant. The scene in the film of the two fighting is one of the best close quarters fight scenes in the entire series. The hand-to-hand combat in such a small space on the train really puts you right in the action, and they did a great job with how brutal it looks. So I was looking forward to see how they implement that into the game. Will it be hand-to-hand combat? Will there be quick time events in order to land certain kicks and punches? Will it even be on a train? Well, not exactly. Instead we get, this. I feel like they took way too many liberties here. I mean, you end up shooting him like 300 times. Many of those can be shots to the head. And like I said in the GoldenEye Rogue Agent review, I'm not saying you need blood and realism in a Bond game, but shooting a man in a suit 300 times in the head, torso, arms, and legs without any sign of him being hit just looks so stupid. And the final blow results in him falling in front of a train. I truly hate this fight and really wish it was done entirely differently. It makes the game feel real inauthentic. But with all that said, overall, I do actually recommend this game. The end really sours the experience overall, but it's still a very fun Bond game to play. Just remember to have your video game logic goggles on for this one. As far as the version differences in multiplayer goes, it's kind of the same note for how it's been going. Nothing incredibly notable to mention. Like with the others, Xbox tends to have cleaner graphics, GameCube has better load times, and PS2's in the middle. These differences are minimal at best though. And while I haven't personally played multiplayer on this, again, it's basically what you'd expect from a Bond game, except with the added bonus of jetpacks, of course. So in keeping with the latest tradition, a handheld release was due out the following year. This has happened multiple times now, but this time it is not on a Nintendo handheld device. Technically, and I didn't know this until reading it, but the Nintendo DS was the first system released in the 7th generation, and this newcomer, the Sony PlayStation Portable, or PSP, was the second release. It was first released in Japan in late 2004 and then in North America in March of 2005. I've never played one before and I know little to nothing about the system, so I cannot speak for it from a personal experience. But apparently it did quite well. Actually very well, as it has sold better than the Nintendo 3DS, NES, Super Nintendo, Xbox One, just to name a few systems. It's still Sony's second least selling system, only doing better than the PlayStation Vita, but beating out these gaming titans still says something. EA brought on Rebellion Developments to adapt From Russia with Love to the PSP, a company with a rather large resume, mostly known for the Sniper Elite series and a few Alien vs. Predator games. It was released on April 3rd, 2006 in North America and 10 days later in Europe, just 7 months before Casino Royale was released in theaters. Let's check out the back of this case. Basically the same thing. Okay, let's do this. So it starts with the exact same title sequence, and wow, it's nicely done for a handheld system. Then you start with the gameplay, and I mean, look at this. It's practically spot on. Having never played a PSP before, I'm honestly quite impressed. I love the Nintendo DS and all, but I think it's no contest that Sony wins out in adapting this to a handheld system compared to GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Maybe I missed out on the PSP train, but I would give this a recommend. Because of that, there really isn't anything else to add. It's the same game. But hey, it goes out on a high note for me. Thus officially concludes the Electronic Arts era for James Bond video games. They had quite a long run with some real ups and downs. Me personally, I thought Nightfire, Everything or Nothing, and From Russia with Love were definitely the best, and I have a lot of nostalgia for the Nintendo 64 version of The World Is Not Enough. The PlayStation version of that, Agent Under Fire, and GoldenEye Rogue Agent are somewhat in the middle for me, and then Tomorrow Never Dies and 007 Racing are easily the low points, with the secondary handheld releases mostly being pretty forgettable, aside from Russia with Love. They had a good run though, and produced the most games in this series by far.
Why should I need more time?
Oof, we got a lot to get through in this one. Buckle in, my friends. When we last left off, Sean Connery had returned to the 007 role one final time with Electronic Arts' swan song of the James Bond video game franchise. I forgot to mention this last time, but the reception to From Russia with Love wasn't really all too great. I feel like they expected more with Connery back, but ultimately it fell into pretty universal D+ or C- grades, and it did not make the charts of the best-selling GameCube, PS2, Xbox, or PSP games. So even though I had fun with it, I think From Russia with Love was a disappointment overall, which is too bad. But with the announcement of Daniel Craig taking over the role for the films in 2005, things were going to be changing quick. By mid-2006, Electronic Arts lost their license to produce James Bond games to Activision. Apparently, EA had plans to release a Casino Royale game to coincide with the film later that year, but obviously that had to be scrapped. But Activision was the company that won, a very successful publisher stemming all the way back to 1979. They have produced quite a few very successful franchises over the years, a few notable ones being Quake, Call of Duty, Guitar Hero, Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro the Dragon, just to name a few. They were awarded the rights to the Bond franchise for 2006 and ending in 2014, although as history shows us, it actually ended in 2012. They ended up releasing 4 Bond games in that 6-year run, but their first would not be released until late 2008. By then, Casino Royale had come and gone, and Craig's second outing, Quantum of Solace, was set to be released at that same time in late 2008. But I feel like I should briefly touch on Casino Royale, as it actually is quite important to the release of this next game, which we will soon see. It was Ian Fleming's very first Bond novel, written all the way back in 1953. The film was released on November 14th, 16th, and 17th of 2006, and stars Daniel Craig as 007, Ava Green as Vesper Lind, Mads Mikkelsen as Le Chiffre, Jeffrey Wright as Felix Leiter, and has the only returning cast member from the Brosnan era, Judi Dench, as M. There is no Moneypenny in this film, no Q, and is essentially both a reboot to the series and sort of an origin story to Bond. We don't see Bond in his youth or anything like that, but it's a brief rundown of him getting his 00 status after killing 2 people for work. It follows Fleming's novel pretty closely with quite a bit added in. Bond must defeat and bankrupt Le Chiffre, a terrorist financer, in a high-stakes poker game at Casino Royale in Montenegro. It was directed by Martin Campbell, who also directed GoldenEye. Casino Royale ended up being a massive hit and is the 5th most successful Bond film adjusted for inflation. The critical response was quite high, and Daniel Craig received a lot of praise in his darker, more serious portrayal. I stated this before, but Casino Royale stands as my favorite Bond film to date, and is the first one I ever went to see in theaters. In regards to video games at this time, 2006 and the tail end of 2005 also marked the introduction to the 7th generation of video gaming. The 3 console titans from Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft all released successors to their 6th-gen consoles. November of 2005 saw the Xbox 360 taking place of the Xbox, and November of 2006 saw the PlayStation 3 taking over for the PlayStation 2, and the Nintendo Wii taking over for the GameCube. Comparing the 3 is very interesting though. In the 6th gen, Sony was the clear winner by far. If you doubled the sales of the Xbox and GameCube combined, it still didn't come close to the PlayStation 2. But this time, it's way different and way closer. Nintendo ended up being the winner here, with the Wii selling almost 5 times as much as the GameCube did, with their integrated motion controls and the wide appeal to families of all ages. Sony's PlayStation 3 actually did come in second and outsell the Xbox 360, but just barely. It was a bit of a downgrade from the PlayStation 2, selling about 68 million units less. But the Xbox 360, like the Wii, was a massive improvement over the Xbox, selling about 4 times as many units. So why am I covering all this? Well, it's my retrospective. I can cover what I want. But also, this next game was released for all 3 new systems, plus 3 others. But 2007 came and went, with both the next Bond film and Bond game being in development or pre-development. By early 2008, it was revealed that the next Bond film will be Quantum of Solace and will be a direct sequel to Casino Royale, picking up just minutes after that film ended. This had sort of been done before, at least with elements of a sequel, but never a direct continuation. From Russia with Love had Bond being with Sylvia Trench from Dr. No, Diamonds Are Forever had Bond tracking down Blofeld after his wife was murdered at the end of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, even though that was Lazenby and not Connery, and For Your Eyes Only had Moore's Bond mourning the death of Lazenby's wife and getting revenge by supposedly killing Blofeld, also a different actor in the pre-title sequence. Count those if you wish, but this was going to be a definite sequel, same actors and all. Quantum of Solace was actually a Fleming story and was one of his short stories in the For Your Eyes Only anthology. It has absolutely nothing to do with the film, except it has Bond in it. But Quantum of Solace was released on October 29, 2008 in London and November 14th in the United States and stars Daniel Craig as 007, Olga Kurylenko as Camille Montez, Matthew Almeric as Dominic Green, and once again Judi Dench as M. Still no Moneypenny or Q. Wanting revenge for Vesper in the last film, Bond sets out to stop the secret criminal organization that he later learns is Quantum, all while handling Dominic Green's ecological terrorism on Bolivia's water supply. It was directed by Mark Forster in his only entry in the Bond series. While still in the upper half of the series in regards to sales, it stands as the 11th most successful Bond film adjusted for inflation, a bit of a step down from Casino Royale. Of Craig's 4 entries, it is his least successful. At the time of writing this, No Time to Die still has yet to be released, so I can't speak for that one. Response by the fans and critics were a bit lackluster to say the least. A lot of Bond fans tend to hate this movie, and while I don't necessarily agree, I do agree that it's nowhere near as good as Casino Royale. If I were to make a personal ranking list, which I may do down the road, it would probably be pretty low, but I do get some enjoyment out of it. Which finally brings us to the game proper. Activision's first entry into the series, and it's a game for a movie that not many even liked. Not a good sign, but let's get into this a little bit. Activision really wanted to get back to the idea of covering as many bases as they could here and release the game on a whopping 6 different platforms with 3 different developers. First, there was Treyarch, a developer that mostly focused on the Call of Duty series, making their version for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Nintendo Wii, and Windows, with the latter 2 also being ported by Beenox. A developer by the name of Vicarious Visions, largely known for the Tony Hawk and Guitar Hero series, made their own version for the Nintendo DS, making a return to the series from GoldenEye Rogue Agent. And lastly, our old friend the PlayStation 2 even got its own release from another one of our old friends, Eurocom, returning from James Bond Jr., The World's Not Enough, and Nightfire. The game was released on October 31st, 2008 in Europe, November 4th in North America, and 2 weeks later in Australia. By 2008, I had recently gotten my college degree and was well immersed in the Bond lore and collecting. I went to see Quantum of Solace in theaters a couple times, yet I had little to no excitement for the release of this game. I did not have a lot of money with the college thing and all, so I didn't end up getting one of the new systems until probably around the release of this game. I bought my Nintendo Wii from Electronics Boutique at a discounted rate since it was the one that they used in the store for anybody to play. I didn't care though. It wasn't until the project I did in 2010 of playing every Bond game in order that I finally got to this one. It was still the newest Bond game out, and after obtaining my copy for the Wii, I started it up, I played for about 10 minutes, and gave up. It's hard to remember now, but I think I couldn't get into the motion controls after being so familiar with the GameCube controller. To this day, I haven't tried to play it again, until this project, so I am going into Quantum of Solace being 99% unfamiliar with it. Let's check out the back of the Wii box, since it's the one I own. Bond is back. Yes, he is. Blending first-person shooting and third-person action, Quantum of Solace puts you in control of Bond's greatest weapon, his mind. Blending first and third person. I'm curious to see how that works. Alright, let's do this and check out the PS3 version. Note, this is not my gameplay. My laptop can't handle a big fancy game from 2008.
There are some at MI6 who think I can't trust you. That you're blinded by inconsolable rage and motivated by revenge. But your motivation isn't my only concern. What concerns me are your methods.
excellent. We get a usual trailer for the game mixed with a continuous cut to Bond in his infamous gun-raised pose that's synonymous with Quantum of Solace. I mean, it's on all the posters and box art, but it gets you hyped for the game. Then, and it should be noted that there will be spoilers from Casino Royale the movie here, since Quantum is a direct sequel and all. It begins with the very last scene from Casino Royale with Bond shooting Mr. White and approaching him. In the film, it's an awesome moment and a perfect ending to the film. When Quantum of Solace begins, it's minutes later during a car chase. This game, though, tries to fill in the blanks right between the films, and the first level takes place right in that time frame. What did exactly happen between Bond saying his famous line and the car chase? Well, apparently it's this. Then we find out how the gameplay works with this hybrid of first and third person. It's first person until you go into cover mode, which switches to third. This kind of makes sense, as the cover mode worked pretty well in Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love. So, yeah, I'd say the hybrid method does work. Graphically, it's a step in the right direction for sure. A definite improvement over the 6th gen graphics, but if you're used to how games look nowadays, yeah, this may not draw you in 2021, but that's an unfair assessment, and this retrospective is supposed to make you feel like you're in 2008. Daniel Craig, though, something seems a bit off with him, and I can't place what it is. It's not awful, though, and you can clearly tell it's supposed to be him. You continue on through Mr. White's estate, which makes for a pretty cool game location, actually. You do the usual Bond game thing of shooting through waves of enemies, and at this point, yeah, you know the drill. The feel of it seems to match the more serious Craig-era tone, and you aren't engaging in mid-air jetpack battles like in From Russia with Love. One little addition that you'll come across are cell phones laying around. These help provide text or audio data to add some story immersion and act as collectibles to find. You'll eventually hack into Mr. White's computer system, resulting in... uh-oh.
Because he's holding a thermal detonator!
Escape the burning down villa, shoot down Mr. White's helicopter, which lets him crawl out of it okay, and in a nice parallel to the first scene in Casino Royale, he picks up the gun, aims it at Bond, which makes him quickly turn into the gun barrel sequence. And we get our title sequence, which to my surprise is not Another Way to Die from Jack White and Alicia Keys, but a completely different song performed by Curly, David Maurice, and Richard Fortus from Guns N' Roses and Thin Lizzy, weirdly enough. And this is played over a combination of visuals similar to the film's title sequence, and a quick rundown of the first scene, the car chase. The song is decent. I actually quite like Another Way to Die, so this is sort of a disappointment, but it's whatever. It's an original song for the game. Visually though, I think it looks great, a pretty solid title sequence. You'll also notice the voice actors here like Daniel Craig and Olga Kurylenko, but then you also see Ava Green and Mads Mikkelsen, two actors whose characters died in Casino Royale. Mission 2 continues to follow the film with M and Bond interrogating Mr. White after capturing him in Siena. M's bodyguard, Mitchell, then betrays MI6 and helps Mr. White escape, and you are to track this bro down through the streets and buildings of Siena. The gameplay is mostly the same here, the same waves of enemies while chasing Mitchell. Once you reach the bell tower, you get to melee against him with some pretty nifty quick-time events. Press the buttons when they appear to land punches and kicks. If done properly, you will knock Mitchell down to his death, allowing you to grieve the loss of your boss's bodyguard. Which brings us to the end of the intro. Honestly, it's pretty faithful to the film here, and a pretty decent start once you get used to the controls and all. Which brings me to my next point. Here's the thing with this game. Although I go over just the first 2 levels for these, it's very important to point out that there are 15 levels in this game called Quantum of Solace, and 10 of them are playing through the story of Casino Royale. This isn't necessarily a complaint since I love Casino Royale, but talk about a misleading title for the game. If only 1/3 of your entire game is the actual story with the title, something's off. I feel like calling this Casino Royale / Quantum of Solace would probably not work for a game title, but it would make for a more accurate one to what you actually get. It's just so odd to me that this is how the game is. Quantum of Solace may have been the new movie by 2008, but in retrospect it did worse than Casino Royale did financially and critically, yet the game hides the fact that this is mostly a Casino Royale story. And well, the overall reception to this game universally got an F or D grade with a low C at best. We'll get to those other versions in a second though, this was just the PS3 one. Coming in with the absolute lowest grade of the 7th gen systems is easily the Wii one, which is the version that I own and played for only a few minutes. The thing with the Wii is that they tried to find as many ways as they could to implement motion controls, and if you see on the back of the box, the only controller options for this one are the Wiimote with the nunchuck, or the Wii Zapper, which is basically the Wiimote nunchuck pressed into a plastic gun. No using the classic controller or GameCube controller with this one like a lot of Wii games offer. This control style really doesn't work for some players, so I think this version, while also looking the worst of the newer consoles, appeals to a much smaller audience as opposed to the superior PS3 or Xbox 360 controllers. Maybe that's my personal opinion, but the overall reception seems to agree with me. Apparently this version has some pretty noticeable lag too, which really hurts the focus on accuracy. That's a huge negative too. The Wiimote can also get tiring to use as you constantly have to have your arm raised and pointed at the screen in order to play. Sometimes you just want to unwind with a video game, and making your arms tired may not be what a lot of players want. As far as the Xbox 360 and Windows versions go, they're very similar to the PS3. The graphics are pretty similar among the three, with the Wii falling behind there. Windows, PS3, and Xbox 360 offer online multiplayer for up to 12, or at least offered, and the Wii had up to 4, but allowed for actual in-person multiplayer, which is what propelled Bond video games into the mainstream to begin with. But with all the other negatives with the Wii version, that doesn't really make up for this game being one you want to seek out friends to play with. But we still have 2 other versions to cover, even though these are on old school systems, the Nintendo DS and PlayStation 2 with some different developers. Let's check out the PlayStation 2 version first. As expected, it starts the same way with Bond shooting Mr. White in the leg and the obvious lower end graphics, so we essentially get the same story. When starting, the gameplay is different right away. This version doesn't go for the hybrid control style like in the newer gens. It's simply in the third person and controls like From Russia with Love did. There is an emphasis on GPS tracking with this one to I guess help with orienting your whereabouts more. This one also has much more of an emphasis on stealth, which depending on your style of gameplay could be a good or bad thing. Aside from the standout PS2 graphics and altered style of gameplay, there isn't too much to say about it. The game still follows the Quantum of Solace with Casino Royale structure, but with less levels actually. Also, there is no multiplayer to be had here. But here's the thing with this one. This one is typically considered to be the best version. Not by much, but I think with it sticking to the third-person style, more players latched onto that as opposed to the hybrid one. I can't really speak from experience, at least not yet, but I would like to play through this version someday. I guess sometimes the old ways are the best. And yet we aren't quite done yet. Yes, there is the DS version left to bring up from Vicarious Visions. This one is quite a bit different, even for a DS game, in that you play it in book form with the DS on its side, and has a huge emphasis on touch controls with the stylus. This one, instead of us seeing Bond shoot Mr. White in the leg from the get-go, we get some classic MI6 training to get used to its controls. Half the screen is a GPS map, and the other half is the actual game with Bond awkwardly running around in all directions. This one tends to have an emphasis on hand-to-hand combat, which can result in some pretty fierce action. Oh, and there's no Camille in this game. Sorry, Olga, I guess. Critically, this one seems to get a solid D grade. Like with many of these handheld versions, it's unique for what it is, but not typically the ideal version for getting your Quantum of Solace fix, if that's even a thing nowadays. But hey, it's still apparently better than the Wii one. I guess sometimes the old ways aren't always the best. For such an old game now, there isn't too much to say about the multiplayer. The servers for the online ones were shut down long ago, and only the Wii one offers local multiplayer, as I mentioned before. You know, the worst version. They did try some new ideas here, like one person is Bond and the others are the organization trying to stop him, kind of like Jason on the newer Friday the 13th game. Now there's a comparison. So there's a pretty basic rundown of Activision's first foray into Bond video gamedom. Was it a success? I mean, I would say it's a pretty simple no. I feel like nobody really cared about this game. I don't know anybody else personally who even played it, and it was never really on my radar either. I think the subpar reception to the movie made people less excited for this, and was ultimately not a very strong start for the Activision era. But at least it was cool to once again be back into a movie tie-in release, as we haven't had one in close to a decade here. And unfortunately, this would be the very last one as well. There will not be a game release for Skyfall, Spectre, or No Time to Die, and the days of us getting a Bond game with the new movie are long gone. Rest in peace to the real ones.
I report to the Prime Minister, and even he's smart enough not to ask me what we do.
Last time we had two firsts for the series. Not only was Quantum of Solace Activision's first steps into this beloved James Bond video game series, but it was also the first Bond game in the Daniel Craig era. The reception was not too great, and I feel like Activision needed to take a step back and figure out what their next move is, and where they needed this series to go. The answer they came up with? Release two Bond games on the exact same day in each of their respective regions. Possibly a little confusing for consumers, but at least they can appeal to two different types of fans to try and bring in as much money as they could. Their solution was to remake a successful favorite and create a brand new story for their second game. By 2010, a new decade was upon us, and there were plans to begin production for the 23rd Bond film and Craig's third outing. However, due to some financial issues, production for the next film had to be suspended until 2011. So basically, Daniel Craig had some time on his hands for 2010. Why not work on a couple new Bond games? I mean, according to longtime Bond film producer Michael G. Wilson, Daniel Craig plays a lot of games and gives us a lot of good criticism. I gotta say, I did not expect that, but hey, that's kinda cool. I wonder what his thoughts on Quantum of Solace were, though. So yeah, one half of Activision's 2010 plan was the idea to completely remake, retell, and reimagine the story of GoldenEye. If they were to remake any Bond game, why not choose arguably the only real successful one? So from a business standpoint, I can see it. The Nintendo 64 was well outdated by 2010, and players were used to the new 7th gen systems. Why not try and draw in new gamers as well as appealing to both fans of GoldenEye, or even people who are simply curious as to whether or not they could pull this off? They would bank on money off of rentals from those people. The other half of their plan was to create a brand new story for a simultaneous release by the name of Bloodstone, but we will be getting to that one in the next part. I thought about putting both of those games together here since that's how the release went, but nah, they're completely separate entities. So as we discussed before, the GoldenEye film came out back in 1995 to kick off the Pierce Brosnan era, and the gold standard of Bond games of the same name came out 2 years later in 1997. So how would Activision choose to approach this one now 13 years later? Keep the authenticity and use Pierce Brosnan's likeness, or adapt to the Craig era and use his instead? Well, it goes a tad deeper than that. See, the GoldenEye game was a Nintendo exclusive and was developed by Rare. Rare was bought by Microsoft in 2002, and as we know, Microsoft is in charge of the Xbox. Since the Bond games are now owned by Activision, there are so many layers going on here. Simply remaking GoldenEye with modern graphics while retaining everything from the original is not really a likely scenario. Microsoft and Nintendo couldn't really agree on the proper approach to having the original N64 game on both the Wii Virtual Console and Xbox Live Arcade, both of their approaches to having players be able to download older games, so a complete redo was in the works instead. So they chose to scrap Brosnan entirely and utilize Daniel Craig in the story instead, as well as have it take place after Quantum of Solace and before the next film, Skyfall. Just trying to wrap your head around this making sense within the universe is pointless. Don't even do it, just go with it. But if you know the story that takes place in GoldenEye, it's very much a story of its time in the mid-90s and before with its flashbacks. For a game to have plot elements involving the Soviet Union and the Cold War in 2010, it would clearly have to be a period piece. But Quantum of Solace utilizes modern technology in both the film and the game, so having this take place after Quantum of Solace would require an altered GoldenEye story. I think the obvious solution would be to just, not have this take place after Quantum of Solace, but they wanted to retain the technology and keep it modernized. But now I'm doing just what I said not to do and not going with it. It's really only altering certain words in the plot, so it's not a huge deal or anything. It's in an alternate universe, just like Nightfire and Everything or Nothing, and all those video game exclusive stories that feature real Bond actors. The decision to keep GoldenEye a Nintendo-only property was retained, at least for about a year. It was released on November 2nd, 2010 in North America, and among the next few days in Australia and Europe for the Nintendo Wii as well as the Nintendo DS. They once again brought back Eurocom for their fourth developed Bond game for the Wii version, and N-Space returning from developing GoldenEye Rogue Agent for the DS. They just love working on games with GoldenEye in the title. N-Space also made Mary-Kate and Ashley's Sweet 16 License to Drive. Sounds like a Bond title. The game would be ported to the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but not for almost exactly a year later. I'm talking about GoldenEye, not Mary-Kate and Ashley. We'll get to those soon. At the end of 2010, I was recently married and had moved away to a new city. With all of a sudden having to adjust to a completely new life, I was kind of putting video games on the back burner. I would still play some, but there were a lot of adjustments going on. I knew that this GoldenEye remake was being developed, but after not caring about Quantum of Solace, at all, I honestly wasn't too excited about this, nor was I in the right mindset for it. My thoughts at the time were that I didn't want to learn motion controls for a game that I was all too familiar with on a Nintendo 64 controller. It just didn't grab me. Not to get too ahead of myself here, but the reception for this was significantly better than Quantum of Solace, so that did help curb my reservations a little bit. With all that said, I've still never even played it. Not once. And I've owned the Wii version for a long time now. In fact, I've never once played any of these final 3 Bond games, so they will all be entirely new to me. So I apologize if I happen to get some minor details wrong or miss something that the game is known for. Just have it be known that I'm teaching about this game while learning about it at the same time. I don't claim to be an expert, I only claim to be Paraspectre. That was kinda lame, but let's check out the back of the box for the Wii version. GoldenEye is back. Get your friends. Yeah, they know what this is about. Bringing multiplayer back to its roots. Yeah, they know what this is about. But most notably, check this out. You can actually use motion controls, or the classic, or GameCube controller here. They finally got it right. That alone makes me more excited to check this one out. And I gotta say, the screenshots look pretty good. The Wii is known for being less powerful than the PS3 or Xbox 360, so if it looks better than Quantum of Solace did, that's yet another improvement. But will it even hold a candle to the N64 original? Let's find out. So right away, we're thrust into some classic MI6 training to learn the controls and find the control style that suits you. A lot of these recent games have had MI6 training, and I think it makes sense to have it be an option. I did mess around with the controls to find out what worked best for me, which is getting as close to the N64 control style as I could, so this worked. And you better believe I slapped in my GameCube controller and avoided those motion controls. They chose to bring this back to traditional GoldenEye and keep the first person only. I thought the hybrid method of first and third was a decent idea in Quantum of Solace, but first person is still my preferred style for Bond games. We then get to experience their take on the GoldenEye story. They certainly take some liberties here and change things up while retaining the basic level structure of the dam as much as they could. With this being a remake, it's only natural to compare this to the N64 one as much as possible, as well as seeing what they improved on from Quantum of Solace. After some mission briefing by the once again welcome return of Dame Judi Dench.
Good morning, 007. For the past 3 years, a high-ranking Russian general, Arkady Arumov, has been stealing Russian military equipment and selling it on the black market.
The first thing I notice is that while the game definitely looks good with the much cleaner graphics from the 64 one, you can look at only a few seconds of gameplay and guess that it's a Wii game. Wii games tend to have a certain look to them, and since I'm far from a graphics snob or knowledgeable on the topic, I don't really know why, but this game screams Wii. We see Bond and 006 infiltrating their way into the dam, which is already something different. 006, or Alec Trevelyan, first appeared in the facility in both the movie and the original game, but it makes sense that he's here with Bond. And they didn't even try to make him look like Sean Bean. He looks more like a dollar store Matt Damon. After subduing some guards, you make your way through a very close reenactment of the original dam level until something different happens. There's a mini driving stage. 006 is driving, but you're still shooting enemies trying to take you down. After a crash, you're back on the ground finishing out the level, and man, they made this one significantly longer than the original. As I stated in my GoldenEye video, you can complete the first level in under a minute on agent mode by simply just running, pressing a couple buttons, and shooting one lock. This one is a bit more complicated with checkpoints, following 006's orders, taking photographs of helicopters, sneaking up on guards, and getting to the extraction point. 006 then parachutes off the dam, and right when Bond is about to do the same, he gets stopped by some guards, sets off the parachute in their stupid faces, and just yeets himself off the dam, segueing into the theme song. This level gives off a good impression for the game, with it having plenty of new stuff. It's not incredibly long or anything, but there did come a time while playing where I was kinda ready for it to end. To be honest, it made me kinda wish I was playing the original, and whether that's a fair assessment or not, it was my initial reaction. But I'm also not a GoldenEye purist. I know the game has its fair share of flaws, so maybe it's the nostalgia talking. I will say that I really accepted Daniel Craig in the role pretty quick. I wasn't going through the level wishing it were Brosnan instead, so I'll give the game that. Our title theme is, well, the GoldenEye theme. Imagine that. This song was non-existent in the original game, so in my opinion, this is a significant upgrade over the 64 one. I don't love the song or anything, but it is part of the GoldenEye experience, and I think it has to be here. It was written by Bono and The Edge, but performed by Nicole Scherzinger of Pussycat Dolls fame instead of Tina Turner. I don't know if they asked Tina or what happened, but it's a pretty decent recreation of her version. I guess this game is all about recreation, so why not replace her too? Weird that Dame Judi Dench voices M in that regard. But let's check out the infamous facility level next. Bond and Matt Damon split up as you take the vents route into the bathroom. More so mirroring the movie, you get to appear upside down in front of a man on the toilet to punch him out. If you've seen the film, this makes more sense. Make your way through the facility, sneaking up on folks, disabling cameras and the like. The look of it feels a bit more grunge than the 64 one and more like the one in the film, so I like this change. I can tell they're trying to implement a combination of film and game elements here. This one has much more of a focus on computers and servers. And hey, maybe this is Dr. Doak, everyone's favorite scientist? Let's pretend it's Dr. Doak. He's in a lab coat and all. One other thing that's pretty cool is that you're sneaking around with Alec in other areas and have to help him a couple times, like distracting some scientists. Lastly, you must go through and place the charges on each fuel tank to end the level in a pretty faithful recreation of the scene in the movie. They even implement Bond wheeling the cart inching his way to the exit. Alec is then shot by Oromov, thus concluding the intro to the game. So there we have it, some quick initial thoughts that I have. Some things I believe they improved upon over the original. The graphics, obviously. They aren't substantial, even for 2010, but so much cleaner and realistic than the 64. I also love the original music, but this time they got David Arnold to compose it, and it feels so much more cinematic this way. The voice acting is also a huge improvement over none. Daniel Craig is always great to hear, and Dame Judi Dench as well. I love that they tried to utilize more things from the movie here too. Some little touches here and there, but they work. Lastly, I think they did a great job having you care about the relationship between Bond and Alec.
Last one out buys the first route. You're on.
You can tell they know what they're doing and are on another mission together, so if you aren't familiar with the story, seeing him shot at the end of the facility level is more impactful. Certainly compared to the 64 one, where he just walks around spouting text and then the level ends when you escape. You don't actually see what happens to him at all. As far as things I think are better in the original, I mean they're largely nostalgia based. I absolutely love the controls with the 64 controller, although I could be alone there, and am able to fly through the game and feel like I'm skilled at it. Of course, I would need to practice that a bit more here, but I never felt like I was really in control. I stated that you do feel the camaraderie between James and Alec, but it's also clear that he's the one running the show, giving you orders, so at the same time, him yelling at you if you're going the wrong way or not doing something in time also makes me miss the solo experience in the original game. That game is simply a video game legend, so you can't really replace its charm. Sometimes polishing something too much can take away from how it used to be. With that said, yeah, I can see this being a fun game to master. They did a really nice job with it from what I've seen, and a lot of people agreed with it, receiving a solid B or A- grade. Unfortunately, unlike its predecessor's success on the 64, this one did not make the top 60 best-selling Wii games or anything. Even though I wasn't excited for this at the time, that's honestly a little surprising, especially with the reception that it got. Even Big Beach Sports beat this one out. But what GoldenEye on the 64 is really known for is its multiplayer. And yeah, they put a bit of effort in making this a fun multiplayer experience here. There are enough modes and those classic GoldenEye characters like Jaws and Oddjob are playable. If you like the control style, you'll have fun with this one. I know I brush over the multiplayer sections for most of these games, but they're pretty self-explanatory. Get some friends, agree on their settings, run around and shoot each other. But there is still one more release, the Nintendo DS, until we get into GoldenEye Reloaded, released 1 year later for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Since N-Space developed GoldenEye Rogue Agent for the DS, I'm basically expecting something similar to that. And I'm kinda right. Gone is the weird but interesting book style of gameplay from Quantum of Solace with playing the DS on its side, and we're back to the first-person perspective. And you know what? It's a pretty decently faithful adaptation of the Wii one, just much more pixelated due to obvious limitations. By the time this game was released in late 2010, Nintendo's successor to the DS was due out just a few months later, the Nintendo 3DS, obviously boasting 3D capabilities while keeping the DS split-screen touchscreen format. Also, I think there is a huge difference in graphical improvements on the 3DS over the DS, but unfortunately there was never a Bond game released for the 3DS. Bloodstone came out the same day as GoldenEye for the DS, and the last Bond game to date, 007 Legends, was not released on any handheld device. So basically this and Bloodstone are as good as it'll ever get in terms of handheld Bond games, at least in terms of graphical capabilities. So instead of starting in that well-known area of the dam that both GoldenEye games begin with, you start alongside 006 after a checkpoint at some random point in the dam. Shooting is basically the same as the Wii one with the DS controls, and this one likes to interrupt you to show you where to go and what to do for your next objectives. You kinda know the drill with these handheld ones now though. It's kinda cool that they're able to pull this off, and having the option of a Bond game on the go is cool to see, but it's certainly not the preferred version. Even by 2010, it's a pretty ugly game, especially with gamers being able to experience the 3DS just a few months later. Critically, no, this game didn't grab a lot of fans with a pretty standard D or F grade. And there was actually multiplayer on this one. Multiplayer on the DS requires a lot of extra effort for little reward though, especially now with the DS online servers well shut down. Essentially, this game kinda came and went. I'll get to the next game, Bloodstone, in the next part, but let's briefly jump ahead into the future 1 year to November 2011. Activision made the decision to remaster GoldenEye 007 on the Wii and release it on its 7th gen console counterparts, the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. This was going to be called GoldenEye 007 Reloaded, and they were going to utilize these systems' much higher graphical qualities over the Wii to make it look even better graphically. Fortunately, I would say yes, they succeeded in this. It does look quite a bit better. Unfortunately for this retrospective, I don't have much more to say about it. It's the same game, just with better graphics. There were a few minor tweaks to adapt to the other consoles, like compatibility with PlayStation Move, their version of a motion controller. Not my thing, but okay. Critically though, I was surprised to see that this isn't considered the definitive version. It mostly falls in a solid C category, and its saving grace at the time was its multiplayer, something largely forgotten now 10 years after its release. So yeah, I guess the Wii version got its revenge this time around. Quantum of Solace on the Wii was by far the worst one according to critics, and this time it's the best version. If the graphics don't make or break a game for you, I guess go with the Wii one. But as for me personally, I'll take the N64 one, and I fully admit it's the nostalgia talking. It's just fun to sit down and play. But this remake certainly did improve on some things, and I can appreciate that instead of being in the mindset of, it's not the N64 controller, then no thanks. Check this one out though for a nice mix of nostalgia and a more modern take. I know I enjoyed it more than Quantum of Solace.
And how the hell could Bond be so stupid?
The remake of GoldenEye ended up being a welcome addition to the Bond series, as the reception was well received. This was a nice change of pace for Activision, as it fared much better than Quantum of Solace did. But Activision had more plans up their sleeves. They weren't going to only release the GoldenEye remake in 2010, oh no. They were going to blast consumers in the face with 2 releases on the exact same day on November 2nd, 2010, in North America. I already discussed what else was going on in the series in part 22, so check that out to help boost my watch time. Hear what I had to say there. Daniel Craig was between filming his 2nd and 3rd Bond film, and what would become Skyfall was in a production delay. That's basically the gist of 2010. So the plan was to go back to the idea of creating an original story for a Bond game, independent of any tie-ins with the films or books. This had been done multiple times before, most notably with the trilogy of Agent Under Fire, Nightfire, and Everything or Nothing from the Pierce Brosnan gaming era. But Activision wanted to see how well it would go by using Daniel Craig's voice and likeness. The result was a game entitled Bloodstone, announced during the summer of 2010 for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Windows, and Nintendo DS. They hired a newcomer to the series to develop it, Bizarre Creations, a relatively smaller company known for the Geometry Wars and Project Gotham racing games. Returning for voice acting once again are Daniel Craig and Dame Judi Dench, and also Rory Kinnear, who plays M's chief of staff Bill Tanner in the films. And sort of keeping with the trend of adding female vocalists into the games like Maya in Everything or Nothing and Natasha Bedingfield in From Russia With Love, this game does the same thing with the addition of Joss Stone as both a character in the story and the theme song performer. Joss Stone for Bloodstone. And veteran Bond screenwriter Bruce Fierstein returns once again penning the story here. Now, I'm not saying Bloodstone killed Bizarre Creations entirely, but it looks like Bloodstone killed the company entirely. This was the last game they developed, and Activision could not find any future buyers for the studio, thus ending their 23-year run. So is that a bad omen for the quality of this game? Well, let's find out shortly, since this will be my first time ever playing it. In November of 2010, I had been married close to 4 months and living in a new city. I owned a Wii, but that was the only new system I had at the time. However, one of my favorite video game series of all time is Resident Evil. I was so excited for the release of Resident Evil 5 in 2009 that I bought a used Xbox 360 just to play that, with the intention of reselling the system after I beat it. I was a relatively poor 23-year-old at the time, so I couldn't justify spending all that money on 2 newer systems. So technically I did own that, but only for a brief period of time, and Bloodstone was not yet announced. I mentioned before that I honestly wasn't excited for the release of GoldenEye for the Wii, much at all, and when it was announced that Bloodstone was actually not going to be released on the Wii at all, I had even less excitement for it. I couldn't even play it unless I went and bought another Xbox 360 or PS3, and my computer wasn't strong enough to handle the Windows version. I think their thought process was to make GoldenEye the Wii release and Bloodstone the Xbox/PlayStation release, but they were both weirdly enough on the Nintendo DS, and they ended up releasing GoldenEye on the 360 and PS3 anyway 1 year later. So in the long run, both games ended up being on all systems, except the Wii never got Bloodstone. It was the Christmas of 2011 when I got Bloodstone for the DS as one of my gifts, but I never opened it. It has acted as a collection piece for me, but now it's time to check out this game for real. Let's check out the back of the box for the Xbox 360 version. A new Bond adventure. The UK's top secret biochemical project has fallen into enemy hands. Only one man can unravel the sinister goal and defeat those behind it. Bond. James Bond. A very standard Bondian plot there, and not too much to say about it really. It is a new Bond adventure. So let's check this out. We begin our pre-title sequence in Athens, where M assigns Bond to track down and stop a terrorist attack on the Acropolis by a man named Greco. Graphically, it's looking pretty good. At this point, GoldenEye Reloaded was still a year away, so this was the direct sister entry to GoldenEye on the Wii, and comparing the two, I think Bloodstone gets the slight edge due to the Xbox 360 and PS3 being stronger consoles than the Wii. I feel like Daniel Craig looks better here than he did in Quantum of Solace just 2 years earlier too. So as the gameplay begins, we see that it is strictly a third-person game. I can't tell if it's a good or bad thing to keep switching playstyles between all these Bond games, but maybe a variety is good to appeal to more gamers. But some people may hate first-person and love third, or vice versa, and then they may avoid the gameplay styles they dislike entirely, which can ruin the series' consistency. And it is a little strange that of the Activision games, Quantum of Solace was a hybrid of first and third, GoldenEye was first only, and this is third only. But essentially, this is more in line of an evolution from Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love. And this first level throws a ton at you. There are 4 distinct parts to the level alone. The first is Bond tracking down Greco on a boat in a stealth mission. The second is a boat chase, which is exactly like the Live and Let Die game. It's practically a remake. The third part is more of a general run and gun area, pushing your way through a small wave of enemies. And the fourth part is a high-speed car chase to catch up to a car with the bomb before it reaches the Acropolis. It's an interesting perspective here, with the viewpoint being from the very front of the car. And you better believe you can absolutely annihilate innocent civilians here with no repercussions or mournful guilt, which is exactly like the Spy Who Loved Me game. But even that one docked you a solid 50 points per murder. The level then ends with M feeling pretty proud of her intuition about Bond as she orders him a vodka martini to congratulate a job well done as we move on to the title sequence. And I gotta say, not a fan of this one. Joss Stone performs the song entitled I'll Take It All, and I honestly find it pretty boring. I don't know much about Joss Stone as a performer, but it's just not an interesting song musically. And visually, oh man, I don't know if it's meant to be an homage to the Casino Royale title sequence, but it is a direct rip-off of a silhouetted Bond destroying bros in hand-to-hand combat as they explode into diamonds instead of card suits like in Casino Royale. It works very well in that sequence, and I personally love it, but it's the same thing here. My reaction to seeing it for the first time was, oh come on, followed by a sigh. So in my opinion, this is one of the worst game title sequences in some time. But on a positive note, the intro to the second level has some more briefing by M, and for some reason I feel like Dame Judi Dench and Daniel Craig sound better than ever here with their voice acting.
Second thoughts about selling out the UK?
That's why the helicopter is landing outside your hotel. There'll be a jet waiting at the airport. And when you arrive in Istanbul, do whatever you have to, by any means necessary, to find out who's behind this.
They're both already excellent actors, but it's almost like they cared more here, or were more comfortable with the art of voice acting. Bond is then assigned to Istanbul to rescue a man named Malcolm Tedworth at a construction site.
I don't care. Nobody goes down there without a hard hat.
Of course. Safety first.
Dick move. He is posing as a Dr. Bond, adding yet another parallel between Bond and Indiana Jones. Then it becomes another stealth mission with even more of an emphasis on stealth, and it's actually nicely done. A gadget addition here is a smartphone that when you switch to that mode, it briefly shows you where the enemy placements are, so Bond can choke an entire army one by one. Making your way through, you see Tedworth being tortured and put a stop to it, resulting in an upcoming car chase tracking down his interrogator, thus ending the level. Quite honestly, I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen so far. The quality feels a little higher here over the GoldenEye remake even, and whether that's true or not, it was my initial reaction. It's an original story here, so they can take the liberties to do what they want here. Critically though, it's unfortunate that this game kinda gets solid D grades across the board. Of course, critics certainly aren't always what you should go by, but if multiple ones are pointing out the same problems, then it's at least something to consider. From what I can gather, the lukewarm reception seems to be mainly, it's just too average with nothing stand out about it. Maybe I'd feel the same way playing through the entire thing, but for this first part, I don't know, I kinda liked it. And from what I can gather, there aren't too many differences between the PC, PS3, and Xbox 360 versions, just that the PC has the superior graphics. However, there is one more version with an entirely different developer on the Nintendo side of things, and surprisingly, the Nintendo DS version seems to get the best ratings of them all. This one was also developed by N-Space, who apparently was working double time with releasing both their version of GoldenEye and Bloodstone on the same day. I'm very curious of this, so let's check it out a little. We begin with a similar sort of briefing from M with the voice acting, and get to see what the game looks like.
We haven't got 10 minutes. The satellite is picking up suspicious activity near Greco's boat. You've got to get a move on now.
I'm on my way.
Like with all of these handheld ones, the graphics are obviously a big step down in order to accommodate the DS's graphic capabilities. Mouths don't move, so it's similar to early N64 or PS1 games, and Daniel Craig's appearance kinda got a laugh out of me. Look at those piercing baby blues. So like with the console one, this game starts in Athens, except you get to hover down onto a yacht in a parachute and shoot. And we get to see how the game controls with a DS touchscreen. And it's kinda similar to another DS game I played for the first time recently, Metroid Prime Hunters. It's sort of awkward how you hold the DS to aim and shoot. You kinda need to hold the DS with your left hand, thumb on the D-pad, forefinger on the L button to shoot, and you use your right hand to use the stylus, which points Bond's gun around. Maybe I'm simply not used to it, but it can get a bit painful contorting your hand like this for long periods of time. Aside from that, and if you are used to this control style, combat is very easy. However, they did add one difference here that was a bit surprising to me. Bond regenerates health when out of combat. I could be wrong, but I don't recall any other game in the series with this feature. Correct me if I'm missing one in the comments below. I don't really know how any of this makes sense to retain the realism, but hey, James Bond is known for being invincible anyway. Other things to tap on the screen are your objectives, a gun reload button, and an action button for things like flipping over a table for cover. I think they want you to use the cover feature a lot, but I didn't really utilize it in the short period of time I played it. Why this is considered the best version of the game is beyond me though. It's certainly not bad. I adjusted to the controls right away, which is not always easy to say about certain shooting games, but I felt satisfied by playing the first few levels and stopping there for now just to see what it was like, whereas I felt more intrigued to continue the console version. And I mean, as I stated before, this is the final handheld Bond game to date, and therefore one of the best. As for me personally, I'd rather spend time on the console version first if I wanted the full Bloodstone experience.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Well friends, we did it. This is the final episode in my 24-part James Bond video game retrospective. At least for now. If you happen to stumble upon only this video, yeah, be sure to go check out the rest of the series. I cover every James Bond game in existence, minus the obscure mobile ones or unofficial ones. It's been a really fun ride, but there is still work to do. Let's see where this series ends and if it goes out on a high note. Last time we reached an entirely new decade. The 10s, or 2010s, or teens, whatever. It was 2010 and Activision released a pair of games on the exact same day over the current systems. The remake of GoldenEye and an original story, Bloodstone. Neither were massive hits or anything, but critics and fans tended to favor GoldenEye of the two. I've come to find that Bloodstone does have its fans though. In 2011, Activision chose to release GoldenEye on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 and called it GoldenEye Reloaded, with more polished graphics over the Wii version. But 2012 was going to be a huge year. Not only was it time for Daniel Craig's third Bond film, but 2012 marked 50 years since the release of the very first Bond film, Dr. No, going all the way back to Sean Connery's OG release. The Bond series had to do something big, and with 2 more years left on Activision's license to make Bond games, they had an idea to pay tribute to 50 years of Bond films and all 6 main actors who portrayed the role. There was a lot of speculation that they would make a game tie-in for the new movie Skyfall, but that did not happen. They wanted to do more of a medley of sorts and focus on the past rather than the present. For the first time since 2005's From Russia with Love, I was hyped for this game, entitled 007 Legends. And contradicting that point entirely, I've never played this. The announcement for this concept sounded incredibly interesting. The plan was to have the story take place among all 6 different Bond actors and with one of their films each. So I presumed Mission 1 would be playing through the story of Goldfinger, for example, as Sean Connery, Mission 2 would be on Her Majesty's Secret Service as George Lazenby, and so on. I assumed they would be perhaps a truncated version of each film, since they probably weren't going to throw in 6 full-sized games into one package, so I didn't know if they're going to try and link all the stories together or separate them entirely or what. If you've ever played the game Eternal Darkness, I kinda hoped it would be like that. If you don't know what I'm referring to, that game has a central protagonist who you play as, and she reads chapters from a book in which you play through those chapters as different characters among different time periods. It could be like Bond reminiscing or having flashbacks about the Bond history. The possibilities were exciting, and I remember following the development through 2011 and 2012. In 2012, I had since moved to another new city, still living in an apartment, and really focusing on growing my Bond collection. I still didn't own an Xbox 360, and I've never owned a PlayStation 3, so I was still bummed to learn that 007 Legends was not going to be a Wii release. But 2012 was also a big year for video gaming. The 8th generation was set to kick off in November, the same time as 007 Legends and Skyfall. This time though, Nintendo was going to be the company to kick off their new hardware with the announcement of the Wii U. The Wii U's biggest feature was the option to play Wii U games on a TV or the external tablet controller that came with it. Just to slightly jump ahead a bit, this concept got perfected with the Nintendo Switch, but the Wii U was the originator of this feature. The Wii U, unfortunately, didn't quite capture the hearts of consumers as it notoriously endured quite a short lifespan and is considered to be a failure from Nintendo and fans alike. It wasn't a disaster of a system or anything, there are some really good games for it, but Nintendo wants to distance themselves from the Wii U entirely at this point as their focus is on the Switch, with a lot of the Wii U games actually being ported to it. I think the name Wii U played a big part in this, as it sounds like it's simply an upgraded Wii. Dropping a few extra hundo on an updated Wii didn't sound too appealing for gamers, and I grouped myself into this camp. I had no desire to rush out and buy a Wii U. I did eventually buy one used in 2019 and have enjoyed the few games I've played for it, but yeah, that whole thing was a bit of a misstep. It ended up selling just over 13 million units, a bit lower than the GameCube even, and even that didn't sell very well, especially compared to the monster success that the Wii was with over 101 million sold. So what does this have to do with 007 Legends? Well, the original release for the game was on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but a Windows port was weeks later, and it was ported to the Wii U in December of 2012, making that the newest official James Bond video game to date. And this is the version that I own. Sony and Microsoft wouldn't release their 8th gen systems until late 2013 with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, so those don't matter in the slightest for this retrospective. Activision hired on veteran developer Eurocom for their final release, making this their 6th developed Bond game. So, we have a pretty solid start, a very intriguing concept, modern 7th gen and even 8th gen systems, a veteran developer working on it, the 50th anniversary of Bond films, a new hyped Bond film on the horizon. What could go wrong? Things were looking up for the Bond series as a whole, so let's see exactly what they did come up with, if this game was a success or not, and why we haven't had a new Bond video game in almost 9 years now at the time of me writing this. I'm going to try and make this one a big one, as it is the finale after all. Instead of showcasing just the first 2 levels like I typically do, we're going to go through and discuss all 6 featured Bond films in this one, baby. Let's check out the back of the box. No, let's check out both sides of the box.
Everybody get ready and buckle up, because here we go!
So my first impressions of the front cover, only Daniel Craig is featured. So if this is supposed to be highlighting Bond's history, shouldn't all 6 actors be featured here? I get that he is the newest Bond, but They chose to show only 3 screenshots from 3 movies to get an idea of the few films that are featured here. The first is clearly Goldfinger with the infamous nude gold-painted corpse of Jill Masterson, and this choice doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Goldfinger is simply beloved. I would have guessed Goldfinger or Dr. No for Connery's selection here. The heavy hitter or the original, and they went with the heavy hitter. Next we see, oh boy, Bond's invisible car from Die Another Day. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Die Another Day is the only Pierce Brosnan Bond film that didn't get a game release. I probably would have still guessed GoldenEye since we know how often that keeps getting brought up throughout the series, but okay, Die Another Day is the one it should be. Lastly, we get the image of Jaws skydiving from the intro to Moonraker to cover the Roger Moore era. Moonraker is an interesting choice as it's considered to be one of the more ridiculous Bond films. I probably would have guessed The Spy Who Loved Me for more, but alright, Moonraker it is. There already is a Spy Who Loved Me game, but there's also a Goldfinger game, albeit a text-only adventure, but still. But this sticker is a bit troubling. Instructions to unlock Skyfall mission included inside. Unlock? Like, paid downloadable content? Let's hope not. It's an okay cover, it's just screenshots from the film, so there was not much creativity thrown into this one. Alright, onto the back. So we get a couple more images of Goldfinger, Moonraker, and Die Another Day to confirm those being the films used with the actual game footage. On Her Majesty's Secret Service is the only George Lazenby option, so that one is obvious, and we learn that Timothy Dalton's film of choice is License to Kill. With only 2 options for Dalton, this would have also been my guess. So overall, I think the films they chose to utilize here do make a lot of sense. I think the only one I would have possibly changed is Moonraker for more, but that's just a nitpick. With a battle in space, there's some obvious potential for a video game level. I think they did a nice job here, but of course, this mysterious unlockable Skyfall level is missing, so that's cool. The front cover is half Daniel Craig, and his level isn't even included in the actual game. So it's time to live the legend and relive the world-famous spy's most iconic and intense undercover missions. Let's check out the original release for the Xbox 360. First off, props to them for bringing back the gun barrel sequence. For whatever reason, it's been missing lately. The addition of it really helps to make it feel like Bond. Then we get something surprising to me. It starts at the very end of the intro to Skyfall, in which MI6 agent Eve accidentally shoots Bond off of a train into the river below. It's honestly a great looking replication of the scene in the movie, and I guess I was sort of right with my flashback prediction. Being near death in the water, Bond is then thrown into flashbacks of his past, which explains the different stories featured in the game. Bond then awakens to the gameplay portion and, yep, back to first person. The perspective is basically alternating every game release at this point, but this game is looking pretty good, I gotta say. Walking forward, you see the infamous gold-painted body of Jill as featured on the cover, so it at least appears that we are going chronologically and starting off with Sean Connery's entry, Goldfinger. Except, we're supposed to still be Daniel Craig's Bond? I don't think I like this. I thought and hoped that this game was supposed to be paying tribute to Bond's history over the years and showcasing the different actors and their styles in the role. Having it be Daniel Craig is like rewriting history. It would be like having a movie about different presidents of the United States over the years and then Joe Biden is shown each time. Remember Joe Biden's famous 7 years ago speech? Alright, I'm clearly just making an observational joke. There's been a long-term debate on whether or not James Bond is the same person in each film or a codename given to different people getting the 007 number, but that latter theory doesn't really hold up. The James Bond film series was never supposed to have coherent chronology. And we've had this happen before with Daniel Craig being featured in the remake of GoldenEye, so I'm sure it's a budgetary thing. Maybe they don't want to pay to use the likeness of all 6 James Bond actors, but it's in the first person anyway, so you aren't seeing Bond most of the time. They already aren't using Daniel Craig's voice, by the way, forgot to mention that.
The girl is dead. What? He must have gotten wind of our investigation.
So why not get someone to try and impersonate the others' voices? Because then it would contradict the gimmick of the game being flashbacks, I guess. Why would Daniel Craig have a memory about being Sean Connery? Essentially, I have mixed feelings about this. They had to do something to make it be a story, and their final decision was to use only Daniel Craig. And nothing against Craig at all, he is my favorite Bond, but I don't know. Now I wish these were separate missions instead of being one overarching story. But it's not about what I want. Enough of that rant, let's see what we actually get. But first, a quick rundown of the first featured film, Goldfinger. I did already discuss it in my Part 3, my Goldfinger episode, but essentially, in the film, Bond must stop Auric Goldfinger, a ruthless gold smuggler, and his henchman Oddjob from detonating all of the gold in Fort Knox, causing the value of his gold to skyrocket. It was released in 1964 as Sean Connery's third entry, and was an understated massive hit, being the third most profitable Bond film to date adjusted for inflation. It is widely considered to be the best of them all, and the favorite of many casual and die-hard Bond fans. It's known for its many iconic moments, like the infamous laser scene, the intro to Bond's Aston Martin, the first time Q really becomes a gadget-oriented character, and of course, characters like Goldfinger himself, played by Gert Frobe, his henchman Oddjob, played by Harold Sakata, and one of the more popular Bond girls, Pussy Galore, played by Honor Blackman, who recently passed away. It's an obvious choice for the Connery film, so let's see what they do with it here. Your first mission is making your way through Auric Enterprises, which is already pretty far into the film. You're detonating planes with your smartphone, hacking into stuff with your smartphone, and basically modernizing this cherished 1964 film. It's a decent set to use for the video game medium, but it doesn't really feel like Auric Enterprises, especially with your smartphone. It kinda helps when you locate Goldfinger and Pussy Galore, but still. Meet up with Pussy Galore and then uncover the mystery of nerve gas and Operation Grand Slam. And just to make it even feel more rushed, we get this comical exchange.
By the way, I didn't catch your...
James Bond.
After finding Goldfinger's Kentucky keychain and trick pool table...
What's with that trick pool table?
You get to avoid Oddjob's infamous bowler hat before ridiculously falling some great heights. Escape Auric Enterprises, and then... oh no, the Aston Martin gets hit immediately, and yeah, we all saw this coming. It's time to protect Bond's groin from Goldfinger's laser, and we get some impersonators reenacting probably the most infamous exchange in all of the James Bond films.
Goldfinger, do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
It's just weird hearing a Daniel Craig impression say famous Sean Connery lines. So we're already at the climax of the movie, but at least Fort Knox is an obvious choice for the level, and it wouldn't be the same without it here. Make your way through with some help from Felix Leiter, kinda cool, and then you get to the big showdown with Oddjob himself in some hand-to-hand combat. It tries to replicate the fight in the movie pretty closely, and I think it's actually done pretty well. After using Thundershock, Oddjob's HP goes to 0, and now it's time to celebrate. But wait, oh no, that's right, Goldfinger is still around. Time to send him through the plane window in the same goofy way as in the film. I wouldn't have it any other way. So that's the Goldfinger level, a very speedy best of type level, I guess. Gameplay wise, it works like any first person shooter of its time does, really. And that's sort of where a lot of the game's complaints come in. It's basically an average Call of Duty clone. Having only ever played the original Call of Duty on PC back in the day, I can't really make that comparison myself, but I believe it. Anyway, let's move on to Mission 2. It's time to go 5 years into the future to swing in 1969. Sean Connery is out as James Bond, having not really wanted to even be in his fifth one, You Only Live Twice, so it was time to usher in a new era. Enter George Lazenby, a commercial actor slash model who sort of fell into the role by happenstance in a way. He was not an established actor, but there's a whole pretty awesome documentary out there that explains the whole story. Check that out if you have an interest. As Lazenby only did one film as Bond, the default choice here is On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is based off of Ian Fleming's 10th Bond novel. In the film, Bond once again faces off against his arch-nemesis, Ernst Stavro Blofeld, except this time he's had reconstructive surgery to look less like Donald Pleasance and more like Telly Savalas. And it worked, he looks just like Telly Savalas, except not in this game. Since James Bond also looks completely different, the continuity from You Only Live Twice 2 years prior is sort of thrown out the window. This one has a weird plot of Blofeld wanting to hold the world ransom through the use of germ warfare, forever affecting production of plant life and livestock. He plans to do this by brainwashing women of different nationalities that he calls the Angels of Death. Bond poses as genealogist Sir Hilary Bray to infiltrate Blofeld's Allergy Research Institute in the Alps, and, well, this is the James Bond Christmas movie we've all been asking for. The Die Hard of the series, if you will. Bond also actually falls in love with Tracy DiVincenzo, played by the also recently passed Diana Rigg, not one of the Angels of Death, but a woman he saves at the intro to the film. A lot of Bond fans really love this film, and I've seen it placed as #1 on a few different lists. I don't think audiences were quite ready for it back in '69 because it brought in almost half as much money as You Only Live Twice did, adjusted for inflation. It is the 5th least successful Bond film to date, and maybe people weren't ready to adapt to someone other than Sean Connery, who they knew and loved at the time. Because of this, On Her Majesty's Secret Service is sort of the cult classic of the series, and tends to be seen as the hidden gem. Me personally, I do enjoy it, but it's not in my top 10 or anything. I think George Lazenby is just fine in the role, and he definitely brings his own style to separate himself from Connery enough. I never really viewed the two of them as the same character, just a different take on the role. I think all of the Bond actors are different from each other just enough. Anyway, I won't go too much into the level itself, but let's see which parts of the movie they chose to turn into the video game medium. And forget everything I said about Lazenby because we're just Daniel Craig again. It cuts back to Bond being underwater, having these flashbacks, and then goes right into Tracy skiing before you're both attacked by Blofeld's men. It was at this point that I realized that if you are playing this as someone not really familiar with the films, it's a bit jarring to all of a sudden be with someone named Tracy and not Pussy Galore from the ending of the last level, and they're talking about someone named Blofeld, and now you gotta gun some guys down on skis, and what? The transition here doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but after a very short level, the avalanche temporarily takes out Bond and we shift over to the climax of the movie. I get that these are brief glimpses, but wow, way to skip over an hour and a half of the film. With that said, it's a pretty cool looking level and actually does feel like Blofeld's lair in the film. And the fact that there exists a level based on Her Majesty's Secret Service of all films is pretty awesome. But it's just kinda bare bones. You even do the same fist fight against Blofeld that you did with Oddjob and certain other enemies. The ending is way different here too. Bond pushes Blofeld off of a ski lift. No bobsled chase like in the film. Just push him off and tell M that he's presumed dead.
Bond to MI6.
What's Blofeld's status?
Unclear. Presumed dead.
Well, that felt even more rushed than Goldfinger did. Oh well. The beginning of the next level actually tries to replicate the end of the film with Bond and Tracy getting married, complete with the "we have all the time in the world" line that is sort of the film's motto.
But darling, now we have all the time in the world.
Just before Tracy is tragically killed by Blofeld, complete with some random lines from M from Casino Royale. This game is all over the place. After Lazenby's only entry in 1969, Sean Connery came back for one more official movie in 1971, Diamonds Are Forever, until finally calling it quits for the official series. By 1973, the series had its new Bond in Roger Moore, who went on to play the role from 1973 to 1985 over a span of 7 films. But the one this game chose was his 4th film, Moonraker. Moonraker was Fleming's 3rd Bond novel. Wait, what? This isn't Moonraker. Della, that's Felix's wife who was killed in License to Kill. So we're just gonna skip over Moonraker for now. Why have these go chronologically except for just Moonraker? For someone who appreciates things in chronological order, I mean, just look at my entire channel, this perplexes me and kind of annoys me. Ugh, okay, anyway. After Roger Moore ended his tenure as Bond in 1985 with A View to a Kill, Timothy Dalton took over for 2 films, The Living Daylights in 1987 and License to Kill in 1989. If you followed my whole series thus far, there were actually 2 games based on those films, so be sure to check out Part 4 and Part 6 for the main Dalton games. But alas, instead of Moonraker here, we go into their selected entry, License to Kill. Adjusted for inflation, License to Kill is the single least successful Bond film to date. It was far from a failure though and still made a ton of money compared to its budget, but these late 80s films were in the period where people were getting a little burnt out on Bond. License to Kill is a revenge story with Bond trying to take down drug lord Franz Sanchez after Felix's wife is killed. It stars Daniel Craig apparently as Bond, Robert Davi as Sanchez, Carrie Lowell as Pam Bouvier, and Talisa Soto as Lupe Lamora. Also, Benicio del Toro as Dario. Alright, let's see what they do. The immediate transition from Tracy being killed to Felix's wife being killed, while similar in literary elements, come across as a bit much with how it's implemented here. Especially if you're expecting Moonraker, like I was, but Felix gives Bond some names and then gives him data that is on a lighter, like Felix lighter, and Bond is off to track down Sanchez, and just like that you're with Pam Bouvier in a helicopter. And now it's time to take down the drug cartel with a dart gun if you wish. And again, as a non-fan, you would have absolutely no idea what is going on and why, and even if you are a fan, it's not a given that you've seen all the movies used in this game. With that said, I mean, the details don't really matter for the game. If you're playing a Bond game, you're playing it to shoot faceless men by the hundreds and use some gimmicky gadgets. I may be a fan of the series, but I get how formulaic these are. But still, there are those who want to get immersed in the story as much as they can, and this game really does a poor job conveying it. So, now you're in the refinery toward the end of the film and planting bombs on things and making your way through more waves and waves of enemies, just straight murdering them. Eventually, you get to Sanchez and have to fight his sidekick Dario. Gosh, I sure hope we get to do the exact same quick-time fistfight that we've been doing. Oh, yep, there we go. In the movie, Dario suffers one of the more brutal deaths by falling into a cocaine grinder, so I wonder how they handle it here. And Bond just pushes him onto a conveyor belt and walks away. I'll just assume he stood up, jumped off, and went on to live a happy and healthy life. But now it's time to track down the big bad. I hope we get to land some more punches on him too. Don't want to stray too far from the gameplay style. Next up is the climax to the film, the mountain road truck chase, which is also appropriately the final level of the License to Kill game. And just like with that game, this is a driving mission. Eventually, you catch up to Sanchez and get to come to blows, of course. Take his machete hits like a champ and finally push him into some gasoline before quickly turning around before probably lighting him on fire. Or I'll just assume he stood up and walked away and went on to live a happy and healthy life. And that's basically it for that. License to Kill seemed to be the shortest level so far. So now do we move on to Moonraker or keep going with Die Another Day? Well, apparently Moonraker is being saved for last for whatever reason, so it's on to the Pierce Brosnan era. I've talked about his films a lot in this retrospective, so I don't have too much to add here. Die Another Day was the only film of his 4 that never got a game release, so I am glad this is the one they picked for variety's sake. It is probably my least favorite of his 4 though. Die Another Day was released in 2002 as the 20th official James Bond film. It falls right near the middle in terms of success as the 10th most successful adjusted for inflation. It stars Daniel Craig as James Bond, Halle Berry as Jinx, Toby Stephens as Gustav Graves, and Rosamund Pike as Miranda Frost. After Bond is captured and tortured for months on end in Korea, he is then traded back to MI6 in a prisoner exchange. He must now stop Graves from unleashing Icarus, a weapon that can harness the power of the sun, with the help of NSA agent Jinx. It's definitely not a favorite among fans due to its outlandish plot and reliance on pretty poor early 2000s CGI at times. And based on the game's front cover, I'm assuming there will be some ice driving with Bond's invisible car. Let's see what they do here. And just as I expected, we're thrown right into the second half of the film at the Ice Hotel. Kinda funny as the second half is typically where the film falls apart for most. I actually really like the first half, but agree with the masses that the film gets pretty ridiculous once they get to the Ice Hotel. So that's what we get for the gameplay. At least it looks pretty neat for a video game setting. But then, yikes, this is supposed to be Jinx? No way. Either Halle Berry refused to have her likeness used or they didn't want to pay her, but wow, this isn't even close. Especially considering I think the game has done a pretty good job in getting a lot of the characters to look right. But then again, Daniel Craig looks nothing like Pierce Brosnan. Going through the Ice Hotel, you'll encounter Graves in his goofy electric suit, which leads you to, oh boy, another exactly the same hand-to-hand combat against his henchman Zhao. Yeah, I expected nothing less here. I'm sure you do the same thing against Graves in the finale. Then you get to dodge that stupid spastic laser thing from the movie and, hey, wait, that's right, Zhao isn't even the one Bond fights in the scene in the movie. I feel like these could be seen as nitpicks, but man, the details they've changed just keep piling up. And I haven't even come close to mentioning them all. After that, it's time to drive on some ice and dodge missiles and the occasional Icarus beam while trying to take out Zhao's car. After retargeting the Icarus beam, it's then time to take on Emperor Palpatine himself, and, you know, back when there was the fight against Oddjob in the Goldfinger level, I thought the combat style was a nice change of pace, as it kind of felt like the fight in the movie. At this point, this quick time hit the buttons do the exact same fight strategy on every villain in the game. I mean, the redundancy really hits you. It's just kind of cheap now. Anyway, you know Graves is going out of the plane, so let's just get on with moving on to Moonraker. Why is Moonraker last? Okay, so this isn't actually the first or even the second time we'll be embarking on a Moonraker level in this series. The first official Bond game, James Bond 007, had its own Moonraker level. Check that out in Part 1. Then, one of the bonus stages in GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64 had a Moonraker-based level, and man is that difficult. I first played that stage before even knowing what Moonraker was, so I didn't catch any of the callbacks or subtleties here. Anyway, let's go back in time 23 years from Die Another Day to 1979, the Roger Moore era. Moonraker was Moore's fourth Bond film and was released due to the popularity of Star Wars. For Your Eyes Only was supposed to be the film after The Spy Who Loved Me, but the producers were like, nah, space, yo. It was based on Ian Fleming's third novel and stars Daniel Craig as James Bond, Michael Lonsdale as Hugo Drax, who also recently passed away. 2020 took a lot of 007 alumni. Lois Chiles as Holly Goodhead, and the return of fan favorite Richard Kiel as Jaws. It follows Bond stopping Drax from eradicating the population on the Earth in order to create a master race to live in a space station. So basically, stormtroopers on the Death Star. If that sounds ridiculous for a James Bond spy movie, that's because it is, and it knows it. Complete with an actual laser battle with astronauts in space, Bond and Jaws turning into the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, and its overall goofy tone, Moonraker is notorious for being either the most hated Bond film or loved for how campy it is. And financially, this film really worked. Maybe it really was due to the popularity of Star Wars and having Bond in space, but Moonraker is the 7th most successful Bond film adjusted for inflation. Even not adjusted for inflation, it's the Bond film that brought in the most money pre-1995. It has grown on me over the years, but only a little bit. It's not one I seek out to watch to get my Bond fix in or anything. On my first viewing, it was my least favorite in the series, but that honor has since gone to a different Roger Moore film. So let's see what they do here for the final official level in the game. I bet you're at the Moonraker launch, then in space, and then you get to quick time fight both Jaws and Drax. Do I even need to play it? So far, yep, explore the spaceport until you encounter Holly, do some of the same kind of stuff you've been doing the entire game, and then the big man himself appears. It's Jaws, and this time, it's personal. At least Holly tries to help you fight him. That's something different. Electrocute Jaws in the jaws, kick him in the balls, and push him onto the planet, resulting in the meeting with Hugo Drax. And yeah, it really does look like Michael Lonsdale. This game is so hit or miss with trying to replicate the looks. I'm sure there was a lot of red tape with getting the licenses and all that. Then you escape the Moonraker blast chamber, and now it's time to suit up and become a space cadet. Daniel Craig going into space looks incredibly stupid. The more down-to-earth gritty Bond being in the campy Roger Moore style 70s film. Alright, then you get to the space station and it just feels like where you already were. I sure hope we don't have to fight astronaut Jaws. Don't. Actually, you don't. A mini spoiler for Moonraker here, but it's sort of a point of contention that Jaws turns good and chooses to help Bond at the end. You see, someone who looks like Jaws can't certainly fit Drax's qualifications for a master race, so he decides to side with Bond instead. And yeah, that's what happens here. Then you get to go to zero gravity and help give it a little more variety. So you float around for a little while in a laser battle, and maybe now I see why they left this for the end. Ending the game with pushing Graves out of a plane and Die Another Day would be a little anticlimactic. And you actually do get to float around in space for a little while. After that, you send Drax into the infinity of space and it just kinda ends. Speaking of anticlimactic, so that concludes the main game. But what of this extra Skyfall level? Well, luckily less than a month later, the Skyfall level was released as a downloadable content, but it was free. So at least they weren't suckering you into buying another level just to finish the game. But it makes you wonder why it wasn't included in the main game anyway. I mean, you start the game with a Skyfall cutscene, so the game was incomplete in October of 2012. Since the Wii U version came out in December, the Skyfall level is actually already included on it. So there's that, I guess. Let's conclude this game and this series for the time being. Being the hyped up 50th anniversary, it was time to bring the fans back after the load of mixed opinions on the Quantum of Solace film. After some delays, Daniel Craig's third Bond film, Skyfall, was finally released in October of 2012 in London and early November in the United States. It stars Daniel Craig as 007, Javier Bardem as Raul Silva, Ray Fine as Gareth Mallory, and most notably features a much bigger role for Dame Judi Dench as M, and the welcome return of the classic characters of Moneypenny and Q, played by newcomers Naomi Harris and Ben Whishaw respectively. It follows Bond trying to track down ex-MI6 agent Raul Silva, who is determined to humiliate and take down M as he believes she left him for dead. Skyfall was a major welcome return to form, and fans tend to love this one. Adjusted for inflation, and even not adjusting for inflation, Skyfall is the single high point of the entire series, being the #1 most successful James Bond film. While Quantum of Solace brought in just under $600 million, Skyfall demolished those sales with a whopping $1.1 billion, almost doubling it. Box offices loved it, critics tend to love it, and I would probably consider it my personal second favorite in the series, only behind Casino Royale. So yeah, Skyfall is a lot of fun, and I highly recommend it for those who haven't seen it. As far as the level goes, I don't really know what to expect here, but I'm sure you get in a fist fight. Let's finish this. So you start the level chasing Patrice through the streets of Istanbul, all the while Eve is in radio contact. If you don't know who Patrice is, it's not entirely explained, but it does tie in with the film. Eventually you reach a rooftop bike chase complete with some pretty comical effects of the same few cloned pedestrians moving out of the way quickly. Also, head-on collisions with traffic just result in a quick white flash of the screen, and then you proceed. That's how that works. Ugh, it's so annoying running into oncoming vehicles at high speeds. Then Eve just kinda lets him jump onto a train with Bond following, and it's starting to look familiar to the very intro to the game. The DLC for this came out at the exact same time as the film did in America, so this could have been some people's introduction to the story. Now it's time for the inevitable hand-to-hand combat with Patrice that everybody saw coming, except it feels even worse here. Look at this, he just takes hits like it's his destiny or something. It eventually segues into the intro scene, and then instead of playing the whole game again in flashbacks, we now see what did happen to Bond. He's just kinda chilling on the shore, clothing perfectly intact except for his bullet wound. How's he gonna get out of this one? Oh, cut right to him taking directives from M to keep hunting Patrice in Shanghai. Yeah, in the film there is quite a bit that happens in between, but nah, no reason to explain it. But now it's the end boss fight, I guess, against Patrice from Skyfall. I would have never guessed this. How many of you who have seen Skyfall could pinpoint who Patrice even is? I sort of get that maybe they didn't want to spoil what happens in the brand new film, but it's just another thing with this game. After shooting him multiple times Red Grant style, out the window he goes, and we get this hilarious summary of the situation between Bond and M, ending the game.
But there's still one piece of unfinished business. About your injuries. You should know that I ordered that agent to shoot, even though she didn't have a clear shot. I'm sorry.
Don't say it. You did what you had to. We all do what we have to survive.
Very well, 007.
Wow. Just wow. So that's the end of Bond video games as we know them up to this point. Did it go out on a high note? Well, let's see here. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, yikes. Yeah. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. In fact, I made a list ranking all of the console Bond games according to Metacritic scores. This game came in dead last. Worse than 007 Racing even. Even looking at it compared to many of the old computer games, even the awful Live and Let Die that I frequently ragged on in this retrospective, 007 Legends is still considered to be worse. People would rather play this janky, frustratingly awful boat driving game with Bond stuff shoehorned in than Activision's 007 Legends. Let that sink in. As I said before, most of its criticisms come from being a poor Call of Duty clone with uninspired missions and objectives, repetitive gameplay, no context given to what you're doing between missions, and a poor choice in films used. This game caused Activision to fire 150 out of their 200 employees to focus on mobile gaming instead. Not even a month later after the Wii U release, the online stores for Activision and Steam pulled the PC releases for Quantum of Solace, Bloodstone, and this game without any notice, and Xbox Live and PlayStation Network did the same right after. Eurocom, the development company that was around since 1988 and helped make 5 Bond games before this, Yeah, they shut down entirely after the release of 007 Legends. This game was an absolute disaster. So looking at it for the first time, now almost 9 years later, is it really that bad? I don't know. I pointed out a lot of issues with it, but I mean, I think the game looks pretty good for its time. Some of the character models and level design look pretty accurate to what they were going for, some not so much. Quite honestly, to me, the game seemed fine. It certainly did not live up to its potential, because I still think the concept could be pretty great, but just slapping Daniel Craig into every single mission really does take a lot of it away. And it's not even Daniel Craig doing the voice, so it lessens it even more. Like I said, there is probably a lot that would need to happen and a lot of money to be spent to really accurately utilize actors, set pieces, and music, and that's really not a likely scenario. So this game does have some good things to it, but they are far and few between. Activision then formally stated they were backing away from releasing licensed games in general, and they allowed their Bond license to expire early. Since then, we've had the releases of the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, a huge advance in video game graphic and storytelling potential. Spectre was released in 2015, No Time to Die is set to hopefully be released in 2021, and there has not been a Bond game released since. There was a rumor that developer Telltale Games was working on one Bond game, but that company ended up filing for bankruptcy and closing in 2018. But, in late 2020, it was officially announced that a brand new James Bond game is actually in development by IO Interactive, a company known for the Hitman series. And at the time of me writing this, there isn't too much to say yet other than after a hiatus of a decade, there's a lot of hope that this upcoming game will revive the series. Because, well, by getting Bond games since way back in the Atari age of 1983, this series is due for a big hit. There have been some games released that certain fans love, mostly due to the multiplayer, but ultimately, you could even argue that GoldenEye is still the only game in the entire series that really truly had success. One game out of 24 or so. People know GoldenEye, they know its legacy and how important it was for shooting games in the future, and while I do love it, it also isn't considered to have aged very well. It's a series that unfortunately doesn't offer too much variety in gameplay styles. You play as a spy who uses guns, and future developers will always have GoldenEye's legacy shadowing over them. It's kind of sad in a way, because obviously I love this franchise. I'm really hoping there's some innovation with the new game, and new gamers will get to appreciate the series like I do. Until then, this retrospective will be going on a hiatus of its own, because that is it. James Bond will return in the future.